seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for today's video games. And we have two potentially quick ones, or we've got some more barn burners, because we have had a whole lot of three-game series that have been rather unexpected, Wolf.
Yeah, and we've also seen a lot of variance around the bottom side of the map, especially in terms of drafting, but sometimes even the stronger teams can make small errors, fall behind early, and then lose to weaker teams. And we've seen it throughout this season, especially in these last few weeks of play. So anything could happen tonight here. I'm really excited to see what Prince's read and Liv Sandbox's read on the meta is now that we have a few more changes coming to the draft, a lot more priority on Yuumi. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. I'm very much looking forward to what the Zeri Yuumi situation is going to be, and I'm the most excited about it being banned as much as possible for today's matches. Let's get into points of the match here as Liv Sandbox look to secure the top of the standings. Of course, their win rate here in the LCK is just under that of T1 and Gen G, who are still our top dogs here in Korea, but Liv Sandbox have been the biggest surprise of the season thus far. We'll see whether Nongshim can grab BDD another pentakill potentially, and possibly make their chances look a little bit better.
Yeah, they ended their 11-loss streak against KT. We'll see if they can push themselves one step closer potentially to a miracle playoffs run, because yeah, the chances are not great. We won't sugarcoat this for you guys. The chances are pretty rough for even Kwangdong, who are very far ahead of Nongshim at the moment, as Closer having his amazing Akali game, playing it into Lissandra, who didn't trust that it was going to go well. He gets massively ahead and pops off mechanically. BD gets the first pentakill of his career, so big week last week for both of these mid laners. And I think it's definitely going to be a matchup we're zooming in on quite a bit here tonight in this first best of 3.
No, I 100% agree. I think that the rise is actually the biggest point here, right? Because Closer has really liked to jump on that Sylas. He hasn't necessarily found 100% wins on the champion, but Sylas is in a very, very good position at the moment. And BDD looks like he has that counter option. So I think that is going to be a huge focal point for the beginning of the draft. But this is what I want to talk about, because if Snowflower and Ghost get Zerayumi, I think you're like, oh, we'll pick something else. I guess we'll be fine. But if Prince and Cal get it, then it's game over, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think if Ghost and Snowflower end up playing this bottom lane, this bottom duo, the record might be broken. This 9-0. They have tried to emulate so many strong lanes and so many strong 2v2s to very little success. I'd rather see Nongshim continue to try to play around BDD and Kana and play around the strong soul lanes that they have, because the bottom 2v2, it's just not it for this team right now. As it's kind of tragic we're even going to show team stats. At least we're showing round 2 only here. As you can see, Nongshim definitely having a little bit more success in the early parts of the game. Not as much as Liv Sandbox, but still, first turret percentage is not as low as you'd expect. First Herald control has been pretty good for them. First Drakes, but they haven't been able to turn that into big leads. Both these teams also struggling in the very early part of laning phase. You can see that gold difference at 8 here is pretty bad for both squads, 9 and 10th respectively.
Yeah, Liv Sandbox have been off to a bit of a slow start. And we've actually seen this from a lot of our teams that have higher neutral objective control, tend to fall behind when it comes to the laning stats. And teams like T1 and Gen G kind of forego the first Drake, first Herald, just so that they can solidify control of the lanes and utilize their jungler for that. So that seems to be the way the best League of Legends is being played in Korea, but we'll see what Liv Sandbox and Nongshim have for us today. As Liv Sandbox, first ones to be welcomed to the stage here at LoL Park. And the heights, not as difficult because you get to go down from Dove and scale down. It's not like Humble Life Esports with OnFleek. It is all just a pretty even curve here.
Yeah, almost V-shaped with Kyle and Prince kind of being a little bit taller there than Closer. And, you know, this roster, I think, is really has finally come together. And right now, this match is so important for Liv Sandbox to take it 2-0 to have their best possible seed going into playoffs, because it is very likely they will be there unless they have a huge slump here at the end. This is not going to be guaranteed playoffs or anything like that, but we're getting very close.
Yeah.
He's I'm not actually sure what the bottom means. Sakurai Harkyo, I don't know what that means, but shave his head. Yeah, I guess that's. Oh, I was like,
I can relate.
Kind of did, but anyway, he's going to shave his head if they make Worlds, qualify for Worlds. They're very close.
Yep. Of course, Closer, Croco, and Prince have all changed their names in solo queue at the moment, basically saying we want to go to Worlds, and they're all spelt slightly differently. It is very, very cute. So definitely with their eyes on the prize here on the Liv Sandbox side, but Nongshim Red Force, they need to get themselves out of this slump. And honestly, their eyes are probably going to be either for the very bottom of the playoffs or for next year, and how they can solidify themselves as a roster and really have plans to conquer 2023.
Yeah, I saw their social media post today. They had a picture of Kana going into the match, and I said, you know, something along the lines of, no matter what happens, we won't have regrets for our matchup today. And I think that's kind of the attitude you have to have here. Is once again, we are still playing a bit of a musical chairs game with the support, as Snowflower will come back in here after being benched significantly for like a significant amount of time. It wasn't just they were trading back and forth. Like, it felt like, okay, they're closing the season out with effort. Nope, not anymore, actually. So Who knows what will happen throughout the series? We might even have a substitution in this best of 3. It would not be the first time Nongshim has done that.
It happened to Snowflower last time around, right?
Yeah.
I think Effort did start, but then it was Snowflower that replaced him. Closer, CS difference at 14, a very round donut. Absolutely love that. There you can see BDD first in the league when it comes to damage percent. He is definitely performing the best on his team at the moment, but unfortunately, that is just not a list of players that are performing all that well.
Yeah, if Ghost is having a great season playing weak side and is scaling up to late game 80 carries, you're like, damn, this is so impressive from BDD. Like this, they're still making this work with you know, a mid laner having the #1 share, even with a very strong 80 carry meta where you have a lot of scaling champions. This is kind of a symptom, I'd say, actually, of a larger problem. Where you look at Closer's number 4, it feels actually a little bit more healthy. You're like, wow, he's still doing quite a lot, despite Prince is actually the main focal point for this roster. So I think those stats could be somewhat misleading, but I think you and I could see a little bit past what they're trying to show, or what was shown there, and know that it's not a good look for BDD, but maybe, you know, if they can play around him better, that damage percentage actually means something for this roster if he can actually carry and pop off.
Yeah, and I mean, damage share is a weird stat, right? Because it doesn't mean good or bad. It just means how reliant the team is on that specific player to do damage. And sometimes the best teams actually have close to that 20-20-20-20, right? Like if, for example, Carrier is just playing Pyke every single game and doing a whole bunch of damage. Things like this can happen where you get a different split, and that works. It's whether the team is playing around the player that is doing the most work effectively towards getting victories, and honestly, Nongshim are just not. It's just not really happening. It was Closer's birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to Closer. Let's see whether we can get him a birthday win in at least one of these games. And you can see Joker looking quite dapper there, standing behind his coaching staff buddy.
Yeah. Blue side advantage here for Liv Sandbox. Going to be quite significant, although we have seen Nongshim not prioritize the Sylas. It's been something they really just have avoided overall, even prioritizing the Azir over it. So, might not be necessarily a huge thing here, but I do not think Nongshim should allow any variation of Yuumi, Zeri.
Yes.
Even in isolation, I think both of these champions are so insanely strong right now. The first one to be banned away will be Zeri.
I actually kind of like the Yuumi ban, but just getting rid of Zeri makes a fair bit of sense. And of course, Kyle hasn't actually played any Yuumi yet this season. I have a feeling that he's pretty capable based on how she's skyrocketed in priority. But the Zeri ban should say goodnight to a lot of those Yuumi options. As Talia going to be taken away from BDD and Dread, and there is the Sylas ban that we're expecting, especially now that the Rise is on the bench.
Taking away the Callista here from Ghost.
Yep, good old Tally Cali bans.
The Rise you were talking about for BDD, you know, forces out the Sylas ban here, so there's not a great answer. And Tom Kench gets taken away from Kyle. This is just going to be a ban that eliminates a lot of Prince's best carries from playing safely. He can still play them, but I think this is just a Gnar first pick angle here for Dove, to be honest. There's no Sylas answer. It doesn't give anything away from your draft. You don't have as much priority right now in this meta on something like an Azir first pick or a Corki, because they're both not doing so well. Although it looks like, much to the surprise of the Korean commentators and ourselves here, it looks like they are going to prioritize the Azir first to take that one away from BDD.
Of course, Liv Sandbox can flex the Azir. One of the only teams that does do so. Of course, Dove originally a mid laner and was an Azir main, as you might tell by his name. But Nongshim now with a whole bunch of options. Like you mentioned, the Gnar is going to be there. I'd love to see Dove on something like an Ornn, right? He's currently 5-0 on the champion, has looked very, very good on it, and Ornn lanes just fine into that of the Gnar. Plus, it really does fit the Dove classic playstyle of just sit in a side lane and be in a deficit and not care about it, just win team fights.
100%. I also think that the coordination that's required as this champion is disabled.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nyla, maybe in a few weeks' time.
Yes.
But I also feel like the coordination that's required to play Gnar compositions here for Nongshim is something that we haven't really consistently seen from them. We've seen glimpses of it, but I think Liv Sandbox are not drafting for the meta so much as they're drafting for their opponents here, which I think is actually a layer of depth we don't always see from them. They usually like to just kind of play their own romantic style where they're doing their own thing, but this is a really nice departure from that.
picking Wukong into an open Poppy, Wolf. How do you feel about it?
Not great. I also think the Gwen is a pretty free follow-up here to the Gnar. It could just settle the solo lanes right now. Gnar doing pretty well into Gwen before this mini rework she's received. I think she's going to do a lot better in this matchup now. So I feel pretty good about this here for Live Sandbox. There's the Poppy. That was kind of a pretty obvious given.
I'd already written it down.
Yeah.
It's just one of those obvious choices into the Wukong. Nongshim now with the final pick. Of course, all of the solo lanes and the jungle have now been locked away for Live Sandbox, so BDD can pretty comfortably lock in whatever he feels is going to be best into this Azir, or they can take a priority bottom laner, and Aphelios is going to be locked in here for Ghost. He has, of course, played a heck of a lot of this champion, but it's not necessarily a Ghost fit, and he hasn't always been that true carry on this pick. He has sometimes had those pop-off moments, but just not as many as on the likes of his Jhin, for example, and things like this of the past.
Yeah, I feel like he's had some of his best games this season on the Aphelios, even though he's 1-4 on it. I mean, the team is 2-10, so that tells you a lot. But
yeah.
Right, I do think he's had some of his best games. They're going to try to take away some of the range here that is going to come with the scaling for Live Sandbox. Since they already locked in the Gwen, you don't have to worry about like Gangplank scaling with the Azir or anything like that. So for Live Sandbox, Nautilus, I think, is your ban, not because it's the strongest pick for the Aphelios, but because Snowflower has only played 2 champions, one of which was banned by Nongshim here in the Tahm Kench. So
yeah,
just take away his pool, put him on something comfortable. He's playing a 3rd champion now. We don't know what it's going to be, but you could also go ahead and ban a Thresh here if you feel like, I just want to make sure that Snowflower can't empower Ghost on this champion.
Yep, of course, Snowflower has been around for a long time, but it is about what he's been playing recently, and so he is going to have to show something else. Lucian going to be taken away, as Live Sandbox did actually have the option for a moment there to just lock away Lucian Nami as their bottom lane, but Lucian is going to be banned. The Aphelios not going to have to worry about that one for now, as Ahri is going to be taken away from BDD just to shore up that Azir matchup just a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't matter about saving a counter pick here for BDD since you already know you're laying into the Azir. So we'll probably see the Azir pick. And then we'll see his Snowflower final pick. Something like Renata, I feel like, is probably your best bet.
Yeah,
looks like that's what they're going to lock in here for now. Okay, this is a flex. Could definitely be played by BDD here. Wouldn't be surprised in the slightest, especially Seraphine plus Renata with this caveat. Puts a lot of pressure on Ghost, but very strong into Gwen Poppy.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the Renata to be sort of priority picked rather than Seraphine just locked in here as Siva.
So strong at Seraphine, you know, in the early parts of the game, she will just rip through those health bars regardless of whether it's support or mid.
And the Siva Yuumi making it through to the very last picks on blue side is actually a bit of a surprise. Probably not something that we're going to be seeing towards the end of this patch, right? The power level that we saw coming out of Gumushi and Keria with this exact duo was pretty dangerous. As Snowflower thinking about going back to an old favorite here, as the Alistair's being considered. You can catch Yuumi out with the Pulverized sometimes if your timing's really good.
Yeah, it just feels like a little bit of a comfort pick here, and it's not terrible for the draft. You can pair the Pulverized with like Cyclone and Gnar ultimates. Like, it can be very good for combos. You can run through a lot of the damage that Live Sandbox puts out with your ultimate. Could definitely look for a Hex Flash angle in mid as well. I think he'll probably take that rune. We'll see. Kyle will be actually the 6th player in the LCK to play Yuumi this season. It's unbelievable that it's been so few, actually.
Yeah.
And Yuumi is sitting at nearly a 75% win rate, has been played by our best supports only. The only player who's on the bottom of the standings who's played it is Delight, and he's only played the 1 game. It's otherwise 6-0 for Lehens. Kellen is 5-3, Life is 4-1, Keria 3-0. So this champion has been played only by the strongest teams. Live Sandbox are trying to add themselves to the list here.
Yeah, and I think it actually rounds out their composition really nicely with the zoomies plus the on the hunt that we saw demonstrated last time around. Like, you basically have a dash. You run so fast as the Siva. Of course, the Alistair is there, can mitigate the spell shield just with the fact that Headbutt procs it, and then you can immediately Pulverize afterward. It is very difficult to spell shield the correct part
really hard.
The Alistair combo. Is possible, but it's really, really hard. And I wouldn't trust anyone to be able to do it. every single time, especially if the Alistair is hex flashing on top of you out of a brush or something like that. So certainly is a decent reason to pick it. It's something that Snowflower has played a heck of a lot, and he's also played it into Sivir many times because over the years, Sivir has been in and out of the meta quite often. So probably not going to be a surprise here for the gentleman on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. And, you know, this Seraphine pick here gives a lot of extra speed here. You can match the ultimate there from the Sivir with this pretty well here for Nongshim. A hopeful draft is what I'll say.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I'm not entirely certain that it's going to go well for Nongshim, but they do have tools to make it happen. All right, some hopeful Nongshim fans in Lore Park here today. Some early vision being put down as Snowflower is going to make his way back, just trying to shore up Canna's matchup as much as possible. If things go awry in the Gwen matchup, the game can be very, very difficult, although I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a power point for Live Sandbox. Dove has been definitely more of the, I'm going to sit back and just chill, and I'll contribute amazingly to team fights and do the right things in the later stages of the game, but my laning phase is not really the most powerful.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment of how he's been playing this season. I think in the previous season, where he was first role swapped to top in spring, he was not really settled into his role and was trying to be a bit of a carry, trying to lane like it's mid lane a lot of the time, where the jungle was very far away from him, and ended up paying for it with his life quite a bit. I think he's really fallen into his role a lot better this season, as BD will take a little bit of harass damage here, but gets that ward, I think definitely worth it.
Yep. Control ward being taken down this early, definitely going to feel good as Closer misses that farm as well. Oh my goodness. Nongshim off to a gigantic start.
Yeah, we saw BDD dominate the lane against Vikla just last week in that matchup where he was able to pick up the pentakill. So we'll see what he can do here on this Seraphine, because Seraphine is an ultimate-based champion. She kind of otherwise is very self-explanatory, and it's about how you can chain ultimates with your teammates to get the extra extension. And if you can end up getting some big ultimates around mid-game team fights, that's where your comp starts to really come online. Then the Aphelios scales later on in the game. First time he's played it this season, we haven't seen it flexed really on our weaker teams as much as we have on our stronger teams. See how he performs, because, it's not a champion he's known for here, and his Azir was taken away.
Yep. Stolen by Closer, of course, but BDD probably not feeling the Azir at the moment. It really has not been a power pick for him so far this season, as we've stated many times. It's always a bit of a surprise that Azir isn't in the W column for BDD. Hasn't managed to find one just yet, as Ghost is now turning against Prince and Kyle, but as you can see, with the extra sustain that you do have, you're going to be feeling pretty good as this lane. That's a nice pulverize from Snowflower, though, as the Ricochet is trying to get some damage back, of course. With the slight adjustment to Sivir, her Ricochet does feel a whole lot better when there's less minions around, but it's still very dangerous if you just walk at a Sivir in a minion wave.
Yeah, it is very annoying. Okay, fight over the scuttle here. I know who my money's on this matchup.
Warrior Trickster, of course, blocked there, but the smite comes through, and now Dread finds himself on the wrong side of the map. This is not going so well here for the Wukong, unfortunately. He's trying to buy as much time as he can, as Croco doesn't even bother hitting him. He just puts up a circle.
Yeah, I think Dove is kind of like, man, I could have really used that money in the double buff on the top side, but just to guarantee the kill there, it's Croco comes over, and kind of a Dread ends himself on the on the steadfast presence, let's say.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Dove could have actually been given that kill necessarily otherwise. As we'll force a teleport out of Closer here with that roam that he did have to. It's like a half roam to assist there in the jungle scuffle. Gets back to lane, won't be too far behind CS as he catches the wave.
It's a bit of a disaster, though, for the bottom side, because you could imagine that Dread wants to be down there trying to affect this, and if he's losing to the Poppy in the early stages of the game in a 1v1 setting, which, Poppy is set up relatively well to do, but now it's going to be even more difficult.
So what you're saying is kind of what you were hinting at in the draft, is picking the Wukong into the Poppy early and then contesting for a Scuttle with this matchup early is not going to be very successful. Is that kind of what you're getting at here?
I mean, yeah. You could go as far as to say that, I think.
Yeah.
So we're going to check this one out again. Didn't manage to Steadfast Presence the Nimbus Strike, but Dread unfortunately Warrior Trickstering, and that's a mini dash, so you're going to give him the value anyway.
And Closer comes over, he does get this smite off, but Closer loses some farm. Actually, I think maybe like 2 minions here. Is notice that Croco gets the kill instead of Dove because he dashes away, had the Steadfast Presence. I think the only way this is worse for Nongshim though is if Dove actually gets the kill, which would actually really affect that topside matchup, as Azir is on a big losing streak. BDD picking up 2 of those L's.
Yeah, there's some big names on this list as well. As you know, Faker and Showmaker, both of them also having some struggles on the champion. You can see Liv Sandbox still putting a lot of stock into it, but I don't think that Azir is necessarily going to be the focal point of this team composition. I think that Prince is still going to be the main character, as he always is for Liv Sandbox. And I think that helps with the Azir, because as soon as the Azir doesn't have as much responsibility in a game, that's when you do have a lot of opportunities to find those angles. But when the opposing team understands that all we really Croco, you could land that Q, and that would be better. As he's going to deny this little baby Raptor.
For those who don't know why a jungler would do that, it's to prevent the respawn of the camp. So when Dread comes over there, he will unfortunately not, even if he paths differently, doesn't go there for a while, will not be able to get that Raptor camp.
Yep. Croco is just going to Hex Flash his way out, understood where Dread was going to be.
Prince is just playing this weak side so well here too with Kyle, and they're just not overcommitting, and they're playing around top side so beautifully here, taking away a lot of the jungle of Dread, playing the Poppy matchup into the Wukong really well in this early game. And they're basically just saying, you know what, it's okay, because the laning strengths of this Sivir is not going to be what I'm most concerned about or what I'm most focused on. It's going to be her team fighting around second Drake, this upcoming Herald fight. And once she gets level 6, Prince looks really behind the CS numbers. He is significantly behind, but he's going to catch a lot of this wave here, as you can see.
Yep. Still, you know, as the dust settles, it is like 15 CS. That is 2 waves.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
Yeah. So, look, he hasn't died, but things are still going great for Nongshim on the bottom side. Snowflower really looking like the Alistair. You know, I love the fact that he picks like such an ancient tech type champion.
Yeah.
And he's looking great. So definitely a good call here for Nongshim.
It's even got that ancient tech looking skin.
Exactly. There you go. Good old Hex Tech Alistair. I remember when that first came out. Players loved it.
It's very cool. I like it a lot.
Yep.
In the mid lane, obviously things very calm, and we're putting a lot of focus on this bottom side because Ghost has Gravitum, and he has level 6. So if Prince and Kyle make a mistake, you know, obviously this can be a lot of CC chain into Prince's death. But it's not going to happen. Prince is going to show respect. I just love how Prince has been willing to be like, I will lose CS to make sure we don't lose this.
Yeah, Ghost actually using the Gravitum quite effectively there. Prince unable to stop the snare. But as you can see, they understand that the cow has left the lane, and therefore they can instantly shove.
Yep, they had a ward. Snowflower didn't know that he was seen that whole time, so the second he is gone, they push forward. Rift Herald is now spawned here. A little bit of extra prio here for BDD, and of course they have a huge team fighting comp here with Seraphine and Wukong. At this stage in time, especially with Alistair coming over here, Snowflower hit level 6 before this timing. I don't think Liv Sandbox want to contest this. They are going to try to slow this down, but I think fighting this into this choke point would be a very ill-advised move. At least Dove gets through the angle, but they're not going to go for it. A lot of wasted time here for the Azir in the mid lane. And if they had actually just committed elsewhere, I think it would have been the better call. But at least they realized this was not a winnable fight.
Yep, it's Liv Sandbox opting out of a fight, and I think we need to be proud of them.
Yeah.
Because they don't do that very often. An intelligent move to do so. Ghost really showing some fighting spirit here towards the bottom side, up against Prince. Having a very good time. Gets that press the attack, and really is able to chunk out the Sivir without too much to worry about. Of course, red and white guns in a 1v1 can be feeling pretty good against the low-range Sivir.
Yeah. Prince having to use his Q to get these minions feels really frustrating.
See? very difficult to manage to mitigate it, as the follow-up wasn't necessarily huge, and so therefore not going to be too much of a worry.
It's not a big deal if there's no follow-up damage or CC immediately, but yeah, in the later parts of the game, that can be something that catches a Sivir and kills her.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide did have to be used here, but Closer holds onto his flash. Nongshim, they don't invest anything, and they just get the ultimate out, and so they're going to be feeling pretty happy about that.
Really close call, though, potentially there in mid, though. If he messes that up and BDD hits his ultimate, then that's probably a kill. So looks like, you know, we don't know 100%, but the fact that he didn't flash, he still gets out of here, even with a Cyclone committed. There's good reaction there from Closer. A very dangerous situation he escapes from, even though we didn't catch all of it. We might take a peek back at it.
Yeah. It is just an ultimate going down, so may not necessarily be the most impactful, but definitely is a good sign here for Nongshim. As Dread, you know, he died early, and it looked a little bit silly, and I was a little bit worried, I'm not going to lie. But now, they have stabilized very effectively. They've got themselves a tiny gold advantage, but they're still sitting on the Rift Herald. They managed to get first strike, 20 seconds until the second one. And they can now pull Dread down and use the Rift Herald to get a lot of control.
Exactly, and I think that one of the things that I didn't really quite foresee with this Sivir comp is I kind of just assumed, okay, it's Prince, right, and he knows what he's doing with this pick, and they're going to look for a lot of team fights early. But looking at Nongshim's composition again, especially when we saw that Rift Herald fight, or the lack thereof, you realize very quickly that some of the things that Sivir wants to do in the early to mid game, she doesn't want to do into Cyclone, into Encore, into Alistair, right? So it's very difficult for Liv Sandbox to actually kind of hit those win conditions early. She's now significantly behind in CS, and it's kind of been a free game here for Ghost.
Yeah, the Aphelios is certainly on his way to scaling Valhalla. As Canna's Boomerang here towards the top side, doing exactly the same thing as Prince's is on the bottom side. Very cool that we have some Boomerang mirrors going on here. We just needed Akshan in the mid lane or something like that, just to have ultimate Boomerang game. But Rift Herald is going to come down in the mid lane. Nongshim set up for this as BDD drops the beat onto Croco, and they're not going to be able to stop this Rift Herald. However, they are going to be able to even out the wave state, and Nongshim still going to have to fight for this Drake.
Prince here, just going to stay bottom side. Don't think he'll be able to force any plates down or anything like that. He's going to rotate over. This is the kind of fight you would like to take as Liv Sandbox if Nongshim didn't have these critical ultimates available. Second Drake is going to be the name of the game here. And like, as you push that wave in as Prince here, Ghost has to go over. And if you're going to take this fight, Liv Sandbox, you have to take it now. You have to be decisive with the extra prio you have at this exact moment in time. And it looks like they're going to do that. Just a very thin margin here while BED catches the wave mid. I think otherwise, Nongshim are happy to take this fight. Look at the choke point control.
Snowflower does have the Unbreakable Will, so he's going to use it. That is a big ulti and a big cooldown now that Nongshim do not have for their potential engage if they want to go for it. But they still have Encore, they still have a lot of tools.
Yeah, this was a very razor-thin take for Liv Sandbox. It's on a very thin margin. Ghost going to be used here from Dove, who does not have teleport to come back to lane, losing a lot of minions, didn't even get full health on this back. So a lot of threat here for Dread. Knowing that Dread is topside, they are going to take this Drake, but I feel like Nongshim are the big winners of this. It's just a 1-for-1 Drake here. Kana grabs an extra plate, so 2 plates to the Gnar. A lot of extra CS lost for Dove, and it looked like, okay, yeah, you lost your Alistair ult, looks bad for you in the fight, but Nongshim found value elsewhere on the map.
Well, beat drop comes down, there's the root. Emperor's Divide's fantastic to deny the Pulverize from Snowflower. And Closer once again, just using the ultimate to disengage from anything.
Really well played from him again. Reacting very fast. And now, you know, Ghost starting to have a, like, the significant lead he had earlier, he still has it. But Sivir's power, you know, is going to come with this first item she picks up here and still going to look for that first team fight. But Nongshim, I feel like this is one of those few games where I'm ready to trust that they know what they're doing in this comp because they have both set up for engages and disengaged so carefully around these early fights, getting value topside, putting Dread on top of Dove there to make sure those plates could go down, not trying to force a fight in a choke point where they didn't have control. And Prince is like still like, well, I do want to take one of these, you know, early mid-game fights. I'm hoping for one. And he's going to go back now and buy his first item. But he hasn't had any opportunities to get that Sivir tempo lead. Kraken Slayer does come through.
Yep. And look, Liv Sandbox's comp, it does scale beautifully well, but it doesn't necessarily outrange Ghost as effectively as a lot of other compositions will do. So the Aphelios is going to have a lot of value, but there is going to be a lot on Ghost for positioning effectively and the rest of his team being able to enable him in these fights, because Liv Sandbox and Nongshim, they sort of have a similar idea of what they want to do, but I think that Nongshim's comp kind of plays itself a little bit easier than that of Liv Sandbox, who need to get the right flank angles for Dove and for Closer to actually find an impact with his ultimate.
No choke point control here for Liv Sandbox is such a risky fight to take into BDD's ultimate.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a fantastic ult to come through. Okay, well, Croco's going to miss it. That's the one we were talking about. Final chapter comes down. Snowflower goes for the engage. Closer immediately flashes away. Emperor's Divide going to be used. Is now Closer able to get himself out of the way. Now Canna trying to fight against Prince, who doesn't manage to get the spell shield off. Dove, meanwhile, is going to go extraordinarily low. Somehow, it's Sivir that locks down the Rift Herald, but they lose way too much for it. Dove and Croco both falling down, and Liv Sandbox probably won't even be able to get the eye.
The first time they decided to walk away, we said we were proud. We said, you know what, Liv Sandbox realized this is a time where you should not fight. The second time, they in fact did not realize. And now Closer teleports to this turret, which he will not save.
Oh no, Snowflower. Yeah, he's actually going to get spell shielded this time around. Prince just needs one more auto. BDD is now here trying to save his cow, as Dread's going to come on over as well, but it looks like Prince should be able to use the fleet of foot, and he'll be able to escape.
Yep, no Cyclone available here for Dread, no flash, nothing like that. BDD doesn't have his ultimate, used it in the fight beautifully, by the way, which we will take a second look at here. Control of the choke point is Nongshim's, and even with an attempt here from Croco to use his ult, Snowflower comes through. The angle is good enough to make sure that BDD gets the extended range on this. Now notice the play here from Kyle, who uses Exhaust and Heal to barely keep Closer alive, which was well played. The problem is you're losing the fight on the right side because the duration of that charm from BDD's Encore is so long that you lose the other part of the fight, and I think forcing to this choke is... I mean, it was ill-advised from the start. We saw them really try to use the Poppy ultimate to force their way through, and it's not good enough. Yeah, Snowflower does get picked right afterwards, so at least you got a consolation prize here as Liv Sandbox, but kind of ramming your head into a brick wall a little bit on this one.
Yep. Still, I think that Liv Sandbox is probably going to be okay with the situation. They're not too far behind. 1.5k for a composition like this shouldn't be the end of the world.
And their comp wants to fight. It's just hard if you don't have that choke point.
Yeah.
And I totally see why they forced it, because it's not just a Liv Sandbox things, lol, it's Sivir things.
Yeah.
And you need to get her ahead. She gets a kill. You know, it's actually quite significant that she picks one up there onto Snowflower, because at least make sure that she's maintaining some sort of gold parity with Ghost, only a little bit behind.
And also, like, if you manage to land the Keeper's Verdict there, then you're having a much better time. But Liv Sandbox didn't back away after the Keeper's Verdict, 100% whiffed, and that could have been part of the problem. Yeah.
I mean, they just were trying to hope that it was going to be good enough for them to get through the choke, and Nongshim were just like, all right, we back off for a second, Keeper's Verdict misses, and then BDD was just ready for Snowflower to get in there and extend his charm. It was actually really well coordinated from Nongshim playing around their win conditions in the choke. Is Kana?
Well, there is a big Naba, but he doesn't have a lot of his health bar at the moment, as there is the snare from the final chapter. The snips are just ridiculous damage, and Croco going to be able to lock down that kill, and now Snowflower in trouble. He does have to ultimate, and now BDD is going to be the target. The Encore does basically nothing, as, guys, Gwen is immune, and Snowflower now is going to have to obey the laws of the Sand Soldiers. And he's going to be sacrificed. Liv Sandbox find themselves a skirmish like they just somehow managed to do in almost every one of their games.
And Kyle is looking really good right now on his first game of Yuumi of the season. He's lining up these roots. He is exactly where he needs to be. He's on Dove here to actually get those speed ups. That was so well played by him. Gets the initial root, and Nongshim have to then themselves fight into this choke point while their health bars are super low. They're kind of scattered. They're not grouped up. Nongshim's team comp, like I said, relies on a lot of coordination. Like, you actually all have to be together. You have to fight it like you did on that Herald, as they're going to look to take down this turret.
Well, Closer's actually doing a fair bit of damage here. He's on the way towards his Shadow Flame, and we've seen this build from a lot of his ears, and sometimes it just looks a bit lackluster. But if you're accelerated at all, then it looks amazing as the chunks really do start to come through.
Well, speaking of accelerated, a Gwen kill gets picked up here, and a second kill for the Sivir coming through. as this is, you know, really on Dove and Kyle, despite Croco comes over here with the root, and then the Yuumi ultimate is used. It's pushed away here by Kana, but Dove gets the dash through, and he's locked in by Croco. It gets rooted, and at this point, BDD and Snowflower should have already been like, sorry, Kana, you dug your grave on this one, but they came over here, and then were just caught up by all the speed that you have with Civ or Yuumi. Like, we've talked about the mobility of this composition so much, and you could just see it on display here. Like, there's no way out if you're even in the vicinity.
Yeah, and BDD, I mean, that was almost a three-man encore, but there was a mist and a spell shield, and therefore it was only on Poppy. And so actually, it just really didn't do anything when it looked like it could have really done a whole lot.
And Aphelios wasn't there, you know? If Ghost is there, then maybe there's some follow-up damage afterwards. I mean, if you even do really get value from it without the spell shield and all that stuff you just discussed. Like,
yeah,
probably just not a savable situation there. They were like, we'll save you, Kana, but they could not.
Yep, a rise in position there for Closer so that he makes sure that he has a way out. Croco just going to brute force his way in here as Snowflower looks a little bit silly after the flash from Closer. They just destroy the turret, and now Dove's teleported in. Teleport going to come through from Canna now, but I don't know whether this is what they want. He does get a big Gnar, and there's the Cyclone as well, but Croco survives for so long. Empress Divide comes through, but Closer is going to get ripped apart by Ghost. He's doing so much damage on the Aphelios, and this is what it looks like when they do manage to have Ghost in a team fight. Beat Drop comes in, Dove is going to mitigate it entirely, and Prince manages to get that auto reset with the Ricochet.
Will they find Dread? I don't think so. That's just his clone. He's already gotten over the wall. Dove wants to chase him down, but I think he's just so far away at this stage, although how greedy is he?
Yeah.
Was seen here. We'll just get away with it, it looks like, but this fight was almost incredible for Live Sandbox because the ricochets coming through from Prince are so huge.
Yeah.
Pause for a moment because I thought with Kana's Narbar here we might have some action. Not going to be the case. But it's Phantom Dancer that's picked up for Prince right before this moment. So he is ready to fight. He wants to force this. He's not here at the initial start of this, but as it goes longer, great flash from Closer. As it goes longer, he's like, oh, I'm coming. I'm going to ult and we're going to win this fight. So keep going, keep chasing. Teleport comes through here. And BDD, once again, sitting on this champion that gives so much extra sustain. Ghost is untouched, has red and white guns. But notice that Prince is just going to do so much damage. Like, Nongshim got everything they wanted, but stayed just a second too late. And if they stay even 1 second too late, we're talking about a triple kill potentially here for Prince.
Yeah, if they are actually able to chase down, and if Prince was there at the beginning of the fight, it would have been a different story. Also, I mean, the timing for Closer was very unfortunate for him, but Ghost entering the fight when he did was fantastic, because I don't think Emperor's Divide would have been used in that instance if he had have known that the Aphelios was just off screen. So really cute play there from Ghost, really was able to demonstrate that this Aphelios is well and truly accelerated this game, has nearly a 30 CS advantage right now, and despite the fact that Prince has an extra kill, this Aphelios does need to be respected. 2 items completed now as well, Bloodthirster.
I love the Bloodthirster.
The Gale Force.
The Bloodthirster ability here is so good. That extra shield is going to be extremely valuable into the Azir Sivir. You end up getting caught by the Ricochet or just an Azir Luden's proc. The shield is just going to say no to all of that damage. So Ghost feeling very good about things right now. And look at the build here for BDD. Some heal deny, obviously, and the Leandri's damage. He's got his fully stacked tier, so mana not an issue. And we'll have a stopwatch for this next fight. Nongshim really hitting a big spike here right now before their second Drake fight. So again, Live Sandbox want to fight before things get too crazy for the Aphelios, but I think this is a time where if Nongshim set this up well, it is their fight to take. Kana with a good Narbar here.
Yeah, it does get a hop. It doesn't get the double bounce. Is now Croco. Oh, Encore going to be used, but it's a great buffer there of the Shifting Sands. That gets Closer to relative safety. Gets another Conquering Sensor as well as Croco. He's going to flash out of the way of the Gnar. That was fantastic. And now the final chapter is going to come through. Live Sandbox finding the team fight kind of out of nowhere here as the needlework comes in. Ghost is the target. They're not going to be able to find him just yet as Live Sandbox just brute force control of the river.
Yeah, they brute force control of it, you know, because Croco just eats a bunch of cooldowns, pushes them back, and also BDD, the most important ultimate, he uses it on a target that could just get over the wall. Unfortunately, I mean, it was a great play from Closer. If they catch the Azir, it's a totally different story. Here we go.
Yeah, keep his verdict onto the clone, though, as now Snowflower dives in. That is going to be the Drake secured by Nongshim. Also, Poppy is just being taken out. Dove trying to get himself to relative safety as Prince Prince is looking to just run his way out of the pit. Closer so close to death, and now can he land the house? Yes, he can. Locks down the Azir. The Prince is going to be able to make it out, but that is 3 swift kills in trade for just the cow.
Yeah, that should be a Baron. That second Drake here for Nongshim. They pick that one up, and they have enough damage here with this 2-item Aphelios. BDD going to hold the wave here in mid. He's got enough wave clear. You're really losing nothing right now as Nongshim. And this is such a good turnaround. You can see the value of this Aphelios. 2 items versus a 2-item Prince. Like, yeah, he's 3-0 and 3. He's got 3 kills picked up in this game, but he is just not able to do the same amount of consistent damage here with all of the healing that Ghost has when he has his Severum, when he's got this Bloodthirster. He's going to have a lot more longevity, whereas the Sivir, you know, it almost feels like Prince is playing a KDA game because he does a lot of damage but just can't secure the kills. So he's like, I'm out of here. I'm not going to be sticking around. Spell Shield here is really nice from him. Dub is in the thick of things, but Closer burned out of the fight. And look at the sustain.
Yeah,
Ghost is just he's unkillable, untouchable. And like you said, it's a range issue that Sivir has. Like, outside of her ultimate, where she's just not able to close the gap on this team comp that has so much peel for the Aphelios as well.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. When an Aphelios is in this type of situation where both teams are very happy to get up close and personal, he lines up the right guns and things look absolutely fantastic. And the years really start piling on. Wolf, it's what it feels like as there's the headbutt pulverize onto Croco. A little bit late on the steadfast presence, but he's going to survive. No dropping the beat available for BDD. And yeah, so far so good here for Nongshim. Let's see how they utilize this Baron buff to get themselves a further advantage. So far, it's 1,100 gold, the power play, but they've still got 2 minutes to get a whole lot of value. And there is another turret to go down. So moving up to about 1,600. Kana just keeping himself safe here. And the more they can play around Ghost, the better this Nongshim's going to look. And they haven't been able to make these carry Ghost games work this whole season.
I think, and like we said in the draft, the Aphelios for him has been, I think, the closest we've gotten. He's only won once on it, but he's had a lot of really close games. This game isn't won just yet, but with the items he has here, looking for that 3rd item, Infinity Edge, things are looking very good for his chances right now. His Closer, with this build too, is really one-dimensional in these team fights. Just doesn't have a lot of damage output, whereas BDD does with the Leandries, does have all those extra shields that he can add to the fight, plus movement speed. It's just such a stronger, more well-rounded composition here for Nongshim at a game state like this.
Yeah, and it's once again the first pick Azir that is not necessarily getting all that value. I did have a lot of faith in Nongshim at the beginning, but sorry, in Live Sandbox at the beginning, but Nongshim are just really playing well today.
Yeah, the coordination has been very up and down in this game. We've seen some great calls from them. We've seen some less great calls, but overall, I think Live Sandbox's comp just isn't going to work out in longer team fights, and they couldn't accelerate the Sivir enough. Yeah, she's sitting on 3-0 and 3 now, but in the laning phase, she was extremely far behind. They didn't get to take any of those fights as Dread's got an angle here. No flash, but that's Cyclone.
Yeah, just threatening, and he is going to be threatening enough to make sure this turret does fall down. That is going to only increase that Baron power play close to 3k now as Croco moving around the side, but Dread not going to bite off any bait or anything like that. As now there is a big old and there's a knock up as well. There's just too much CC. You've only got 1 spell shield. The cat is immediately going to be taken down as well as Croco at least survives. But now they don't have their Sivir. This could be absolutely disastrous for Live Sandbox, as this inhibitor is not going to be long for the world. Ghost is just so strong. And he had item disadvantage against the Sivir, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
She spends her entire time in the sky and then dies.
Yeah, it's the CC that Live Sandbox are facing with this composition. It's so strong. There is not any long-term damage outside of the Gwen, because Sivir just cannot match the auto attacks that an Aphelios can, and this is just chain CC. Goodbye, you're dead. You're like, Yumi's not going to save you here. And then, of course, the Yumi dies instantly afterwards. Just pops on top of a Cyclone. No counterplay, and Kanda sets this one up. And now, I mean, we're looking at, that was the first death of either of these 80 carries, right?
Yeah.
Like, Ghost and Prince have both played this game out so well. They played these 80 carries to their full potential, but you could see when Aphelios is given a free ride, those item spikes hit harder. You feel them a lot more. And this is another of those games, like, we haven't seen it yet with the Sivir where we go, okay, what happens in the late game if it's just an even game against the enemy 80 carry? So far, with all the peel that Nongshim have, it's not looking great.
Yep, and it's starting to look like the king of close-range AD carries remains Aphelios. And if you can make sure that everyone is fighting in that vicinity and you have a composition full of very close-range CC, things are going to work. It's starting to really make this Alistar look like an absolute masterstroke.
Yeah, really. At first we were thinking like, okay, I mean, this kind of works with the comp, but it's a lot of comfort for Snowflower. It's an older champion. And I was a little bit worried about it. I was like, ooh, you know, if this one doesn't work out, if he plays it poorly, he's going to be super heavily criticized. We might see another substitution. He and Effort both have a similar champion pool. But no, he's played it very well, especially in that first Rift Herald fight. That's where the big exchange happened for him, but he's ulted really well. He's gotten caught a few times, but it works out so well to make sure Ghost survives in 5v5 team fights. Yeah, we can harp on some of the smaller mechanical errors for this player later, but in terms of the win conditions, Nongshim's pulling it off.
Yeah, 100%. Level 16 now for Ghost as well. Still has that slight advantage when it comes to CS, but that doesn't really matter now as we've really started to hit our item spikes. And Nongshim, if they can have another team fight like they have been throughout this entire game, it could just be lights out for Live Sandbox in this first game.
I think the only real opportunity here for Live Sandbox is a big combo whiff, like BDD messes up his ultimate, goes to like wastes his Moonlight Vigil, and somehow you just have this War of Attrition win. Dove doesn't have his Void Staff just yet. It's a big problem with the Force of Nature that Kana is holding on to right now. He's got that plus a Randuin's, so he's kind of got both sides of the coin here. It's so difficult to kill him. You can see the Negatron Cloak is also picked up here for Dread. Without that Void Staff, I just think this is not a winnable fight for Live Sandbox right now, any fight that they could potentially take. And this is the same problem we had on the first Rift Herald. It's like, do you want to take this one, Live Sandbox? They took the second one and failed. They walked away from the first one. If you walk away from this one, you're going to lose your base. It's a catch-22 problem.
And this is Crescendum Baron. This is going down extraordinarily quickly. Croco trying to get in there, but the headbutt. The bodyguard here with the cow is going to be good. Final chapter comes on through, though. It might be a 50-50. Croco gets knocked into the pit, and it's going to be stolen by the Poppy after he was dead. What the heck just happened? It doesn't really matter, though, because Nongshim is still going to stomp the team fight. Emperor's Divide lands onto one, and it does not matter. That's the ace. And Nongshim will win game one. Yeah,
I don't know how that was stolen. I guess red buff maybe is what burned through there after he died, unless it was an error or a bug with our UI. It just showed up weird, but it doesn't matter. We don't care about who has the Baron because Nongshim is going to take the Nexus. That's what the Baron power play is. It's negative Nexus.
Yeah, the good old Baron for Nexus trade, and it wasn't even your Baron to take. Oh my goodness, Nongshim out of the gates absolutely amazingly here today. And I don't know what happened between last week and this one, but it is looking fantastic for this squad.
Yeah, really clean. And I think Nongshim came in, you could see it on their faces tonight. This is the first time we've seen Nongshim walk into the studio with an attitude of, we're walking in, win or lose, we're going to play our best. You know, it's been a long time since we've seen that. It feels like otherwise it's been so hopeless. We've seen a lot of players looking sad, and ever since BDD got that Penta, things have looked different, and this composition was so good at shutting down the power of Sivir's early mid, and they grouped up on objectives faster. I think that if Live Sandbox is on those Heralds first, then you can't use the Seraphine as well. You're not going to be wanting to fight that fight with the Alistar as much, but Nongshim knew, okay, if we get these early objectives and play around them, Live Sandbox is Live Sandbox. They're either going to try to fight us, or they'll kind of flounder in the macro, and
yeah,
we saw kind of both there, and I voted for Kana this game. I thought his Gnar was absolutely fantastic. It was a really great game for him. Good showing from Snowflower. This is a hopeful Nongshim game.
It definitely is. Definitely is. I think my vote probably would have gone to Snowflower, but mainly because I was just amazed that he made this Alistar look so incredibly good. It's an off-meta pick at this point in time. Difficult one to make work in lane, but they dominated from the laning phase until the very end of the game. And yeah, he got caught out of position a couple of times. Doesn't actually matter. He did his job fantastically well.
I think we can absolutely forgive some of those deaths because what he did in the fights that mattered was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, and Cow goes in, right? Cow doesn't come out. That's just how it works. And Snowflower definitely did exactly what he needed to do. Dread also dying level 1, like level 3 or something like that.
Yeah, the first scuttle fight.
Yeah, fighting over a scuttle looked a little bit odd. And we were thinking, oh dear, we're going the way of the Nongshim once again. But things after that really did start to turn around. And look what happens when the bottom lane does well, Wolf. Nongshim starts looking real good. Yep. We are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, it is going to be the analytical carpet space. And then, of course, game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
번째.
바질이 W 이렇게 맞았다. 앞에 막았다. 앞에 막았다. 앞에부터. 나 이거 싸움봐.
오.
탈진.
뺏기긴 했다.
위에 11. 11을 볼게. 11. 미드 라인 가면 끝난다 얘들아. 미드 가면 끝난다. 맞아. 나이스. 좋았다 얘들아.
이거지.
이거야 우리야.
이거야. 이거 하고 싶었다고.
가자.
Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Meganar, and 3 of them are under the turrets. Prince is living though. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. What? Spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G.
야 앞에 때려줘.
야호! 죽어라!
아 나이스.
In fact, we saw the hook land into the ground. The solar flare also not going to hit. I think that, did Zeka just? No, he didn't. Okay, Canyon going to pick up that one. Follow-up engage comes in as Potion gets a massive play onto that back line. This guy is just insane from ahead. How does he keep doing this?
I think he'll take that. I think this has not been the cleanest game.
They're trying to go for a fight here. We got the Taric ultimate on 2 as trying to get a front line here for aiming. Maybe he did just pick up that IE. Not sure it's going to matter as BDD is just unkillable. Flashes in, going to get into the back line here. Double kill for him as Vikla, he's nearly unkillable, but BDD is just a monster at this point, is aiming the last one standing. But the zoom in from Jonah Strong means that this one is over. Nongsin will bring us to a game 3. Pentakill here for BDD.
봐줄래? 이거 앞에 봐줘 이거. 나 펜타. 펜타다. 줄 수 있냐?
나 기동 5초.
끌었어.
펜타. 나이스.
와우. 펜타킬.
태어나서 펜타 처음 해보자. 와, 첫 승리다.
Yeah, Dove is going to get a knot onto Ellum into the wall as there's the assault and battery. Ellum goes golden. Fate just waiting in the brush, looking for his moment, but there is the kill. The bailout came down as well as now Fate is just dead. Kane still with a fair bit of damage here, but Closer finds the back line. He's going to go golden as well as Teddy was stunned up the backflip so easy.
야 리산 넘어갔다. 야 써봐. 비고.
and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler here, and we're going to break down what seems to be Gnome finally finding some success in their game. And this wasn't just, BDD picking up a penta against KT. This just looked like a straight-up outplaying from Gnome throughout the day, or throughout the game, I should say. And what did you think about this draft to start off?
Yeah, there were some moments in the draft. I personally, as the cause has pointed out as well, I'm not a fan of first pick Azir. The issue, mainly though, for the Sandbox draft was that this is effectively triple scaling because Azir, Gwen both need to hit their items. Sivir can fight early if the setup is really good, but ideally also wants to be looking at the very least at 2 items. Yeah. And especially once you get the IE, that's when the crit AD carries really start to get rolling. And even with the Yuumi, which can really help snowball the game if you're very far ahead. They never really got to that point. I think their mid game was a little shaky. And this comp doesn't really have CC. So if you fight, barring like Croco engaging, which he tried very hard, and then it's 0 ult, and that's basically it. And like good luck getting 0 ult into the Nongshim team. It really made it hard for Liv Sandbox, like once they fell behind, to get catches, and I think that truly is what makes that team good. I think the Gwen on top of the Azir really was the killing blow. If you go one of these two, you're fine. For Nongshim, it's really straightforward front to back comp. Like the Seraphine, Finka was utilized well. Ghost has looked very comfortable on the Phalios. The Alistair early on was a little shaky, but it works really well with the rest of the comp. So yeah, just a good, relatively easy to execute comp. Front to back, you have some dive elements, and then you have a Phalios for the big cleanup.
Yeah, pretty straightforward from Gnomes, and I think that really helped their play because as a team, they just have not looked much like a team. That has been the big difference maker here in this one. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was the play on to Herald. Liv Sandbox kind of forcing this one, but Nongshim get there early. They get position. They know they can fight early, and they set this up very nice.
Yeah, so Keeper's Verdict doesn't hit anyone. Dove isn't at the start of this fight, and as we're going to see, the damage from Sandbox this early on is just really lacking. You just don't have that much going on for you. If you isolate a member, like we've seen Sandbox do in the past, they really rely on this Croco, like going in, slamming someone into a wall, blowing them up. That's how a lot of their fights go, and then yeah, they get the steal here, just like they steal the Baron. It's actually a really funny precursor to how the game ends. Yeah. Where it was a Q2 from Poppy that actually, it took us what, like 3 tries replaying it in very slow speed was our one to catch. But what you're seeing there is Sandbox doing what they love to do, which is fight. When you don't really have the CC, you don't hit the Keeper's Verdict, you don't have a big Azir ult, and then the comp just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I think if you're getting good engages and you're playing from ahead.
That's a Gnar instead of a Gwen.
Yeah, something like that. Or we've seen many times in the past, Croco just Keeper's Verdict someone out of the fight, and then they like force a 5v4, and then they have enough damage, right?
Exactly.
But if they're getting engaged upon 5v5 relatively early on in the game with this comp, it's not really going to work. And once they fell behind, we actually saw that Ghost was able to carry on the Aphelios. He had the Seraphine right next to him, kind of just supporting with a very easy to play front to back. Kana also had a great game. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which can kind of show how this comp essentially plays itself out.
Yeah, because Croco has to engage, because there is no other engage. And then they get a lot of damage down here, but you do see like a lot of this is going to Snowflower, some of it is going into Dread's Clone, and Ghost gets taken a little bit low, but at this point he already has a BT finished, so he's not too bothered by the whole ordeal. Crucially also, there is still the Keeper's Verdict available. And this Mountain Drake for Liv Sandbox really, or the Mountain Rift rather, really not quite working out from Croco getting the knockback on the clone as well. And then as a result, Dread picks up this, but that is really not even the important part. The problem is that they're all stuck in a pit, and you have the same issue again because of that first fight that they took, and because of a couple of skirmishes here where I think the only one that really looked good was the topside one where Prince picked up a couple of kills, but instead you're trying to fight with an Azir that just doesn't really do that much. The Mountain Drake also very good into an Azir that effectively went for like a Shadow Flame build, so all the resistances really add up. And I think Liv Sandbox kind of went for a draft where you have to hang back a little bit more, but the Sandbox really don't do that. And Nongshim played it out really cleanly as well. I think BDD also, to me, his ultimates were really big, and he was the one that made Ghost shine the way that he did.
Yeah, again, pretty straightforward for them to kind of just get ahead and then start winning fights. They've been having trouble with one guy going in alone and not really looking for much. Let's take a look at the POG of this one. It will be Kana on the Gnar. Not a huge surprise on this one.
Yeah, I initially went for Kana and then last minute swapped my vote to BDD. So if you're ever taking a test, don't just go with your gut instinct. Yeah. Don't swap away. because it's never going to work out. Kana, to me, had a couple of, well, this is literally the game-ending pick, but had a couple of really good moments throughout this game where he had the one oopsie, like the really big oopsie, where he got killed in the bot side river, where it felt kind of unfortunate, but I think he was the one who split up many fights where you have Prince doing damage, but just hitting Kana, and then Closer not really doing anything because he's a Zero. And he's just autoing an R, and it really doesn't do anything. So, yeah, I think a split vote here is quite nice. A lot of Snowflower votes as well, I think had a good game.
Yeah, you were the only one that went for BDD. That's
Okay,
fine.
yeah, no, I like I said, I went with Kana initially, and I doubted myself.
Seraphine enjoyers in the chat, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Chronicler, one of you. Let's go, guys, on to game number 2, though. We are ready, so back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Snowflower absolutely robbed. I think the Alistair was definitely cow of the game for me, 100%.
I
Split
definitely
makes sense.
When I saw it was Kana, I thought I was going to be the odd man out. When I saw Kana actually got it, I was like, is it going to be a 4? I thought it was going to be a 4 out of 13 with how split it was going to be. It was a 5, but yeah, I think Ghost also had a fantastic game, obviously, and you know, I'm excited to see what happens here as we see the drafts evolve for both teams, because, you know, as Live Sandbox, this is a draft that's the draft they played in Game 1 is very difficult to execute in a even game state, and they couldn't force the fights they wanted to take because of that Seraphine pick, which I think was really the crux of why this composition worked so well for Nongshim, even though Kana picks up PUG, and obviously the Alistair pick worked really well with the Seraphine there. But it was a great adaptation from Nongshim, and Live Sandbox really falling flat in the mid-game, not able to hit that same power that we saw just yesterday from Gumayusi on the Sivir pick.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of what they were saying on the desk about the fact that there was just not enough CC to enable this composition to actually work out. The way that T1 played around the Sivir was much more different as well. They focused on getting turret plates early to accelerate towards those couple of items that were able to be picked up. And Prince never really got off the ground, unfortunately. So let's see whether they enable Prince a little bit better in this draft coming up, or whether it's just, well, we'll just prioritize the Aphelios again because that works a lot more cleanly for us, as Rise is going to skip the ban for number 1 as they do put Talia up there instead. The Tally Cali going to be coming out a little bit earlier here.
Yeah. I think they're fishing a little bit more because the Rise ban forces the Sylas ban. And now that it hasn't come through, they will probably look for it. But I'd love to see banning the Wukong instead.
Interesting.
And they can take the Sylas here if it's left open. I think BDD, again, is not interested in that pick at all.
But also,
Nongshim should ban it.
Yeah, this is the thing. If Live Sandbox do pick the Sylas, though, Nongshim have the BDD Pentakiller Rise as the answer. That has worked very well with that Sylas pick.
I wonder if Live Sandbox think they have a different answer to that. Okay, Poppy banned in response, so a lot is open here. The Gnar, the Sylas, the Rise, obviously Yuumi as well, another issue potentially, and the Aphelios could also go through. Like, we very rarely see the first 6 bans look like this, so I actually like the Aphelios takeaway here. It's Prince. Ghost has looked, again, in my opinion, by far the best on this champion, and he just won with it in the previous set. So BDD also not a big Sylas enjoyer, so you don't feel worried about giving that one away. Might lose the Gnar here, but if you do, then Closer could pick up the Sylas. So I actually think this was a pretty clever way to respond to what Nongshim has banned here for Live Sandbox.
I wonder whether Nongshim just throw the gauntlet and just go Gnar Rise and just say, well, you can play the Sylas if you want to, but we just don't care. Trundle going to be locked in instead, though, as Dread gets the next cab off the rank when it comes to the junglers at the moment. I think Poppy, Trundle have really been up there as far as the priority, but Trundle often an answer to the Poppy, so an interesting pick.
I think Sylas is insanely strong into Trundle because you can get subjugate value early on some early fights, plus obviously the power of stealing the Gnar ultimate away.
Yeah.
This feels like such a given right now to pick that one up, and the other one you're looking at is maybe something like a Nautilus here to deny that from Snowflower and have a strong lane. The Tom Kent was already removed as a kind of deterrent to the Aphelios here, and I think that, you know, Kyle is happy to just play something else here now, then respond to the Gnar pick later on. You will lose the Poppy, though, if you go down the support role here.
Yep. Well, I mean, Poppy's already banned.
Oh, true. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Not as much of an issue.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess, yeah, it just feels pretty easy, just Nautilus here. Yeah.
Yeah.
If no Poppy.
It took away the entire problem with your calculation there, Wolf.
Yeah.
And so therefore the answer just presented itself in the form of a Big Daddy. As this is exactly what Nongshim were doing. They were, we'll bait the Rise, the Silas pick with these two beautiful ultimates that he can pick up, and then BDD will smash it in lane with his Rise pick. So Nongshim got exactly what they wanted, and I'm very interested to see whether it's actually going to work.
Yeah.
Because it is definitely a huge risk because of the value that Silas has got. Of course, he's better now. We know this, has been for a very long time. And his position at the moment in the meta is very, very strong. Gwen going to be taken away here from Dove, so not going to be able to use that as an answer to the Gnar. And I'd imagine Gangplank probably going to be removed as well.
Yeah, Gangplank will be the answer. We'll see Yuumi gone. And Lucian is up, but I don't think you feel very good about playing Lucian into this comp right now. It's a lot of CC because Silas can take the Gnar. Obviously, they have a Nautilus, so very risky to do so. They do not ban the Gangplank, though. They ban Krako's Lee Sin instead. And obviously, Dove could potentially play it in the top lane, but very unlikely. Now, I'm curious to see if this is going to be another support ban, or if they just want to take away something like Isaiah here and be like, Ghost, I just don't want you to play a comfortable AD carry in this situation at all.
Yeah, Lucian's also available, but I think Aphelios is kind of okay into that matchup.
Yeah, I don't think you're worried about Lucian here as Live Sandbox.
Draven's a good one. Ghost, of course, a Draven player of old, and so getting rid of that from his wheelhouse, a good idea.
Yeah, I do like this.
They
Definitely
can.
a better version of Lucian for Ghost, I'd say.
Yep, no, I would agree. They can go with a Lucian Nami if they would like to. I just don't think that it's going to have the same sort of value.
I mean, in a lot of... okay.
Oh, cool.
Well, it's not going to have a Yuumi attached to it this time, though, if they do lock this one away. Yeah, I like the Xayah way better. I think that would have been another ban they could have went for there, but the thing about the Lucian Nami lane is we've seen so many times Nongshim try to play around this bottom 2v2 and win it to get tempo. It has never really worked, and I've been personally very critical of them trying to run the Lucian lanes in the past, the Kalista lanes, but Xayah definitely a lot more comfort here for Ghost with the champions available.
Yeah, I just don't like Xayah at the moment. I just think that whenever she's picked, she just doesn't do anything. But maybe that's just a product of who's been picking it and how it's been working in these drafts.
Those are often related, you know?
Yeah. It does get picked into the Aphelios a heck of a lot. It's a lot of what people really like to do. As this is what I was talking about before. Of course, Dove's undefeated on this on. Feels bad picking it into Trundle, but just pick for your composition, right?
Yeah.
And Live Sandbox, if they have the on, then that CC problem they had last time, taken care of. Nautilus and on, that's all of your CC requirements in one go, plus they have better Gnar, they have better Featherstorm, they have Subjugate on Silas as well. That is two big, beefy front lines now, given the Subjugate value that they could potentially get.
I think that there's not a whole lot of quick burst damage for Liv Sandbox to punish the Renata when she's doing vision checks. Okay, I was going to say the reason why the Renata is being covered more or being considered here, I think, is it's a great deterrent to the Silas Gnar hijack, where he hijacks the Gnar ultimate and then, you know, engages. It's a really nice response there. Rakan could do some of that for you as well. I think Rakan, though, is a very much more complex champion to play than Renata in this meta. So I was feeling like, okay, maybe if you want to play the defensive Renata for Snowflower, it's easier to play, works well with your composition. Rakan can be strong here for different reasons, obviously. Works great with Xayah, can have the same sort of disengage opportunities, but if you mess it up, you are so squishy, you will die so quickly to the Aphelios damage, the Silas who can catch you there, the Orange CC. So a lot of pressure on Snowflower here. Again, picked up several votes on the Alistair in the previous game. I think really surprised a lot of us with how well he performed.
Yeah.
So I don't want to doubt him this second time around, but I think it is going to be a difficult composition to execute here for Nongshim. They pick the Gnar into the Silas, and you know this comes with a lot of caveats as to how you have to play this one out.
Yeah. Sandbox as well. I liked it because it sounded like Send It, Sandbox, but I think it's actually just how you spell Sandbox in Korean. But I'm going to read it as Sendbox because they have been sending it real hard. And it doesn't matter what kind of composition they have, they are reliably going to send it. But I really liked sort of the start of the draft for Nongshim, and I think that it definitely does have a lot of ways to win. The Ryze matchup into the Sylas is what they were going for with the beginning of the draft, but the sacrifices that they made in order to get there, I just don't know whether it's going to be enough. And yes, they've got Subjugate for an Ornn. They have the Ryze into Sylas, but they've also given Live Sandbox a much better composition cohesively than what they had last time around, and definitely fits their playstyle much more.
Agreed. It's going to be a very tough one to pull off here, Nongshim.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. Canna once again on the Nah. He had a great game last time, picked up player of the game. We'll see whether they can do it again here in game number 2. Ooh, Nongshim fans are a little bit louder that time. I think they're beginning to believe, Wolf. You know, to quote Morpheus a little bit here, I think they are definitely getting more and more used to having some good games. Last time against KT, it was 1 good game, though. And they need to have it to be 2 good games in a series. Last time, they won on red side, though. We've had no switch when it comes to the sides, but the compositions look very, very different. The only thing that has stayed the same is the fact that Canna is still on the Nah. This is the champion that he looked absolutely amazing on when Nongshim faced T1 for the first time, for example. Picked up a quadra kill on this Nah.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether it is going to once again be a focal point here for Nongshim.
Nongshim, you know, if they win this, it will put them at 3 wins, just a few behind Kwangdong Freaks, as the level of play I think we've seen from Kwangdong versus Nongshim, you know, in recent times, especially for Nongshim, feels like there's a huge gap there. But in terms of game wins, like series wins, actually not that big of a difference between the two of them. Kwangdong sitting at 4 wins to Nongshim's 2. So
yeah,
it's still possible for Nongshim and for Kwangdong, of course, to make playoffs if a lot of losses go through, if KT really drops the ball towards the later parts, or DRX, both sitting at 7. So this is not a doomsday scenario for Nongshim. If they lose the next 2, they will be out. But we're still looking for potentially a bit of an upset win here. And Live Sandbox are a team that do every now and then trip and stumble at this stage of the season where you're starting to believe, as you mentioned, Dove's Ornn, 5-0 on the champion. But yeah, I think this draft, for Nongshim, last time we were like, okay, I think it's a strong draft, but I don't know if the coordination will be there. This time I'm like, yeah, it's an okay draft, but Live Sandbox just got everything better. And in terms of the meta, they have the Sylas into the Gnar, the Sylas into the Trundle. You feel really good about the scaling aspects of this draft. And there's not as many checks in the positive column for Nongshim. This time you're like, okay, I don't really like the draft, but you looked really good in game 1. It's kind of the opposite effect.
No, I agree. I just think that this is going to be the biggest problem, right? Because Prince and Kyle are just going to have a free lane. We've seen Zayas do basically nothing in the laning phase against Aphelios as they just get a free time moving towards the mid to late game. As you can tell, not a huge fan.
This time it better not be Lethality Zaya. There is no reason.
It is. I mean, he's picked up Airy, so it's Lethality Zaya. Wolf, it's the worst case scenario.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what else would you take here if you were gonna like? If you were going to go for not lethality, but you want to get something, like, why? I just want to make like a way where he took carry for a different reason and isn't going to go lethality side.
No.
But he's with his long sword start here. I'm like, yeah. It's not going to be good in this lane. Now, if Trundle camps the bottom side, we might eat our words here if Dread can set up some kills, but I don't think that is going to be the case here into this Aphelios Nautilus, one of the toughest champions to dive in the support role.
Yeah, also it is hard to dive the lethality Zyre as well, as Hook is going to connect here onto Snowflower. He's not too worried about it. Battle Dance available, things like this, and he'll be fine. Q goes wide there from Princes. Yeah, I mean, I think the theory is that Zyre, the lethality version, is good against the Aphelios in lane. We just haven't really seen it demonstrated. Yeah. It must be working in scrims, but not necessarily here on the LoL Park stage.
And also, I think it's good against a lot of other comps that have squishy mid laners. It's Sylas in this case, though, is very survivable. It's Ornn on the top side.
Oh, Canner's just going to dive forward. Dove taking a whole host of damage as Dread going to avoid the knock-up very nicely. And there's a flash, but there's also a kill. Nongshim take everything from the top lane of Live Sandbox.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate that Dove wastes Flash there while also dying, because it's a really tough gank to respond to in general. Here's the Ornn that far up in the lane. Pillar's super strong.
Also loses Cannon as well. It's like complete disaster.
Yeah, he just got totally robbed. Oh, he's going to miss that melee minion as well, looks like. But look, at the end of the day, huge successful gank here for Dread. Now has the power to respawn and go bottom side, which is where he's going right now. Will, of course, path down there as he takes the rest of his camps, path top early. And now, you know, with the Dirk online here for the Xayah, like maybe there's an angle. Maybe we see 2 high-impact plays here from Dread. This feels like a Freaka Dread to me, you know, the early roam, coming over, early gank, I should say, coming over here with a setup lane. You know, we saw it, obviously, with Keen quite a lot. Now, this time, it's going to be with Kana, trying to play for a little bit of strong side control with Gnar.
Yeah, it's like, I actually love this from Dread because he's like, Live Sandbox, you're supposed to be the scrappy team. I invented scrappy play, man. Like, when Dread debuted, that was all he did over and over again. It was very similar to Malrang when he made his way in on Ever 8 Winners all those years ago. As Nongshim gonna have to deal with this, as Snowflower is in a whole lot of trouble. He's gonna flash, gets himself out of the way. As Croco now stuck in the wall, actually has to flash to get himself out of this one, and now Closer also having to flash away. Kyle's the only one to hold on to his, and he is gonna be able to lumber his way out. So I guess kinda worth, as it's, well, I mean, maybe it's just even.
That's pretty even.
2 flashes for 2 flashes.
I'd say the Rise flash being down here for BDD hurts more than Closer having his flash down, because obviously he's Silas and doesn't need it as much, and will be able to, of course, steal a lot of ultimates to close gaps. And he stole Snowflowers in this last exchange to try to pick off the support.
Well, there is a grand exit. And Snowflower can do this. Of course, you can search for the Viego a little bit. Wasn't able to actually lock him down. As you can see, the bottom lane is going to be the focal point for both of these teams right now. You were asking whether we were going to see a little bit of that in this game, and it looks like we've got a bit of an answer.
The Dread, you know, having to come help out in the mid lane instead of having a gank angle here on the bottom side is really frustrating, because now Croco is down here. He isn't going to be able to do anything with this Dirk that Ghost has picked up early here. And unfortunately, Ghost didn't end up getting a nice trade or anything like that when it was just an isolated 1v1 between him and Prince. So, even landscape here. Again, Dread comes down, but he's seen. Croco doesn't have 6, but he doesn't need it here to defend. It's red-white. Really unfortunate timing here. So, the attempt there onto Snowflower really shapes actually how this bottom lane works for Dread right now, because he's coming down this perfect time to try to look for a gank. Now, this will lead to a Drake at least, but they wanted more.
Yep. BDD does have Oblivion Orb first. So really just playing for the lane. We knew that this is why he picked it, but he's like, no, Kingslayer value, not happening, not going to be a thing. I'm shutting that down straight away. I don't know whether I agree with it. However, I do understand it.
Yeah.
As Prince just going to be shoving this one out. Doesn't exactly have item advantage right now, but does have movement speed advantage with those Berserker's Greaves already completed. Snowflower and Ghost pretty happy right here. And Featherstorm availability does mean that Ghost's teamfight capabilities go up like massively. Means he's impossible to dive. And so this more weak side bottom lane is going to be working. And as I say that, Snowflower's going to get hooked. But if Snowflower gets hooked, it's kind of
okay.
alright.
Yeah, that's okay. And if Ghost gets hooked, it's okay, but you know he'll lose his crucial ultimate.
Yeah, I'd say like a lot less okay.
Yeah, feels worse.
Yeah, probably would be okay.
And like, this is a really awkward spot for Live Sandbox, only because it's Live Sandbox. I think a lot of teams would be happy just be like, oh, okay, we don't need this first Rift Herald. Whereas Live Sandbox, it's in their bones, it's in their DNA. They're like, we can't let Dread have this, and I have a control ward on this, and I know he's over here. And Duff is coming over, and Silas is sitting under turret, doesn't have flash, wants to come over here, but BDD has full prio control, which is why the Rise has been a really nice counter pick here. And I think that, once again, the Live Sandbox, yeah, you've got the Ornn Horn here, but you do not want to force this fight.
Now Dread is going to back away, as Silas did make it into the river. Canna up here, though, will be able to get himself a plate. There is a Demolish proc as well. So Canna's kind of chilling, having a good time.
Yeah, this is the power of, you know, trying to force like this as Live Sandbox when you don't have mid control. As Dove's like, I'll come over here, but then you lose a plate, and he has to come slowly over again. This repeats itself.
Yep. As here's the Ornn Horn that we were looking at. Croco trying to find Dread here, as he is brittle, but not only for a moment, as now that's a huge Gnar from Canna, gets them all into the wall, but the Trundle's going to be taken down, the Gnar as well. Snowflower knocks everyone up, and Liv Sandbox is just somehow living. The Wallop will come down, and now Canna finally picks up the double kill. Can he make it more, though, is the question. Chains don't land. Closer is huge, as Snowflower gets the knock up, but the damage has been done, and it's a double from the Silas to answer right back.
So Silas will pick up 2 kills, 2 assists. He's 100% kill participation in the only real fight of this game. And they will also take the Rift Herald home. So definitely a huge win here on the side of Liv Sandbox, but it was very close to disaster. Because this is Dread. He's got his ultimate available on the Trundle. Closer steals the Gnar ultimate away. It's really nice here with the follow-up knockup. And I mean, at that moment in time, it looks very doomed. And then we're all in the same place for the knockup to come through for Snowflower, but there's no follow-up damage, unfortunately. And BD's Realm Warp there was also very not ideal, let's say, because he just put himself into the thick of things, doesn't have any utility at this point, or the damage to just be walking in like that in melee range when the Gnar ultimate is stolen away.
Yeah, the value of the Silas here, absolutely fantastic. I may have actually misspoke. It's hard to know whose Gnar is doing what when they're sharing pixels, and also the animation looks the same.
And everybody's layered on top. There's like 10 champions
yeah,
in the
it's
same
like
circle.
everyone's stunned against the same wall all at the same time. It's like, I mean, Gna's happened, just not entirely sure who's won.
Yeah, I just don't like it when League of Legends looks like that. Usually not a good look for both teams when that's happening, but hey, their comps are really strong at this type of fight around this type of zone because of all the ultimates Nongshim has, and then Closer has a lot of ultimates he could steal.
Well, Dove is now having to deal with this big old Conqueror Gnar, getting it into the wall there as he also throws the house through. And Canna is a bit upset about how that fight went. He's like, no, I'm going to dominate this. And does do so. So 2-1-1 on the Gnar as the dust settled. So he's getting very close to that Trinity Force. So this Gnar is going to have to be respected as the game goes on. Croco trying to get out of here as Dread comes on through. Kyle, yeah, he's going to be in trouble. The Graviton is going to be there with the Moonlight Vigil, but Ghost is still able to mop up that kill. The Flash immediately having to come out. Battle Dance gets Snowflower over the wall, but Croco immediately follows and isn't able to find anything. In the meantime, Canna has taken plates.
Kana is winning this top side so hard that every time Liv Sandbox forces a bad fight, they get more value on the top side. Now Rift Herald is going to be dropped mid. It's not all, rainbows and roses here for Nongshim, but their macro is definitely far superior so far in this series. A lot of plates going over to this Gnar. Will be some extra gold for Closer, who's extremely fed.
Yep.
So, again, there are some serious glaring problems for Nongshim, but at the end of the day, it could have been much worse. They get a pick, of course, for this Xayah early on, and are able to get some plates top side. 3 plates in total going down, and Nongshim keeping gold parity despite that team fight loss.
They definitely are. So much of it is on Canna's shoulders as well. Fantastic to see him playing up to that POG form we saw in game number 1. Nongshim have a habit of running out of gas, after a win. We've seen that stringing them together is difficult for this team. As Liv Sandbox, they are going to be able to take their first Drake of the game. We'll be able to check out which soul it's going to be as well, as it's a Cloud Soul. So we're in my happy places. Now Dove, not going to be in his happy place, but the Realm Warp is not going to be committed to as there is 0 minion wave.
But still, Kana's just going to get this Gnar bar and push this wave in, and is going to look for another Demolish proc here, and he's just continuing to do so much damage here to Dove's turret, and he's looking for another plate, and he's going to get rewarded. Once he becomes Mini Gnar again, he could just auto those, of course, from range. Wants to dodge the knockup, is unsuccessful. But look at the trade here.
Hyperproc's definitely good. That is a very defensive Ornhorn. No flash for Canna, though, as he's now just trying to fight this one back. There is a Croco in the vicinity, as Dread is also moving up, but the Viego not going to commit to anything, and as we can see, he's got a whole bunch of jungle that he needs to get towards now. Ghost finishes his Eclipse.
Well played from Dove. He defends the plate. And, okay, Kana fakes a back, but he's not going to actually commit to grabbing this money. And without knowing where Croco is, I think this is the right call.
Yep.
When we're talking about 160 gold here, Kana would love to take, but doesn't want to actually turn this game back around on its head, because look at his lead right now. He's almost 1,500 gold up.
Yeah, it's massive.
You just don't need that 160. You're already winning it. Don't take a heavy risk play at this stage. Good, smart call from Kana, who's got a lot of experience in this matchup.
But Dove is the king of low econ, Wolf.
Yeah, it's
this
very
is his
true.
happy place. 2,000 gold, that's when he really starts to feel good about how his matchup's going. For Naga, it used to be the 0-2 power spike. For Dove, it's the down 2,000 gold power spike. He's like, I'm the underdog story, and I am ready to now win the game. So this is definitely Liv Sandbox in a position in this game that I think is way more Liv Sandbox than we saw in game number 1. Like, that was with Dove playing a carry, which, you know, when he was a mid laner, he was definitely more capable of doing so. But as he's turned into this top laner of such a high utility, it's definitely been more about that, as he's now going to have to deal with Kano, who's just killed his turret.
Yeah, he did not get the final plates, but he will get the final health bar, and he's going to take first turret for his squad, and all that money that's going to go into his pocket here. And, you know, Dove is just not... Okay, hold on.
Yeah, Snowflower's going to have his quickness stolen, but uses his, and it is going to be okay. Closer picks up a quickness as well, and definitely one of the better hijacks that you can utilize, so... That's another one to add to the list.
Yeah,
we'd already spoken about the Subjugate and the Gnar at length.
Not the first time he's taken it this game, but also not the second. It's the second time he's taken it and failed to get a kill onto Snowflower, but at least is able to force Snowflower's ult out. His hijack is on a shorter cooldown. He has a lot of great ultimates he can steal around Second Herald, so I like the play here. He is so ahead right now that he can try to force fights like this and can even then go over to a side lane and feel fine. He has teleport. So Liv Sandbox, they don't get the kill they wanted there, but they will take Second Herald, which will be a guaranteed turret for them, probably in mid or bottom. With the amount of health this turret has, or lack thereof, I think probably just going to get insta-dropped here. Although they might wait. Nope, not going to wait for the Drake. I was going to say, you could wait for the Drake.
Liv Sandbox? No, that's not the thing that we do here. As Snowflower's trying to get out, and Dread might need to do the same thing. He does ult, and that is going to keep him alive. King's Tribute helping him out as well, but Croco looking for another one. They just execute the Trundle, and now Closer is going to find yet another target. The Xayah, just a sitting duck, and BDD underneath his turret. He's not safe here. He does have to break his stopwatch, but that should keep him alive for a moment, but they are licking their wounds after that.
Yeah, and the defensive setup here for Nongshim to stop a Rift Herald from crashing is really hopeful, I think, at best. And they're almost able to stop it from crashing through, but once it does, their choice to commit to deleting it is exposed because the turret then disappears and there is no bastion for them to hide behind and cower behind this turret and hope for the best. Because look at how far up they go to try to stop this Herald. Like, this is not a commitment to, like, all right, we want to force a team fight. They want to stop a crash. They fail to do so. Nautilus ult plus the Ornhorn come through. It's an instant deletion of the bottom duo. And, like, I mean, Snowflower gets out, but it's at the cost of so much here. Stopwatch used here for BDD. They get the whole turret.
Yeah, and kind of also teleports, like, after everything has already happened. The gold isn't going to change too much, as of course that first turret blood went down for Nongshim, but I just don't see how this story gets any better, right? Because if you pick the Xayah, you're sort of like handshaking the range situation. You're going for a far more, we can just have more CC in the area. Blade Caller can be very valuable if you're fighting for quite some time. But if they just like blow up Ghost before he gets any value with his Featherstorm, then it's just...
It's a really similar situation to what we saw last game with the Sivir, actually, where like if you just have item parity with the Aphelios, when he hits 2 items, he's going to be feeling way better than when you hit your 2 if you don't have a massive lead on the mat. And usually you're not hitting it at the same time as the Aphelios if you have that lead.
Well, he's going to get a double knock up here. Deals with a lot of these minions, but now the turret is dead. Pillar goes down there as well, as Snowflower does have the quickness activated, but these are 2 pretty tanky boys. So they are going to be able to walk it off. Still, inner turret goes down, and that is a lot of value here for Nongshim.
Nongshim have just gotten so much value in terms of the macro here of this game without the power of the Rift Herald. If they had, won the Rift Herald fight earlier, and, the second one, of course, they didn't take, they would have a massive gold lead in the power that they've had macro-wise here around this Gnar and controlling the top side. So grabbing an inner, going to give them a lot of extra gold across the team. But again, these small victories here in turrets doesn't give them enough of a gold lead right now where you feel very confident about their chances to win the rest of these mid-game fights around Drakes, because we're 5 minutes away from now, soul point here for Liv Sandbox. We could be in a situation where they have that already, but at least Nongshim were able to keep it 1-for-1 early. But I'm really worried about Nongshim's ability to turn this composition into a late-game powerhouse, because all of the gold that Kana has advantaged here is great for sidelining in the early parts of the game, but later on, not going to be as strong, and Orange is going to do his job.
Well, he's doing his job right now, just being a stalwart defender of this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. Prince and Kyle going to turn up yet again, and Croco is there as well. And I agree with you. I just don't see where the upside is for Nongshim. When does it get better? When are they able to hit that scaling point? They won't, because it's Lethality's Eye. You don't scale, and especially when you're against a Giga Tank in the form of the Ornn.
Yeah, like, Kana gets half of Dov's health bar, and then he's like, okay, cool, I'm just going to surrender a turret and regen that while we get something else elsewhere on the map. And the rest of the team is playing around the fact that the one place where Nongshim can find power is in this Ornn, or rather, sorry, in this Gnar. And we saw them get a turret, then a second turret because of this. But that gold has been somewhat meaningless, because having a gold lead on an Gnar into an Ornn is only temporarily valuable. And then later on, both of these champions are just going to be, you know, team fight CC. Closer can steal that Gnar ultimate away and then actually carry a fight. Aphelios will be able to carry a fight. Now has already hit his 2 items faster than the Xayah. And it's looking very, you know, I don't want to say it's unwinnable here for Nongshim, but they're gonna need a really nice team fight here. BDD, maybe not a Penta angle just yet, but he's gonna need to pop off. He's gonna have to have a really nice Realm Warp catch. It's gonna be a macro decision, I think, for Nongshim that gets them back into this.
No, I 100% agree. I think that it's going to have to be on BDD getting a carry going, and he's going to flash onto Croco here as well. Great chain CC from Snowflower, but it's not quite enough. Dread finds him, and he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, and now Nongshim are all together. Dove's going to turn up, though, with the teleport, and he finds his way into the middle of 5 members of the enemy team. He's CCing them for absolutely forever, but Kyle is going to pay for his sins because Nongshim had no buttons left.
Yeah, I mean, this is Nongshim just win this fight because, like I said, they make the better macro call. They're grouped up better here. Kana shows up with a teleport. They're fighting in a choke point, and this is a team fight win for Nongshim. It's moments like these where if you win unfair fights because you're playing smarter as Nongshim, it doesn't matter if your composition is starting to wear off in its strength. If you can actually just outsmart Live Sandbox, outposition them there. And BD's flash forward was the start of that, as they just identified, okay, they're a little bit too far forward here. We have Realm Warp, we have Teleport for our Gnar, and we can just collapse into this fight. So watch BDD be the first one to pull the trigger. Of course, has his crown here, and he knows that Gnar can teleport through uncontested. He's too far away from Dove for Dove to interrupt his teleport. Dread's here too. They have a numbers advantage, and Live Sandbox think they're going to turn this one around. Without Prince, I mean, Dove, this was a bridge way too far. He gets a lot of knockups. Where's your damage? Yeah. Prince is not in this fight at all, does not auto a single member.
Yeah, I think it's the last time that I'm going to call Dove a Giga Tank, because I think he really liked that and went a little bit overly aggressive. So I'll take responsibility for that misplay, because yeah, he did do a lot of stuff. Just unfortunately, it was at 100% the wrong time, as Live Sandbox had used everything to get out of that situation, and he's like, no, let us go in.
If Prince was there, and perhaps there's just some miscommunication, or he's so focused on his engage, because as the engage player, you're looking at the enemy team, you're looking at the angles, you're looking at how many knockups can I get in this moment. Might have just been like, there's some poor comms here for Live Sandbox. They're calling, go, 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 Dove, you got this. And Prince is just a whole lane away, unfortunately. If he has Moonlight Vigil on top of that big knockup, I think this looks very different, but he was not there. And as you said, everything else had been used to retreat.
Yep. As BDD does have a 20 CS advantage, but it's not the most massive of CS gaps that we've seen Rises have, as Close are now going to get flashed on here. If they can destroy the Silas, it's big news that he's going to dive into the team. Goes Golden, but where's the follow-up? Where's the answer? And the answer is nah, as Canner is just going to dive forward. Bit of a disengage there, as you can see, but they immediately Realm Warp to get control of this Drake Pit. And Nongshim, they make a proactive plays, Wolf. What is this?
They really are, and they're doing it coordinated now. Prince still in a good place to fight.
Never mind. This is the Giga Tank once again, but he gets denied by the pillar.
Sick play here from Dread.
That's really fine timing there for that interruption. So nicely done from Dread. He does secure the Drake as well.
Nongshim, where are you going?
They're going in. They're trying to hook forward as Croco has to Heartbreaker his way out. Subjugate going to be used. He's just pushed against the wall. He was flashed earlier, and that is going to be a comfortable kill here. Dread now 2-2 and 4.
Sorry, I misspoke when I said Nongshim, where are you going? I meant Kyle, where are you going? He was looking for a hook there, and the rest of Nongshim was ready to catch him. Like, that was... Live Sandbox thought that was a one exchange. They were like, oh, we're going to push this. We're going to win this. Like, they should have been running the other way. There's another casualty here. They lose Croco after Nongshim ties up the Drakes. Now, Nongshim's not out of the woods just yet because they're only up nearly 1,000 gold, not even a full 1,000 here. And it's Drake parity, and they still have scaling problems. But you feel pretty hopeful about Nongshim's chances here because their coordination has been better. They've been a little bit more proactive. This is a really great split fight here. Kana can keep Croco and Kyle out. Silas just doesn't have any peel. Prince doesn't have the right guns for a fight here.
Also, Kana could have gnawed the other way.
Yeah.
And they could have possibly got another kill. As this interruption was fantastic to start it up.
Because with that, if that pillar hits, then Viego wraps around. He gets a few resets, and it looks beautiful here. But again, Prince not with the right guns for this fight. He's got Infernum and Crescendum.
But it's also like 4v5, and they're going in.
Yeah, and when Kyle puts that hook out, I'm like, I don't know if you are in a full understanding of the situation you guys are in right now without your Silas. You just don't have the damage. You don't have the follow-up CC. You need the Silas to actually have CC for these fights.
Live Sandbox are just being so Live Sandbox. It's like for better or worse, they will always Live Sandbox. And I guess we have to respect it. But it's not working in this instance. The let's just continue fighting over everything ever doesn't really work when you have one less person because someone's dead. You can just give up that first Cloud Drake for Nongshim. As now Closer has to flash. Snowflower's chasing after him though. Grand Entrance is fantastic. And Snowflower, what did you have for breakfast? You have been playing fantastically. That's a huge 4-man. Nah, Closer's still dead. It looks cool. But it doesn't do anything.
Morel and Omicron getting some pretty big value here for BDD, making sure the Silas cannot live long enough to get another kill. And now Nongshim here, can they get away?
Oh, but this is the 4v5 power spike wolf.
Yeah, well, Prince is, again, not with the proper guns. No Crescendum.
I mean, Ghost has no teammates around him at the moment. Wants to blast cone himself into this Baron pit, theoretically, but it is very healthy, and they have next to no Baron damage because it's lethality Xayah.
Yeah, just cut your losses here as Nongshim. You know, you're like, okay, we lost the ability to take this Baron, but we got a kill, and we don't need to force this fight anymore. Closer had such a massive lead in this game, and now he's given over significant bounty gold here to the side of Nongshim. As it's a really nice Everfrost here from Closer defensively, but Snowfire's playing Recon. And this is what I was saying, like, if you can pull it off, I think it's the better pick than the Renata. But he is pulling it off, and I didn't think he could do it. I mean, I said we should trust after his Alistair was pretty good, but I said that as a caster. I didn't really actually believe. But he's having a great game.
To speak, Wolf.
I'm telling you guys the truth. But like, he's 7 of the 8 kills here in the assists right now. He has pulled it off.
No, he's playing fantastically well. It's working. I don't know whether it's going to keep working, right? But now that Nongshim are finding these picks before we get into these fights, it's exactly how this composition is going to look good. And it's accelerating BDD. He's now 2-1-3 on this rise.
Yeah.
We know that he is the one that is going to be responsible for a lot of the consistent damage here for this squad.
And if Closer just keeps getting isolated and focused down, and Live Sandbox are not together, they're a little bit split, and Prince hasn't managed his ammo well enough to actually have the proper ones for these objective fights, then, you know, I don't know how many more times we could say. I think it's not getting better for Nongshim. You know, it's good, okay, it's even, but like, will they be able to scale? We just don't even have that conversation.
We might be saying that as they're hitting the Nexus.
Exactly.
You know? We're like, oh, but like if they don't kill the Nexus here, like it could just be game over.
Live Sandbox haven't had a straight up 5v5 fight really this game. You know, past the early parts of it. You know, we haven't seen one coordinated fight where Prince has red-white guns. He's getting closer. 36 shots left on that Infernum right now. Wants to manage it for this Baron fight if Nongshim are going to start it up, but
false sense of security, Wolf. That might be what it is. They're trying to lure Nongshim into a false sense of security. They're like, we've been winning all these team fights. Let's take this one that's a little bit more risky. This might be the moment as Canna is diving forward. Closer picks up the Gnar ulti. That is always a very scary time to be against the Silas. Croco lying in wait, and BDD not in the fight just yet. Blade Caller just used. Nongshim just want to get over here and clear our vision. And
I
if they
think,
give away a third Cloud Drake, it's not a huge deal. No matter how
Closer.
much of a huge fan of Cloud Drakes I am. All right, Hook is going to connect here as now Kana has to flash to get himself out. Depth charge on cooldown, but the hop is going to be there.
They're just trying to time out Closer's Gnar here. And they're playing it very well. They're playing this super slow. Once he loses that, he'll obviously have a few seconds of time where he can't steal an ultimate away. Liv Sandbox just going to trade this for a
Baron
inner
for
turret.
base.
And I think this is actually way better for Nongshim. Closer's still holding an R-bar for a few more seconds.
Well, Ornhorn going to come on through there as Dove does find a knock-up onto BDD. That's going to break his crown for now. Croco in position for the 50-50. It's a great searing charge for the knock-up. The Gnar comes on in anyway as the Aphelios is going to murder everyone and the Baron. Oh, Nongshim, you didn't need to do it, buddies. It's not going to work out for you as at least Ghost gets a couple of kills off the back end, but I think it's too much to give up.
I think holding onto this Baron is totally fine until they actually hard commit to coming at you. Then you need to leave. They held it for way too long. And now Liv Sandbox just going to walk down the finish line.
And there is that false sense of security that we were talking about. Nongshim thought that this was going to be their moment. It 100% wasn't. It was a Liv Sandbox moment. There is the ace in the end. And these Nexus turrets will just evaporate. Once again, the Aphelios is going to be successful in this series, and we're going to a game 3.
Aphelios, the stronger AD carry. Nongshim hold the Baron aggro instead of trying to look for a vision control, a choke point control, or a strong turn. And I get why they hold it for the first part of that, because if you do not, then you don't get Baron and Liv Sandbox get your inhibitor. So you do have to kind of hold it and force it there, but coordination on that turn was not there. Prince was ready, finally, for the big ultimate there, and Dove gets the knockup. So I think we'll have a very split vote here between Dove and Prince for who ends up picking up the POG. Closer had a great start to the game.
I mean, I
The
think
mid-game, not so much.
Yeah, I think it could be a closer angle just with how he played the end of that game. Because, yeah, when they were looking bad, it was because Closer was looking bad. But when they won the game, it was because Closer won the game. I think Silas is also broken, so maybe that takes away from the weight of that particular vote. But that might have been where my play-by-play vote would have gone if that existed.
It's a very bizarre and peculiar game because Nongshim really played smarter than Liv Sandbox on the map. In terms of the macro, in terms of the rotations, they used the Rise extremely well, but it couldn't save this team fighting composition from being a complete failure against a proper setup fight for Liv Sandbox. And when they held that Baron, they gave Liv Sandbox the perfect 5v5. Really, the only 5v5 straight-up fight they took since the early game is the one that wins them the game.
No, absolutely. I just find it so hilarious that we were talking about, oh, Liv Sandbox just throwing away fights so they could lure them with full sense of security. Like,
and then it comes true.
It's exactly what happened, actually, in the end. And Nongshim try to use their lethality Xayah comp to rush down a Baron. And we know how that one went. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analytical chairs and collaborative carpet space and game number 3.
해봐 이거.
오케이, 채안이 바로 잘 먹었다.
너무 급하게 생각 안 해도 돼 이거.
이거 트런데 먼저 잡아도 돼.
이거 앞에 잡을 수 있, 녹일 수 있지 않나?
네,
사람들
주력게
녹여.
평해줄게 오면.
트런데 먼저 잡아도 돼, 얘들아. 천천히.
너무 빨리
락한밖에
하지
안
마.
타나. 락한밖에 안 타나. 어차피.
얘궁 끌어봐.
얘궁 없어.
궁 빨아봐.
나 가볼게 이거 살짝.
오케이. 너프 너프.
야 끝났다. 야 타워 쳐봐. 그냥 잘 쓰고.
라칸 나왔어.
나이스.
미안 나이스.
아니야.
잘했어.
괜찮아 잘했어. 야 너무 못했다. 아니야.
나이스.
신경 쓰지 마.
수고했어.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. We are here, me, Valdez, with Chronicler, of course, and we have a game that Live Sandbox were finally able to get some confidence in and eventually take it back, as they had a pretty nice comp, but it took them a while to get confidence in their ability to fight.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the draft here from Nongshim, even though Kanan and Nar looked very good, as he did in game number 1. Barring some individual misplays, but I feel like that's just both these teams clearly not in the best of form. Live Sandbox today, Nongshim just in general. But going blind Trundle and picking Nar when Silas is open is bait. And even with the Rise, which works out really well in the one game that you played, didn't really work because the Rise isn't just enough. You also need the Rise to actually be able to play around something, while your top side is very strong. I do think that the bottom half of the map suffers a lot more because that matchup is okay, but as the casters have already pointed out many a time, Lethality, Zaya, MF exists, Ziggs exists. You know,
on the LCK.
Well, these picks are here, and you can pick them. And if you have Nar and Rise for setup, maybe just pick MF. Like, don't overcomplicate things. Instead, you go for Zaya or Khan. That I think so far had a good game, but I think the draft from Nongshim, it's not that great. And Live Sandbox draft, wonderful. Very strong, great matchups, a lot of CC, a lot of hard engage, exactly what you want for a sandbox comp.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of what you were saying in game number 1. They kind of lacked a little bit of engage, a little bit of CC. And once they get the Ornn, the Nautilus, the ability to all press their buttons in the forward direction and feel confident about it, finally, it looks like old Live Sandbox. We don't get to see game number 1 happen again. And this is, of course, all independent of Nongshim. There's just Live Sandbox by themselves and their comp. Nongshim, I think this game around, they looked okay as well. I think just eventually, Live Sandbox, you know, just eventually decided to fight, and it went their way.
That was it. They, I want to show by the highlights because we get one really good moment from Sandbox and then 25 minutes of disaster.
This is very interesting.
Yeah, this is really cool. So what is happening here, and the reason why we're highlighting this, is Kael's walking over, but crucially, BDD places a ping here in the river. Then they don't know for sure that Kael's making him over, right? Especially because the ward was there just before. Kael hovers here, hits 6, but then stays away. It's a very slight moment.
Hair of the Nautilus popped out.
But they don't really get an eye for him. And then as this fight starts, you're like, okay, we can play this. This is 3 versus 3. And out of nowhere, in comes Nautilus, goes in, and then obviously, thanks to Snowplow arriving a wee bit later, like they're able to trade back a little bit. But this is still overall a massive win for Sandbox. It just could have been a bigger one. And then that makes it even more baffling that after they go in here, Closer having a nice extended trade, Mininar is toast for the Silas. Makes it more baffling that Sandbox then doesn't 5v5 for like the next 25 minutes. People get caught. They opt into 4v5s a lot though, which
yeah,
I guess that was something. And it was I think one of the worst games that Sandbox have played in quite a while, because this comp was their comfort. They got an early lead, and it just didn't really feel like it worked out.
Yeah, there was a little bit of an issue. I don't know what was going on with Live Sandbox in the middle of the game. Nongshim were being proactive. They were taking fights. They were doing aggressive realm warps. They had the recon, like a lot of ways to take fights. And then somebody would get picked off, and Live Sandbox were like, no, we're going to win anyway. We're going to take this fight. Probably not the right idea. But eventually, we did get towards the end of the game, where we finally got the 5v5.
Yeah, and as it turns out, if you haven't Phalios on Infinity Edge, then this is kind of a freebie. Live Sandbox even here, I think take a risk. I think the push is fine, but Prince also going over to bot side could have backfired, but isn't going to end up the case. And end up being the case, he will be here just in time. As Dove goes in, made a lot of fun of Dove, but I actually think that overall he was very important as Closer. Also coming up huge. And then Prince is here. He has a Infernum ultimate with 3 items. So then they just win the game. And the reason why we're frustrated is because even though Live Sandbox win this game, this team has been very consistent in the same way, very strong, outside of specifically the teams that are better than them. So seeing them, even though Nongshim I think has gotten a lot better, seeing them play like this is just, especially for me, who has Live Sandbox very near and dear to their heart, a little
Yeah, a little bit. And at this point, you could say, okay, well, Liv Sandbox looked pretty good towards the end of that game, but what does game number 3 hold in store? Not quite sure. Let's take a look at the POG first, though, as, of course, somebody has to pick it up. It will be Prince, who autoed the Baron and pressed his Infernum ultimate onto 4 people who were squashed in a pit. Nicely done, Prince.
This was a very, very hard POG vote because you see this play and you're like, okay, you know, Dove had a couple of good mid-game moments. He had a good knock-up here. Closer had a couple of great, but then Dove also got absolutely demolished in lane. And Closer got caught like twice for no reason inside. So it actually was a really hard vote. I'd imagine we're going to see a similar split to the first round. Maybe we'll get another zoom in of me.
Yeah. I mean, Prince didn't die, and he showed up eventually.
He was there when he needed to be.
He didn't do a lot within the game, but at least that one play was pretty nice.
Didn't lose the game.
So,
oh boy.
We're getting the split again. No, you have media on your side, so that's good.
That's worse.
No, worse. Now both of
What's
you
worse?
can be together. 4 people did vote for mid.
Yeah,
but
that makes sense.
Prince did get the majority of it. But that was game number 2, guys. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
It's okay, Chronicler. If I had a vote, I'm sure I would also have days like that, but unfortunately, I just don't even have the ability to look silly.
I mean, there's no really nice way to say this, but that was not a great game for Liv Sandbox, even though it was a win. I mean, Chronicler pointed out earlier there were a lot of misplays around the map, and as a result, it's tough. Like, Prince didn't die, and he hit a big ultimate at the end, and he was there, and I think he was the most consistent part of this roster, because Closer had a good start. Really messed up the mid game. Dove laning phase, not great at all, and so it was kind of a tough one for sure. And Nongshim really couldn't hold it together in the final moments because, like we said, some really smart decisions around macro, rotating and punishing Closer. This still isn't enough to save this team's 5v5.
No, I think that I think a lot of what got Liv Sandbox out of the trouble that they were in was lethality Xayah. Because as the game goes on, you just do less and less stuff. And once they had an Ornn, and yeah, you've got Subjugate, but it's still Ornn, right? You don't have multiple Feather Storms. You get to use it once, and which part of the Ornn Horn do you use it for? Then what do you use for the Searing Charge? Then what do you use for the Gnarl that's been stolen away by the Silas? What do you use for the Depth Charge that's flying towards you as well? Like, the safety that you feel like you have with a Xayah just doesn't exist. In the game. So maybe, you know, look towards the draft for what you're going to get done there, because I feel like Liv Sandbox got carried by theirs quite hard in game number 2.
The Xayah pick is Ghost's most played champion by a very significant margin.
Yeah, it's a crutch, right? It's
exactly, and that is why I think he picked it, even though I think we all know, and probably the coaching staff of Nongshim also knows, like, probably not the one for the job right now in this meta, but you're playing the Aphelios, you lost a lot of other options throughout the draft because priority needed to be elsewhere, and Nongshim will choose blue side, and we'll have that opportunity here in this final game to get a priority pick for BDD, potentially play around the Kana Gnar again. Like, I think that's one that they could definitely fish for if they ban the Silas. I think you feel really good about that one because Kana, he did his job. He did it very well. And he did it very well in Game 1, picked up POG. But you cannot give the better Gnar ultimate to the other team while you're trying to do this pick and prioritize it as highly as you are. It just doesn't make sense, frankly. It really just doesn't make sense. I get it. You got Rise. You felt like you had the answer. You did not. You lost the early game. Closer popped off in those team fights. Like, he got so many kills early. I think at some point, the wheels have to turn in the coaching staff minds here and be like, you know what? Like, if we want to prioritize Kana's Gnar, we should probably just ban the Silas for it.
And I am actually a bit surprised that Nongshim elected to go on the blue side, because I actually think that blue side's harder to draft for a team that can't just lock in Yuumi or lock in Zeri and win the game.
Yeah,
and this is a team that can't really do with that.
Yeah, they also don't lock in Silas in first pick position ever either. Like, I'm 100% on the same page as you. It was something I was going to mention as well. Is like, why didn't you just pick red side here if you're not going to make that call?
Yeah.
They have a problem getting in the lobby because we are showing fan signs and not the draft. So
yeah, I think it's
a slight update.
Taking a little bit longer, but we are going to get there.
There we go.
Here we go. Here's the Spinny Riot Games logo And that means that we're going to be getting into this game. So just a slight delay, you know, maybe a sippy cup issue. Not entirely sure. We've had these before. All right, let's see what Nongshim are going to be able to do here, because this ban phase, I'm very interested in.
Yeah. Okay. I think you
Step
probably could have
one.
been a little bit more subtle about saying you wanted to play Gnar here. Probably could have waited till the third one.
No, but now what do we do about the whole Zeri Yuumi situation?
Well, that's the thing. Like, so as Live Sandbox here, you're like, well, very clearly they want to play Gnar, but you can prepare a Gwen response here for Dove and feel okay about the matchup. You also now have to, as Live Sandbox, consider that Nongshim might be fishing for a Zeri or a Yuumi. But considering how weak the bottom lane has been for Nongshim this entire year, I think you're a little bit less concerned about that.
Well, I'm feeling a Zeri first pick angle.
I mean, now I am too with that Nautilus ban.
Well, a Yuumi first pick angle, but
A Zeri lane.
Zeri, yeah.
And
Wukong feels a bit throwaway here by Live Sandbox, and I think they just want to leave as many things up as possible.
yes.
And try and lock down the best bottom lane that they can put together. And they have access, like, they can do this, right? That's the beauty of being against Nongshim, that don't necessarily play through their bottom lane as effectively as a team like Live Sandbox.
Yeah, they definitely want the Zeri here. I would have loved for them to just ban Yuumi and be like, ban Gnar. And then, you know, there's a plethora of options for Nongshim to go down. They could take the Aphelios, for example, in that situation. Now, Live Sandbox, you know, if you don't ban Yuumi here, it does feel like you've given Nongshim a lot of options. And if you do ban it, Nongshim get the Gnar and life goes on. Live Sandbox can get Prince's Aphelios for that. They can obviously play the Gwen. So they're going to ban the Gwen instead and be like, all right, well, I think you're definitely going to pick the Yuumi here.
Yeah,
and then you get Gnar and some other response.
And the correct choice is definitely the Yuumi. We saw this in our last game last night, is Zeri Yuumi gets left up.
Are you going to give Prince Zeri? Really?
I mean, they haven't locked this in. Thank goodness. Okay. So,
Whoa!
yeah. This was a mistake made yesterday, and we were very scared that it was going to happen again. It does not happen. Now, Live Sandbox, they get to pick away the Gnar if they would like to. Of course, Dove very much likes to play it, but they don't necessarily have to either. If they have a different Zeri lane that they could potentially play, then they could also lock that in. But with Nautilus banned, it's much more difficult to just pick the Zeri here.
I think that you can just go for a Gnar pick here and then maybe a Lulu and just kind of sit and wait. And then you could go Lulu Aphelios here.
Yeah.
Again, Zeri in this position, not as strong, but we know what the stronger 2v2 lane is. It's definitely not on Nongshim's side, and they will take it regardless of this being a kind of a shaky one. Prince is very confident, you could see, and remember last time he got Prince in the Mad movie, he was like, they gave me Zeri for real?
Yeah.
He got Prince, he got Zeri. Prince was given the champion, he was like, yeah, I'm ready to pop off. But this does leave over the Yuumi Sivir, we saw did not go well for Prince in game 1.
Yeah, and it was also another like Sivir picked into a Gnar type situation. This is a very similar style of draft already, even though it's only 2 picks. Lower range 80 carry, but definitely a lot of damage potential, plus a Gnar there for short range, but massive amounts of CC. The Azir going to come in yet again, and man, this is very reminiscent, isn't it, of the Live Sandbox draft?
Really is. It's basically the same thing so far. There's the Lulu. Could have waited to, you know, show the Lulu first and then see if Nongshim was going to try to play the Zeri Yuumi into you and like say, oh, I'm the stronger laners. We're going to play something else. We could play Lulu Aphelios into that. But they just don't want to risk it. So they grabbed the Zeri Lulu here. Not as strong, but certainly still pretty good here. And obviously the Spell Shield isn't going to get that much value into this lane. You're just going to constantly be pushed by Zeri Lulu. That's the idea here. And Lulu's going to try to harass her. Glitterland Zeri is just going to be hitting Qs. So I think the jungle matchup becomes really interesting here for how it's going to play out.
I think Ornn, fantastic. Ban here, I think Sejuani, definitely another good choice. I think Nongshim need as much frontline and CC as they can find. Of course, this is just going off a cheat sheet that we heard about on the analyst chairs after game 1. Because, of course, the mistake that was made was that there wasn't a whole lot of CC. Sivir was never given any space to actually auto-attack. And therefore, the whole comp kind of fell apart. The Akali going to be banned away here. Closer, of course, fantastic, the champion.
Could also... I mean, going for a Poppy ban, I think, is very strong here for Nongshim. With the Sejuani and the Ornn banned here, Trundle stock, goes down a little bit, but I think it's still very strong for this bottom 2v2 and controlling the skirmishes around that.
Yep.
And it might just be a Trundle Poppy angle for both of these teams. It might just be a handshake. Liv Sandbox, of course, will get their pick of the two. You can't ban either of them now because you won't get the other one.
Yeah, this is the thing. You kind of have to leave them both up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I would actually weirdly love to see from Liv Sandbox?
Go on.
Scion mid. I think it's okay. You know, you just play for the Zeri angle. That's all you have. Just play only for the Zeri angle.
You
forever.
could, yeah. I mean, you could do that for sure. I think it wouldn't be bad in this case.
Because
but
actually, like, the other thing is I think Canna almost has to play Scion here. And if he doesn't, I don't think the comp works.
I think that you need a little bit more magic damage.
This is cool, though.
This is cool, but it's also very difficult to pull off, very risky. It's very fragile. Again, like, we saw how well Azir can lane into a Seraphine. You're not really feeling that threatened with defensive Emperor's Divides, but I would have liked something like the Victor that we saw highlighted there, the Rise that was banned away. And, okay, Skarner is a completely different approach to this, but you're going to have such a hard time with the movement speed that Liv Sandbox has at setting up for this one.
Yeah, you got a lot of different
yesterday.
options. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it was into the Sivir last time around as I guess Cannon Barrage slows people down, gives Skarner a bit of access, but this is Canna playing Canna style. And I just want him to pick, like, a meatball. Just pick a tank. Scion's still available, but it's going to be Gangplank. And
Xin Zhao was the easy call here. So easy. You have a Lulu already. You have Seraphine set up for engage. You don't need hard CC. You just need to protect the Zeri. You're going to have... this is not this is not it.
No,
that's not it either. Nope. The Xin Zhao was the correct one, yes. Because I'm going to make all my color points about why it's good. You have the ability to keep Zeri. This one's not as bad as the others that were hovered. Okay, so let's not talk about Xin Zhao because it's not locked in. We'll talk about the Trundle here. A little bit more power on the bottom side of the map. Can duel with the Skarner early before he hits level 6. You're going to guarantee that Zeri and Lulu have a little bit more pushing power in that lane, where I think they will have a lot of freedom to try to grab control of bottom side, making it more difficult for Nongshim to take team fights on the top side of the map around early Herald. But Xin Zhao would have liked a lot better because he can help protect Zeri, but also be a follow-up engage for Seraphine. If he Crescent Guards, he guarantees that Seraphine gets the extended Encore, and obviously it's just unkillable between Crescent Guard, Seraphine's Peel, and then Lulu's ultimate. So Zeri will just never be touched. I would have liked the Xin Zhao more, but I do see the merit in the Trundle early parts.
And also, Xin Zhao says no to any attempt to try and get in there and impale, right? And so that is what this entire Nongshim draft kind of hinges around. Can they get the impales to work out? Are they able to then take down that one priority target? And then can they win off the back of that, right? And I don't know whether that is going to be a problem here, because of course Xin Zhao would have definitely been able to deal with that, but Trundle a little bit more stable, going to be able to set up for a lot of those like pillar ganks that we've seen work out very, very well. And we saw Dread in the last game actually play a fantastic early game Trundle. We'll see whether Croco can do the same thing here to get Liv Sandbox off on the right foot.
My biggest concern here is that I don't think the bottom 2v2 is going to go well for Nongshim, and it's Prince on Zeri. So if you make even one mistake, whether it's in lane or, in a 2v2 where you get Zeri ulted and you just die at like level 6, level 7, or if you take a bad fight around an early Drake and Prince gets a kill or two, the game will end at that moment. We'll even have to have a conversation about how 5v5 fights work at that point, so yeah. So careful.
Well, looking forward to seeing how it goes as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 3. The Liv Sandbox fan chant leader is starting to lose his voice as he has been yelling pretty enthusiastically over today. And I do want to point out one really awesome thing about Nongshim's comp that I hadn't really thought about before, because of course we saw Skarner picked into the Sivir Yuumi last time around, because that was his method for trying to take down T1. Didn't work for KT in that particular game.
It worked okay, but yeah, didn't get the win in the end.
Yep, but this time around, Dread has not only picked Predator, which I really like, but also in the mid game he has a Yuumi, which he can then use to, root the target in front of him, then impale them, bring them back, utilizing the final chapter, which gives him that extra range. But not only that, but they also have On the Hunt. Like, the Donkey Whistle going to be there. Plus, Canna then puts down his Cannon Barrage. The follow-up's always going to be there, theoretically, at least a little bit. So, I kind of love that. And he's also chosen the Lawnmower skin, which I think is fantastic as well. Doesn't he look like a lawnmower?
It's a very weird and dangerous lawnmower, but yeah. Notice, by the way, Scorch is taken here for Kyle. Love it in this case because you want to actually control this lane. You're trying to play around the Trundle here. And, I mean, it's Lulu, so, damage later on. You're not taking Gathering Storm as Lulu in this case. But the Scorch here, there's a nice little rune that you have, a little bit of extra power here with the Aerie to just constantly push this lane and be annoying.
Yeah.
As Dread before 6, if he ends up tussling in a 3v3 here, he's going to do virtually nothing, whereas the Trundle has insane power with its Chomp in the early game. Obviously, is going to have a Pillar to split this comp up. So, trying to put a lot of pressure on in this early part of the game is BD 0-7 on the Azir. Something we always have to highlight is he's played it so much this season, and it just has not worked, despite being historically one of his best champions, if not his best.
I mean, it's his most played champion of all time, right? And this season just hasn't managed to make it work. He's played it when it's off meta, and honestly, like Azir at this point in time, it's just not exactly in the greatest of places. As Dread, just lawnmowering after Croco here. As Dread is going to have his pillar put away, which is not what he wants, and now he's in a whole lot of trouble.
Pillars
Croco just
versus
fighting
fires.
him. Not sure about this. He is on the wrong side of the map. BDD can move over if he wants to.
Yeah, but
we've got a bit of a gentleman's agreement, trading some puppies.
Closer will win out so hard if BDD comes over here. So Croco's just chasing Dread here, taking this better early game fight. It didn't go press the attack or, like the lethal tempo or anything like that. He's just straight up phase rush on this Trundle, but he's ready to take this fight. No press the attack or anything, doesn't matter. Just still looking to fight and give Closer some more power here, mess with the jungle pathing, slow Dread down, and then come over here where the bottom 2v2 is going Zeri's way. And it's very rare to have a matchup where you feel really good about Zeri in the early parts of the game, because usually, I mean, it's just so rare because usually the Zeri gets picked early and the enemy team is like, well, we have the counter. We're going to push in early. We're going to abuse the fact that Zeri is weak early. But with Lulu in this lane, actually quite a bit of power and a little bit of control down there on the bottom side.
Yeah, and also, like, Sivir Yuumi is not an early lane-dominating, like, duo, right? It's all for what you can get done in the mid-game and the late game, and in those skirmishes like you're talking about. But the laning phase can be difficult. Of course, I mean, there's basically just one champion down there, right? They're sharing pixels the majority of the time. Not able to be as impressive.
It's like, no spires for you, only pillars for me. Coming over here, making Dread's life very frustrating. Look at the respect Dov is showing right now. Might want to show a little bit more here if there is going to be a gank. But again, pre-6.
Yeah.
Like, Dread is, I mean, unless something really bad happens in one of the lanes, Skarner pre-6 is one of the worst ganking champions. I mean, unless he has set up CC, of course. Whereas Trundle is one of the best. So this is where things can get a little bit dicey for Dread, as he's just trying to counter jungle here to get level 6 as fast as possible, as they're going to try to match any rotations at the moment.
Yep, he should be able to come over here, grabs himself his Crystal Spire, and with that extra attack speed, going to be able to at least deal with the rest of these little rocks. And he's now looking to try and punish an overextended Dove who's extraordinarily low. What happened in the meantime? As Trial by Fire almost just kills him, and Dread is going to be gifted first blood. Canna put in all the work, and the little Skarner comes over and gets himself a huge advantage.
And I think the biggest puzzling moment here for Dove, here on the top side, who's been the king of actually playing these out super well, doesn't this time around, is where did he think Dread was going to be on the map while Kana is taking aggressive trades like that? Trundle's on the opposite side of the map. Like, yeah, it was kind of a weird place for Dread to be because he's stealing away the enemy Krugs, but he's just counter jungling, and you have to be aware of this as a possibility. Now, it's not the end of the world or anything like that. Kana is going to buy an early Sheen. We'll pick up a Cull here too. But still, a lot of extra money in the pockets of this Skarner. Gets some extra experience, a little bit more control over the map. As man, Zier just seems to be in such a bad state right now. As I'm just watching the Seraphine push him in, as we've seen so many times this season. Seraphine's just like, nah, you think you have a lot of power, a lot of prio, and a lot of lanes. Not in this one.
Not so much this time around. Of course, Croco has had a lot of control of the jungle, and so things have gone wrong somewhat for the Azir just in general. And he's not too far behind in farm, but you're exactly right. I mean, Closer has just been able to keep shoving waves in over and over again. As Dove was just, I think, playing a little bit too aggressively.
That was such a beautiful chain from Kana. Gets slowed. Yeah, I can actually like feel, for Dove here, I feel way less bad about this scenario now after seeing how it went down.
Yeah, but it was a very good play from Kana, and this is going to be huge as the game goes on. Croco going to be able to secure this Mountain Drake. As now Prince dashing around, control ward just going to be taken. That's going to be the prize here on the bottom side. Definitely better for Nongshim to lose that rather than their bottom laners. As Dread at level 4, she's going to get invaded. A Lulu as well as a Trundle. Croco also making sure he deals with the Spire first, fighting a Trundle on his Spire. Definitely a dangerous choice to make. As I've seen this before.
Yep,
he's going to be turned into a little snowman, does manage to walk his way out. That actually, I think, changed the size, and so he could actually walk past. It was very, very cute, that interaction. Cannon Barrage has come on through here, as there is no Impale. However, BDD does have Emperor's Divide that he's going to swiftly miss. And now Closer diving forward. Doesn't have the beat drop anymore. Didn't actually find that one either, as Prince is going to skate on down. He's got level 6, and that'll get the flash out of the Azirs once again. Dread is going to have to deal with this pillar, but is going to be able to do so. We've had a lot of buttons pressed, not a lot of results, Wolf.
So this is one of the best examples I think I've ever seen. Everybody, like somebody Twitch clip this, like there needs to be like a lot of YouTube analysis videos about this. This is one of the best videos that you could ever make to discuss blue side versus red side power of bottom 2v2 prio, because you can just see how hard it is to actually get in there, take a red buff away. The angle of the red buff is curved away from the jungler, and Croco, of course, has to take the Spire out first, so loses a lot of time there. There's a lot of rotational power, obviously, for Ghost and Snowflower under a fast-track turret to go over and look for the fight there. This is one of those moments where you're like, wow, yeah, if you're going to draft for a 2v2 prio, like blue side is definitely the way to go, because you could see that in this scenario, trying to get the control over the red buff is just so much harder to pull off. And nobody dies. Seraphine ult not used, of course, in the actual fight.
Yeah. Well, Ghost does avoid one of the Qs. The spell shield worked out actually quite nicely in that little moment. And, yeah, no, to your point, 100% agree. I think that there was a bit of a disaster on both sides, to be honest, as far as the execution was concerned.
Yeah, the execution also should have resulted in Live Sandbox getting something there, but Closer getting kind of caught as he's coming down, ulting a little bit early, not able to actually set up a nice combo. But we almost had another certified Zeri moment. We were like very close to the moment where Zeri gets 2 kills, and we're like, well, what did you eat for lunch today? That's the scary part of this draft for Nongshim, is you make that mistake, you lose that fight, Prince gets 2 kills, and it's over.
And we've seen it so many times. It just seems to happen like it's what's supposed to happen. But Nongshim now trying to take a Rift Herald, but Dread is just being bullied by Croco. He's using the early power of this Trundle very effectively.
Closer has his ult available here. They're going to try to pull them back into a choke point.
Yeah, well, Ghost has rotated over. Dove not going to find the house, and that means that the spell shield doesn't get procced. That's kind of cool, I guess, as the Rift Herald will reset.
This is a huge win for Live Sandbox. Prince is running as fast as he can down to the bottom lane, trying to surf his way over there. And a lot of time is lost here, actually, for Ghost, who is nowhere near the bottom lane. Can't walk down here. It's too dangerous. We'll have to walk down slowly. So Zeri's going to get control of the bottom lane first here, and Live Sandbox actually ultimately still have control over Rift Herald. Dread finally level 6, but just has not been able to make that same impact as the Trundle has in the early game. And since he's so far behind now and only has his upgraded Predator boots, I think that's not going to change anytime soon, unfortunately. Croco just holding on to a Sheen is going to do so much work here in these early fights. They do walk away from this Herald and reset it again, but now Prince with Noon Quiver coming over. They're like, Can we get one of those Zeri moments?
Yeah, and you can see Ghost, he had to change his trajectory as well. Will now be moving towards this fight potentially. Impale onto Croco as the final chapter is fantastically placed. Closer going to get snared. There's the Emperor's Divide this time, but Prince just dashes over it. Dove also fantastic wallop onto BDD, but immediately the trade will come in. Kyle now running the opposite direction. Closer is going home because Croco's already dead. Prince trying to be the hero, but you can't do anything about this, buddy. It's getting dangerous for you.
Yep.
And he is going to back away.
He just picks up an assist, not going to grab a kill, unfortunately, and this is a big win here for Nongshim. They stifle the Zeri quite a bit. They are able to pick up, of course, that first Rift Herald here, and I really think Closer holding that ultimate for so long was a huge problem, as if he actually starts this fight off here and just goes instantly onto the enemy Skarner, and hits a two-man there, then the Narbar is way easier to use for Dove. It's kind of a bad Seraphine ultimate, to be totally frank.
I mean, he hits Canna, and then Canna can be K.
Yeah, can just eat oranges.
Yeah.
That was, I think, you know, if the ults are going to look like that, I'm worried about Live Sandbox here for how these team fights are going to look, because the early game of the Seraphine is so strong, and if you can just coordinate this a lot better, the power of your comp comes with that, and it almost feels like, in spite of it, Liv Sandbox lose that fight. Zeri doesn't get the kill she wants to pick up here. Because Liv Sandbox leading up to that were so well playing how to delay, go over, send Zeri in, have the fast track to the objective. Just couldn't stick the landing.
Dread has Flash, and the Impale is about to come back up. The rest of Liv Sandbox are coming on over. He's going to have to book it out of here. Does have Zoomies available as the beat drop just barely misses. Good Flash angle from Dread. As now Ghost trying to fight this one out. I don't know whether he really wants to, as Dread's going to land an E, but not find too much more. Extendo Beam doesn't find any joy either. So the back away does come through. And Dread with no flash is real, but okay, never mind. We've got a two-man ulti from BDD. Final chapter connects onto Closer, who does break his stopwatch. And now the Impale is going to come in. Croco's the target. Ghost changes his mind on who he wants to hit. And it's a good choice there, as well as now Prince trying to battle against the on-the-hunt Sivir, flashing on forward. That's the Ghost we've wanted to see all season long. And it's a triple kill for BDD's Azir.
This is almost going to be what breaks the back of Liv Sandbox here. Yeah, they take a 2 Drake lead here, and they win the neutral exchange that happened just before, but they stay too long, and Closer has not had a great game on this Seraphine. This is going to be so many plates going over to Ghost as well. Like, he is so ahead now. Yeah, you're not going to have power as the Sivir in the laning phase, but in the skirmishes, like we've talked about, this is the fights that we saw Prince wish he could take, but he was just not able to do so because BDD had a great Seraphine, was always in position. This time, Closer on Seraphine hasn't been able to deter the Sivir from these fights. It's kind of the opposite scenario of what we saw in Game 1. The drafts have changed hands, and it is being way better played here from Nongshim, and Closer didn't have his ult for that whole fight, and I think it's almost like a miscommunication here for Liv Sandbox trying to come in, as it's coming up in like 10 when he does go for this. Look at it, its cooldown bar here. He does not have it at the beginning of this, does get ulted in, so they're tracking the Seraphine ult beautifully here. Closer stopwatches, and I think Liv Sandbox is like, all right, he's coming out, he's going to have his ult, but he still doesn't have it, still doesn't have it, and by the time he uses it, the fight is over. And Prince is just so far forward, he's frontlining because he's reliant on that Seraphine ult. And Liv Sandbox are down to the wire communicating, ults up in 3, ults up in 2, ults up in 1, but it's just too late.
Yeah, and BDD calling it out here. He's like, I found my angle.
He's calling about this, that he has ult, and he's like, back, because they know that he's going to have ult as soon as he comes out. And they still end up winning the fight. That was so beautifully played. Everybody splits. BDD's calling the fight. And like both teams 100% focused on the fact that when he walks out of that stopwatch, he's going to have the ult. BDD calls it out. Everybody splits.
Man, I'm going to cry. Happy BDD, dude. We haven't seen happy BDD for so long. We saw a glimpse of it against KT in that pentakill moment, in that one game. This is a Game 3, Wolf. They have a 4,000 gold lead against Liv Sandbox, who are 3rd placed in the LCK right now. This is what we've known this team is capable of. There's the Impale. Dove is the real dead, guys. That's a flash from Canna. He's feeling it as well. Dread will lock down the kill. 2-0 and 4 on the Skarner. Someone call Captain Flowers. This pick is busted. And as I say it, I'm going to cast a curse the heck out of him. Although Yuumi exists, so never mind. He's fine.
Barrel chain set up here for Kana makes it very difficult to chase as Liv Sandbox here Ghost has complete control over the mid lane, is going to grab, looks like, almost a whole turret here. And I think he will just get it. The cannon is here, and that's going to be a turret. Guess who's also getting value? It's BDD on the bottom side, who is uncontested on his farming run. Live Sandbox group up on top side, find nothing for it. And this game might just be over because Prince getting back into this one, no mythic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to go buy it now, but, I mean, he is so far behind in this game. And BDD's ahead. As Dread, like, this was very aggressive.
It's like the most binary Skarner angle ever.
Yeah,
like, this is what happens when Skarner gets ahead, though, right? You get to just choose a target, and they die.
Yeah, Dub is like, probably should have been much further away from that spot. But, like, where is your anchor? Where is your stronghold as Live Sandbox in this game anymore?
It was on the ban list, Wolf.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Nautilus taken away.
1,400 gold the lead here for Ghost. He's living the dream that Prince wanted to live in Game 1. And both of these comps are so reverse of each other.
And I love this. The fact that Snowflower is just sitting on Dread this entire time, and it's providing the Skarner with so much. Like, it's exactly what he wants. And I can't believe I didn't see this immediately as soon as the Skarner was locked in, because this is what makes this comp make so much sense.
Closer.
Now, we've got a 5v5. Dove on a flank angle, spotted out by that control ward.
Closer needs somebody to extend his encore. Like, this is not the angle you want.
And Dove can't find the angle. He's down to 50% health just because he found a pirate. Cannon Barrage does come in there as well as the Encore just hits a gangplank. And once again, it does absolutely nothing. The ult from Prince, he does have full health. Is this the Zeri angle? As now he's just trying to fight everyone. The Skarner locks down the dragon. Prince is still full though. This is a huge problem. Cannon trying to run it out as Prince is skating on over. There is no impale now though, and the pirate will be punished.
Hey, good shielding there coming from Closer. That was his real big impact in the fight. It was not his ultimate, but his ultimate buys enough time for Prince to close the gap, press that R button, and start to pop off in this longer exchange. Now, Live Sandbox not out of the woods just yet, but this will be a lot of control on the map going into their hands.
Well, Dread kind of by himself, as he doesn't have Impale, but he's still angry.
He just wants to get a little bit of extra vision control here around this Herald because Live Sandbox didn't have time to reset, so hoping to stop them from doing so here while also guaranteeing that the Herald goes into their hands. This was actually really well played from Dread. High risk play, but it will actually guarantee that Nongshim has this Herald. But Prince, even though he pops off in that fight and does a ton of damage, nearly 3,000, doesn't pick up any kills. Gets a lot of assists, but the problem is still in the Sivir and the Azir. The damage output in these fights, the gangplank that's scaling has a lot of utility here. Grab here, you know, onto Kroko doesn't end up working out too well for them because the follow-up ultimate from Lulu is also massive, and the Prince is just unfortunately untouchable in this fight. Is fed up, is shielded by the Lulu, is shielded by the Seraphine.
Yeah.
And he's just too hard to kill. He has so much speed. Look at how much he can chase over this wall. And the power of Zeri with no items, really, I mean, outside of just his mythic, is still quite strong in a scrappy fight like that.
Yeah, and I also think that, you know, going for the Trundle when Wild Growth is available means that he gets so much value from the Subjugate. I think if Dread had have chosen, like, anyone else, maybe, it would have been a lot better of an outcome. Of course, much more difficult to get to them, and getting rid of the jungler is an understandable mindset, right? You're like, oh, I want to prevent him from being able to smite, but if he survives, then he's actually closer to the Drake, and it's much easier. So next time around, maybe different target, more priority target, like get rid of Closer, who's healing a lot, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Could be the option here.
Doesn't have cleanse or anything like that for follow-up CC, and okay.
Choke points, Live Sandbox. They're not your friend.
No, not in this case. I think that also what's so scary here for Nongshim if they end up falling further behind and lose another team fight is similar to Live Sandbox's problem in Game 1 is they don't have a lot of great CC. Like, they have the Emperor's Divide, they have, of course, the Yuumi ultimate, and yeah, you can impale somebody, but who do you get? It's really a tough call, and Lulu is always going to be able to wild growth. So Nongshim need to keep pushing this advantage right now. They have 5,000 gold lead, but they need to keep pushing it.
Encore gets a flash, and flash out of Skarner, high value.
But, you know, I mean, if...
Oh, and the On the Hunt, actually.
Yeah, they do get both. I was going to say, if They don't have vision, though. This could be a flash, but also they run away and then Baron gets started. But there is a ward in that pit. So even if Nongshim wanted to try this with their 2-item Sivir, not going to happen.
Yep.
And there's no other objective on the map that you're going to feel bad about as Live Sandbox with this Encore down. But Closer hasn't had the most impactful ones this game around. It's still anyone's game to take here because the Zeri exists. But I feel very strongly that Nongshim, with the control they have over the map right now, yeah, you lose a flash, but you're feeling pretty good to continue that control side lane really well. Yeah, it's hard to imagine a world in which we see another miracle fight where Prince pops off and carries this game.
Yeah, I think it's looking very similar to the first match, the first game of the Telecom War, right? The Zeri Lulu having much less value than the Zeri Yuumi that we've seen in the past. And Ghost not going to get extendo beamed because he has access to the spell shield as well, which is definitely good news for him. Of course, like this stage of the game, like if Prince does find an angle, and yes, he has a couple of items here, like Zeri can become that late game problem, that huge threat, but he doesn't have a QSS. He still needs to respect Dread.
I love that Nongshim are just going to try to grab this inner turret here. There's still 40 seconds to go. They could use the Sun Disc turret as well, and they have the Herald drop.
Yeah. Ooh, Prowling Projectile looking for a target here as Rift Herald is just going to move down the mid lane.
Yeah, the Sun Disc turret is getting so much value. Kana has Teleport and Cannon Barrage, so he is twofold with his team, actually, while also being in a side lane that is unanswered. Then he could just bounce back over to the Drake here when it spawns in 20. Nongshim is playing a way better macro game this series than Live Sandbox. When they're this far ahead, it's really easy to do, but they're just not messing it up. They're not missing a beat. They are pushing this advantage to the maximum of its potency.
Yeah, they're just being ran around as now Cannon's going to find an angle onto Croco here. It's a decent use of the pillar, but it's not really going to do too much good work here as Dove is just going to explode. The Impale works out. BDD finds the backline as well. Live Sandbox try to limp away from this fight. Or do they? Because Live Sandbox like going forward. They don't like going back. Nongshim are pretty happy about that whole situation.
No
Dread
setup.
finds the E there. It's going to find the little stun onto the Trundle, who is able to run it out. BDD shifting more sands closer to closer. And yeah, you might get wild growth, but you're dead this time, Trundle. Croco not going to find that. In the meantime, Cannon's just... I mean, the piracy is just a pirate's life for me. He's just by himself, just taking down turrets, inhibitors, whatever he can find. Nongshim will take the second Infernal Drake. And Wolf, it is they have right around the corner from 8K gold lead.
Yeah, they have full vision around Baron. There's just not a pocket that Live Sandbox could use. As once again, like I love the Sun Disc angle here, so it gives enough time for Kana to rotate around. Does a ton of damage to Croco. Look at this ult in the choke point. Where is Prince through all this? He's trying. Doesn't hit a great ult. The ultimate, once again, from Closer, extremely defensive because he's trapped and surrounded. They're getting out side lanes here. They're getting out macroed. They have to be here for the Drake. They cannot try to defend side lanes and give the Drake. So Nongshim, with the lead like this and the vision they have, really pushing this advantage beautifully. And like Kana, throughout all of this, like you mentioned, pushing mid. And they're on Baron probably in live.
Well,
probably
they're at least near it.
They could have been, but they're grouped up for it now.
Yeah, and Ghost has a lot of damage this time around. This isn't Lethality's Eye, this is Kraken Slayer Sivir. And yes, there's not a whole lot to bounce these ricochets off, but he's still going to be able to do a heck of a lot of work if given the opportunity. And Dread, 404, problems not found on this Skarner, having a great game.
Yeah, Deadman's played super early in this game, plus Chem Tank, plus the Predator that we were asking for from Cuz, for the phase rush instead. He just can get on top of somebody so easily and so quickly. And I believe should have Flash coming up here fairly soon as well. And yeah, it's coming up in just a few seconds. He is going to be able to threaten so much off the side of Live Sandbox that they have to play so back, so defensively. Closer again has ultimate, but they have not been great at setting these up. We haven't seen a really huge Seraphine ult this entire game, and there was the one they were trying to set up outside of the stopwatch there, but that was also shut down.
Well, On the Hunt has been popped. This is Turbo Skarner mode. And he's going fast.
He's getting a Spire.
He got a Spire.
I think Live Sandbox should be, or rather Nongshim rather, should be a little bit more comfortable starting Baron and being ready to turn. Because their comp has incredible turn when they have all their ultimates. Especially if they can force Closers out. They will crack his crown.
Yeah, so Predator's on cooldown, Chem Tank's on cooldown, and On the Hunt's on cooldown. But I mean, these are sort of more engage tools, not damage or teamfight tools necessarily. As BDD over the wall, they are going to start off this Baron. So, Liv Sandbox do have access to this area, but Canna has access to barrels, and that's what he loves, as Dove is going to fly on over here, takes the majority of his health bar as soon as he hops in. Dread is still going to back away. Dove, another large majority of his health bar, but he does have the Gnar available. That means that Nongshim have to back away.
Yeah, Crown's coming back up here for closer, but they lose some minions here on the top side. They will also lose a lot of health, I believe, on that inhibitor. So many waves of minions were getting close to it.
Yeah.
Another one stacked up here, so like, Nongshim could just kind of repeatedly do this until they get that on the hunt back up. Ghost is about to have it. They can use a Sun Disc turret for a little bit more control here and then do it one more time. Because Liv Sandbox without vision, their engage opportunities are so limited. Like, where is Closer going to ult? Who is he going to ult? They have no choke points as Dread just keeps taking his Spire back. And
I like this. The battle for the Spire.
And now they rotate back and start the Baron. And this time of the three, I think the first time where they could have done it, didn't. Second time was a little bit risky. This time I think they have the best control. This is the best one, the best start they've had so far. And look at how far away Croco is right now. Where is that Seraphine ult going to hit?
Well, Croco also has absolutely, like, he has no flash. He has no way into the pit. Emperor's Divide is going to mean that he just can't do anything, as the Encore is going to connect once again only onto the Pirate, as he at least is taking a heck of a lot of damage. Croco keeps himself alive for approximately forever, as now Dread's going to get jumped on, but the Impale is going to be there. Dove manages to flash his way out. But this is just testing the waters on both sides. You can see the map is in the control of Nongshim. If they keep Liv Sandbox here, it's a good thing as Ghost takes matters into his own hands. The Ricochet is tearing them apart. And it's a gigantic teleport to come in here. Canna is just going to turn up, shoots the Seraphine in the face. BDD also finds a two-man ulti, and this is the Nongshim we've wanted all year. And we finally see what they're capable of.
A perfect game for Ghost and Dread, and Nongshim will upset Liv Sandbox in this series. Such a great set of advantages they had early, but they never stopped pushing them.
Yeah, all we needed was Sivir to become meta again, Wolf, and then Ghost is able to pop off. Croco now on the fountain is going to get taken down by Canna. The Pirate had a pretty good game, but Nongshim just in general, they played as a team, and it was just beautiful to watch.
I am at a loss for words for how different the form of Nongshim was in this third and final game to really anything we have seen from them all season long. I cannot overstate how well they forced team fights, how well they defended the early game where Sivir was struggling in lane. The control of the map 100% belonged to Croco. He was trying to take away red buffs. He was trying to push those advantages. He was using the power of Trundle pre-6. And they weathered all of that storm. Kana never fell behind top side, even though he was given very little help, through the mid game there. Side lane incredibly well. And every single team fight, BDD, you could hear them screaming and shouting and shot calling. It felt vintage for this player who's finally getting his first win on his ear this season in his 8th game. Finally pulls it off. The shot calling around Closer on the Seraphine was so beautiful. And he made the pick look worthless because he was just non-stop under either so much pressure or the entirety of Nongshim was extremely ready, split. Oh, it was a good game for Nongshim if you're a Nongshim fan. Yeah. Tonight is one of those times where you're like, maybe they could have the miracle run to playoffs. Maybe it could happen. They just beat Liv Sandbox.
And this is like, it's so cathartic. It's so cathartic to see exactly what we always knew this team was capable of looking like. And I didn't quite expect it was going to be off the back of Ghost being so consistent. Yes, like the Xayah game looked a little bit like nothing, but it's lethality Xayah. That's what she does. Outside of that, Ghost looked absolutely fantastic as Aphelios in game number 1, brilliant. And his Sivir in this game, very, very strong. Snowflower as well, I think tripled the level of performance in this series compared to like any other that we've seen so far. And also, he brought out the Alistair as well, looked great on it.
And I think he has proven that the faith that Nongshim put in him, where he was chosen so late into the season for a second round robin signing at the end of the year with a team that is very unlikely to go to any international tournaments, aka Worlds, and was started over effort, which gave people a lot of pause, started over Peter. He's shown in this series that his highs are very high, and the faith that the Nongshim coaching staff placed in him We didn't trust in it. I was feeling very worried for them. In this series, yeah, I mean, has he made up for it yet? No, but he has at least shown us that he is capable of playing really well, especially his recon game in game number 2 was really impressive to see. As a lot of these fights are just centered around Prince hoping for the encore to give him the opportunity to pop off. Yep. This never happens.
It doesn't, but also, another thing, Wolf, is we were talking about this yesterday, the donkey whistle. The fact that on the hunt, you press your R button and Sivir yells a whole lot. What have Nongshim been struggling with? Coordination. Do you know what the donkey whistle does? It's a go button. It just, everyone knows that it's time to go, and I don't think they played around it necessarily, but just the idea of Sivir being the pick that allows Nongshim to find some form here in the LCK, such a beautiful thing. As we're going to have a listen to Nongshim as they do manage to win this series.
BDD gets so high-pitched in these moments, it's really hard to even understand what he's saying for me, hearing the second, audio that we have here. But look at him call it, and just push mid.
That's the actual BDD flank angle, though, right? He found it. We got so used to seeing it, but 0 and 7 on the Azir this season, it has been few and far between. It's great to be reminded how good this guy is on this champion.
Kill him. Look at how happy everybody looks. This is just like such a treat for anybody who's a Nongshim fan, but I think even for those who are not, just to see this team look happy again. Like
BDD's smile, man. Seeing BDD smile, it's just, there's a reason why there's a whole bunch of Nongshim fans that are just next to tears right now in that audience, because that's what they've been waiting to see this entire season long.
Nobody likes to watch a team that's depressed, that's struggling, that's really down on their luck, and looks miserable when they walk into the studio every best of 3. We saw them get a pentakill, felt like it was the turnaround for Nongshim they needed emotionally, and now in this series getting a big upset win. It can only go up from here.
No, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's going to continue, right? We've got 3-game series all week so far. That means that our next series has to be the same thing. I'm not sure whether that's going to be the case. But first, to break down that series, let's throw it over to the analytical chairs and collaborative carpet space for their thoughts.
Thank you, Castorinos, for that great job on the Game 3. Nongshim finally get a victory here. First time in a very long time that they were able to pick up one, and finally we get to see some smiles. All starts with the draft, I think, coming into this one. The Skarner, very interesting pick, and Live Sandbox, again, not really their tempo of draft.
No, a lot to talk about here because there's a lot of great elements from Nongshim, and also I think kind of Live Sandbox fans included, we're going to be waiting for this one for like the whole split, because it also highlighted this very pronounced weaknesses of this team. So good for Nongshim. The Yuumi priority works out great. Again, the pick just working splendidly. I think the only miss here for Nongshim is that the Azir still is a gamble, but I'm gonna chalk that up as a great read on Closer's Championship, which we'll go into in a little bit. And then on the flip side, the Skarner pick I thought was a thing of beauty, also because the Poppy was still open. Skarner is the counter pick of the Poppy. Pick away one of Kroko's biggest comfort champs. And then the Gangplank was there. The Gangplank was good into Gnar, and it was okay. Khan had a lot of pressure, and that's all we needed to do.
Some damages.
Didn't really need to do anything outside the lane, which it was there. But the ultimate was nice as well, as the causes highlighted. And then for Sandbox, this just confirms, this is something we didn't really discuss after the first game they lost, this team doesn't work without enough CC. Like, the best thing about this team is its decisiveness. So drafting a Lulu, and the Yuumi previously as well, although if it's Yuumi Zeri, like, you're probably just powering through it. And then Closer on the Seraphine, neither of those elements worked at all. Closer was very clearly not very comfortable. I think that into a comp like Nongshim, a Crown build is going to provide you with absolutely nothing. And then Kael on non-Kencher engage supports, I don't even think he individually looks that much worse. I feel like, I mean, he didn't have a great Lulu game, but who has this split? Yeah. But the team as a whole just doesn't know what to do, and then as a result of that, Dove also looks way worse. So there's just a lot of compounding factors here, and Nongshim actually really riding that momentum, which, gosh, smiling BDD, you'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, they finally get across the line. I think that the Yuumi showing her true power in this one.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, that was just the pick. I think Nongshim played a great game. Live Sandbox struggled a little bit, and that's all they need. Just that little extra push to get them over the line. Let's take a look at our one highlight that we do have for the series. There were some big fights, but a huge lead for Nongshim for the majority of this game.
And this again highlights one of the weak points of Nongshim is that they will take a fight. Should they take this fight? No. You have a Lulu Zeri. There's no reason for you. Seraphine.
Sandbox, right?
Sorry, yeah, Live Sandbox. Seraphine, in addition, is a champion that excels in the later stage of the game. Closer like flashes in, hits I think the first part of an E, and then Dread's just like I'm fine, I had flash. And then they overchase, because again, this is Sandbox. And when you are in a position like this, where you have a very specific setup that you need to adhere to, which is, it's a protected Zericon, it's front to back, and you take skirmishes like this, letting Closer die, letting Croco die, that's survivable, but they're Sandbox, and they're gonna fight, and Prince and the gang just all get taken down there. And from this point onward, and this is the big difference, and why I think Nongshim are going to get more wins at this point. And it took to like, what is it, week 6 of summer, but I think that the Nongshim, week 7 of summer, but the Nongshim turning point has been reached, because in that moment we saw no hesitation and they actually go for it. And that is something that I think we've all been waiting for. And to me, the highlight of this series is just seeing Nongshim actually slam it up.
Yeah. I thought there was a chance, you know, maybe with the Zeri and Seraphine, that perhaps if the game went late enough, we could have seen some items get online for the Zeri. We had double support.
Oh, yeah,
right? There was potential, but Nongshim just had a big enough lead, and they actually had the confidence to move together as a team, push it forward, and make the plays happen. So that was really the biggest difference maker there. Let's take a look at the POG of this one, as there can only be one. It will be Dread for his second time so far.
And Dread, so I like that. I like that so far, Valdez. Yeah. Hopefully there'll be more of them, as Dread was, as much as you can criticize him for his later stage of the game, one of our best early-in junglers for the entirety of last year, when he was still on Afrika, now Guangdong. And seeing him come back after a short break taken for his health, and then coming back like this is really cool. Actually, blinding Skarner, which I was feeling a little scared about, would end up working out very nicely. And had a Yumi on his back for a large part of this game, but even taking that into account, a lot of these plays, I think he would still go for. And he was the main instigator of it all. He needed to be on the Skarner pick, really go for the train. Yeah,
kind of reminds me of Spring in some of their first games where he was playing Talon and they had a Yumi on his back and he was just running around getting stuff done. A lot of votes here for mid. I thought that BDD did have some good ults, so I think it's actually okay.
The one
you did all go for the same vote, so you could see the kick.
No flower vote.
Yeah, like that as well. Guys, you do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Kana, Dread from Nongshim Red Force. Finally, a much-needed victory to end an 8-match-long losing streak. How do you feel, guys? Just like you said, you know, the losing streak was so long, and I'm so happy that we were able to break the streak. And also, in fact, after like winning game number 1, I was getting emotional, and I'm just so happy I had a lot of fun today. Same, I'm happy that we were able to finally end our losing streak, and I think I'm like feeling the happiest today. So how are you able to always kind of keep your mentality strong throughout these hard times? I'm pretty vulnerable to, you know, all the stress, so I tried my best to kind of relieve the stress better. And in the player comm, we could hear Ghost being extra happy after securing the match victory. It was like, yeah, this is it, guys. This is what we wanted to do. So what was the thing that Nongshim really wanted to do throughout the summer split? Probably winning, you know? Regardless of the performance, you know, it's always good to win. So we really, really wanted to win. And I guess Ghost was referring to that. And Kana, in game number 1, you guys were kind of making the opponents to take the Silver Yumi comp, because maybe you guys prepared that Alistar counter pick? Well, the bottom side of the map is not my territory, so I'm not sure. But I think, yeah, they did prepare some counter comp into some of the bottom lane meta picks. So Snowflower was pretty confident with that Alistar pick. And we were able to see some outplays from that Alistar in game number 1. Gwen in game number 1, played by the opponent, was also one of the top tier pick, and due to yesterday was able to make some outplay too. So what are your thoughts on Gwen right now? With the change with the ult, I think it has become a lot easier for people to use, and also her base damage has increased as well. So early on, I tried to go a little bit safer when I was playing Nara into Gwen, a little bit more passive. I was not expecting to win POG, but at the second tier turret of the mid lane, you know, when we got Silver kill, I was like, yeah, this is one of the aggressive plays that I can make. And I'm curious how Nongshim was able to step up so much as a team. Same, I'm curious too. Maybe because we were practicing really hard. Was there any team bonding activity you guys did? We just always tried our best to cheer up and prepare for the matches. And Dread, in game number 2, your Trundle was also popping off, and then in game 3, you decided to blind pick Skarner, one of the newest pick here in the League of Legends. So tell me about it. So looking at the opponent's comp, Skarner was the best fit into their comp, and then our coaching staff was recommending the Skarner pick for me. To me, so yeah, it was the right situation to play Skarner. I'm pretty sure not many people know that Skarner actually exists. So any tips on playing that pick? Nothing much. When you ult, you actually have to change your direction a little bit. Then I don't know how to describe this, but it makes your teammates easier to do damage onto the target. So make sure to turn a little bit when you are using that ult. And Dread, you were really aggressive today, going for all the counter jungling in the opponent's territory in game 3, and also in game 1 and 2 as well. Today in general, you were really aggressive and proactive. Overall, our laners had priority in lane, so I thought it would be really nice if I can find the enemy jungler. Nongshim finally secured a match victory after a long losing streak, and I hope this is a turning point for you guys. Your next opponent will be Freddy Brion. I think Brion is really good at team fights, so we have to watch out for that. And also, last time when we were shooting the slower pa, the shoulder contents, we lost to them, the quizzes and stuff. So I hope we can get a revenge on them, because I was a little bit embarrassed that I lost that street low fighter quizzes. Last time in the Freddy Brion series, I had some personal issues, so I was not able to play. So I hope I can play on stage this time around and bring a victory. And this will be the end of the interview from Dread Kana from Nongshim Red Force, and back to the Carpet Space Astronauts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that awesome interview. We are here, of course, in space, just hanging out in our astronaut costumes. Let's take a look at the standings after that win. That is one small step for Nongshim, as they do move from 2-10 to 3-10. And of course, Live Sandbox, I mean, you're in playoff contention here, and to take a loss against a team that's on the east side of the bracket, not feeling good for you.
No, definitely rough, and it makes the match between Sandbox and DRX at the end of this week even more important. And ideally, you would have wanted to go into that with some winning momentum. Now, I'm sure the same is the case for DRX, but they got Genji as an opponent. So good luck with that one.
Who knows what's going to happen here? I mean, Genji have just been clapping opponents that are not T1 over and over and over, but maybe DRX, who are on the upswing, can actually challenge them. Find out in about a half hour. We'll be back with the second match.
아마 18년도쯤 제가 솔로 랭크를 하고 있었을 때일 거예요. 저도 이제 그 당시에 선수였었거든요. 솔로 랭크 같은 경우는 이제 티어가 높은 사람들끼리는 보통 이제 계속 마주치다 보니까 그 아이디가 계속 눈에 들어왔었던 것 같아요. 나는 준이라다, 나는 준이라다.
그때 아이디가 준이라다.
네, 나는 준이라다 닉네임 쓰고 있을 때. 그리고 그때 뭔가 건우가 그때 점수는 그렇게 안 높았어요. 그냥 그랜드마스 한 300~400점 계속 왔다 갔다 하고. 근데 무빙이나 아니면 좀 순간 각 같은 거 잘 보는 사람들은 딱 보이거든요. 그래서 뭔가 이제 잘하는 것 같다.
소식 선수 방송 많이 봤었는데 그때 제 닉네임 바코드 했었는데 제 닉네임 만들어준 것 같아요.
뭐라고 하면서
너는 그냥 준이라다라고 하면서 해가지고 그냥 나는 준이라다라고 했던 것 같아요.
준이라다가 뜻이 있는 거예요? 쳤을 때 어떤 아이였는지.
착했어요. 말을 너무 잘 들었어요. 엄마 없으면 안 되는 아이. 친구들도 많았고 성격이 많이 활발했고 나가서 노는 것도 좋아했고 축구도 좋아했고 줄넘기도 좋아했고 저는 그러니까 애한테 공부를 많이 시키진 않았어요. 그냥 네가 하고 싶은 거 해라.
쿨한 성격이시긴 해요. 제가 하고 싶은 거 있으면 믿어주시고 밀어주시는 분이에요. 아예 공부를 안 잡았긴 했어요. 고등학교 1학년 때 들어갈 때부터 제가 게임만 계속 했었어가지고 그냥 게임으로 하다 보니까 잘 됐으니까 그냥 게임 쪽으로 가야겠다 하고 갔던 것 같아요.
엄마 내 소개를 했는데 내가 나중에 커서 프로게이머 되겠다 하니까 선생님이 니는 꿈 있는 학생이네? 이러면서 칭찬을 해주신 거예요. 그래서 나는 그거 듣고는 그냥 잊어버렸죠, 당연히. 근데 딱히 1년 만에 걔가 그러니까 KT에서 너 프로게이머 해볼래? 이러면서 연락 온 거예요.
그때 첫 데뷔전 상대가 누구였어요?
그때 IG 루키 선수였는데 많이 처참하게 발려가지고 기억이 잘 나긴 하는데 기억은 좀 하기 싫은 상태이긴 해요. 제가 에코하고 이제 루키 선수가 신드라 하면서 제가 그런 구도에 대해서 많이 자신감이 있다 생각하고 대회를 했었는데 막상 대회에 들어가 보니까 게임 자체가 많이 다르고 제가 막 1대1로도 박을 수 없는 상황이다 보니까 많이 경기가 힘들었던 것 같아요. 솔직히 게임에 대한 지식도 없고 게임을 아무것도 모르는 상태인데 중국어까지 못하다 보니까 할 수 있는 게 없다 생각하고 서머 전 기간 동안 중국어랑 게임 많이 해서 필요가 좀 밀렸던 것 같아요. 거있다 같은 거.
그게 뭐예요?
쌓을 수 있다. 게임에 쓰는 언어만 일단 최대한으로 진짜로 그냥 하루에 한 2~3시간씩 많이 했었던 것 같아요.
PC 게이밍에서 스프링은 사실 이렇게 경쟁력 있는 모습을 보여주지 못해서 출전 기회를 잡긴 했지만 그래서 막 왔다 갔다 했다 그래요. 주전 서브를 그러다 이제 서머부터 좀 본격적으로 잘 해서 좀 이름을 알렸고.
More, but Zika, another contender. It's going to be 3v3 after all. Zika coming back into the play, trying to finish off the shot. He manages to do it. Oh my days, Zika!
그 다음에 이제 2021년에 BLG. 그때는 근데 더 큰 기대를 받고 주목을 받고 갔는데 또 스프링에서는 약간 부진했다고 해요. 그래서 스프링에서 조금 헤매다가 서머에는 완전히 팀의 에이스? 그런 느낌으로까지 이제 성장을 해서 엄청난 포텐셜과 가능성을 보여준 채로 시즌이 끝났고 팀을 플레이오프에 올려놓은 공이 굉장히 크다고 하더라고요. 그렇게 해서 이제 그 이후에 LCK로 오게 된 거죠.
강 선수가 거의 1순위. 지금 현재 감독님이랑 이야기했을 때도 그 선수 이름이 가장 먼저 나왔었습니다. 확신을 할 수는 없었던 상황이었고요. 대안도 다 고려는 하고 있었지만 조금 더 간절하게 생각하긴 했죠.
일단 킹겐한테 연락이 왔거든요. 지금 제칸의 집에 놀러 가는데 자기가 도움 드릴 거
도와줘.
고마워가지고
해줘.
친분이 있다 보니까 어떻게든 조금이라도 더 좋은 말 해주면 확률이 올라가는 거잖아요. 근데 당연히 그때는 그냥 꼬시러 간 게 아니라 그냥 놀러 왔다라고 했는데 본인도 알았을 거예요, 내심.
대충 알고는 있었긴 했었어요. 그때 영화 보면서 LS 어떠냐면서 잘한 선수도 올 것 같고 멤버도 좋게 짜질 것 같다면서 얘기했던 것 같아요. 한국 오면 잘해서 같이 롤드 가자고 했어요. 일단 바텀 듀오 형들이 이제 아무래도 잘하고 베테랑이다 보니까 저희 상체 셋이서 약간 배울 수 있는 부분이나 그런 부분이 좀 많지 않을까 생각하고 뒤에서 이끌어주면 저희가 앞에서 잘할 수 있을 거라는 생각을 했었던 것 같아요.
아까부터 그러니까 이거를 인지는 하고 있는데 이게 다소 억지처럼 보여도 이런 다이브가 되거든요.
그렇죠. 반격되는 표식은 표식이라도.
근데 현원수로 버티긴 하지만 버티긴 하는데
안 떨어졌어요.
이거 연대작용인데요.
그렇죠.
이거 완전 연대작용
갈아버리겠는데요.
게임이 터졌습니다.
처음에는 긴장 많이 했었었는데 또 경기 들어가서 게임하다 보니까 그렇게 떨리거나 그런 긴장은 없었던 것 같아요. 솔직히 질 거라는 생각을 안 하고 있었는데
그래서 하더라고? 근데 이거 왼쪽? 표식? 먼저 끊을 수 있으면 그렇죠? 먼저
한번 열었고요.
제카 좀 잡고 그렇죠? 도부 가요. 도부 일단 가요. 제카 네 일단
약간 안 죽어요. 어차피 당구만 안 죽어요. 이거 샌드박스! 이런 역전 드라마를 또 잡았습니다. 넥서스를 깨버리면서 이거 뭐 나중에 깨도 되고 치즈!
막상 데뷔전 막 2대0으로 지니까 허탈감이 많이 좀 왔었던 것 같아요. 너무 아쉬워서 그냥 아무 말도 안 났던 것 같아요. 스스로가 좀 긴장 플랭만 했었던 것 같아요.
제가 남들보다 나은 점은 여러 팀에 있었고 경력이 길다 보니까 여러 상황에 부딪혀 본 게 제 장점이잖아요. 근데 그냥 선수들끼리 좀 터놓고 얘기했을 때 좀 경기력이 눈에 띄게 좋아졌던 기억이 있어서 불만이 없더라도 하나씩 만들어서 얘기하라고 제가 얘기를 해서 저부터 시작해서 한 명 한 명씩 다 얘기를 했던 것 같아요.
제거 선수 누구한테 어떤 말 했어요?
저 말 안 했던 걸로 기억.
말 안 했어요?
저는 제 문제점을 제가 제일 잘 알아가지고 그냥 제 문제점을 생각했던 것 같아요.
월간포화 대박. 그렇죠. 그리고 룰러.
대박입니다. DRX
이러다가
DRX의 파멸적 반등 5연승까지 승체를 찍어냅니다. DRX입니다.
기세 같은 거나 자신감적인 부분에서 많이 좋아졌던 것 같은데 메타도 약간 그때 당시에 잘 맞았었고 제 게임 실력에 대한 자신감도 많이 올라왔다 생각했어요.
DRX는 이득을 크게 배워 물어야 합니다. 네, 합류했고요. 킹겐.
일단
킹겐
쉽게 간다. 아니 제카의 슈퍼 그렇죠.
아질은 어떻게 보면 정통 메이지 챔피언이잖아요. 정통 메이지 챔피언으로 스킬 활용이 굉장히 뛰어났거든요. 스킬 활용 자체가 모든 장면에서. 그런 걸 보여줄 수 있는 선수면 챔피언 풀은 문제되지 않겠구나.
근데 그 아질을 잘 다뤘다는 얘기는 바꿔 말씀드리면은 이 선수가 단단해졌다는 의미이긴 해요. 원래도 싸움 잘하는 친구였지만 상처 입는 걸 원하는 선수였는데 그러면 안 되는 때도 있잖아요. 상처 입으면 안 되는 메타일 때에도. 근데 그런 쪽에서 나름대로 좀 보여준 게 있다?
사실 그거는 솔직히 말이 안 된다고 생각을 해요. 제가 봤을 때는 그런 장면이 시즌2에 나왔다? 이건 팀 합으로도 엄청나다는 걸 뜻하거든요. DRX가 진짜 이번 썸머 시즌에 일을 내겠다. 특히나 상체를 필두로.
그런 평이 있더라고요. 제카는 스프링보다 서머 때도 잘한다. 지금까지 보여주는 그 경기력은 우리가 LPL에서 보던 그 제카의 그 파괴력이 맞구나.
이게 그래도 뭐예요? 막혔어요. 아니 제카 이거 많이 몰랐어요.
저들 죽잖아요. 근데 이거 위험한데요.
아칼리가 너무 발이 풀렸어요. 이렇게 쉽습니까? 킬 먹는 게?
지금이 그냥 제일 좋은 것 같아요. 잘하고 있다 생각하고 좋은 선수들과 좋은 코치 감독님들과 더 좋은 목표를 향해서 더 잘할 수 있는 기대감이 있어가지고 더 나아질 것 같아요. 무조건 이 DRX 팀을 일단 강팀 반열에 들고 일단 월드컵 무조건 갈 수 있다는 생각을 가진 팀으로 일단은 만들고 싶어요. 최대한 잘해서.
In spring, he was just reliable, but in summer, it's like a big change. He looks like a much more confident player. And now he's kind of taking the carry role for DRX so far.
The best part to me about Zeka is that he is very diverse. So he plays TF, he plays Corki, he plays Azir, but he also plays Akali. Even as the meta is going to change, he will probably still be a really good player. Yes, so I'm really looking forward to see where he goes. I'm happy we got him in the LCK.
연습으로 채워지지 않는 그 체급 자체가 선수가 너무 좋아서 그릇이 크다. 제카 선수에 대한 평가 중에 가장 인상 깊었던 평가가 언젠가 신기에 도전할 수 있는 미드라이너라고 말을 하더라고요. 미드라이너가 항상 그 정해져 있잖아요. 요 몇 년간 딱 정해져 있는 그 선수들이 있는데 그 대권에 감히 도전할 수 있는 그런 선수다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022, and it's time for our second match of the night. Gen.G taking on DRX. First time around, wasn't too close. Of course, Gen.G dispatched of DRX, much like they have dispatched of any other team not named Damwon Kia and T1. T1, of course, managed to beat them. Damwon Kia took them to 3 games, but they're the only teams that have done so.
Yeah, and tonight is going to be like last night was, a bit of a test for T1 against KT Rolster in the Telecom War. Another test for Gen.G, kind of a benchmark for how they're looking right now on this new patch before they do face off against T1 on Saturday. Same, of course, to be said for DRX, who will then face off against Live Sandbox. We saw take that loss against Nongshim. So everything's kind of coming to a head here this week, and I really like to see that because there's so much testing that has to be done before we're really going to know where these playoff seeds are, because we do basically know who's going to playoffs at this point.
And there's like a beautiful parallel between these two teams. We bring up points of the match here for our first one, for our first game of this second series. Gen.G fighting for that first place, and DRX are fighting for third. And this is the beautiful thing. Gen.G have a huge game score. They have a bigger game score than T1. However, if they win or lose here, it doesn't actually matter for their battle for first place. It will still be Gen.G needs to win in order to get ahead of T1. Because if they lose, it's very similar to how T1 lost against Kwangdong Freaks, and they'll have the same scoreline, but their match score will be bigger. On the other hand, DRX have a lower game score than Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox have picked up more 2-0s than DRX has been able to, and therefore, DRX has to win here if they want to actually get third after managing to take down Live Sandbox in their next match. It's actually kind of hilarious how close they are and how similar it is and how relevant it is to the matches coming up for both of these teams.
This is a very funny stat that has been kind of a joke here internally at the LCK about Zeka having the #1 DPM of all mid laners by beating Chovy by exactly 1 damage per minute. And Zeka, leading into this match, was interviewed by a lot of outlets and said, like, you know, Chovy is definitely a mountain to climb, definitely a really tough opponent for me going into this series. And, you know, while Zeka is a very strong star player for his team, Chovy has looked at his best, at his peak this season. And Ruler versus Deft, man, they have faced off against each other so many times. So you can see this is hitting 75 actually tonight.
And this is actually all-time record as well. So it includes things like MSI and Kesper Cup and all that sort of stuff. This is dating back a very long way, as Def does have it by 4 games. However, this year it's been very much, and also last year of course as well, been very much in Ruler's favor. As we're going to have a look at some of the team stats here, of course, things look good for Gen.G. They do a lot of winning, Wolf. They have a +20 game score. That is 10 times the game score of DRX.
DRX have looked very poor in round 2 compared to their round 1 performance, but did have a bit of a resurgence last week. Pioshik back on the Rift, and he's looking very good after taking a break. So I am looking forward to seeing what the drafts look like here for DRX, because I think that is going to be the one angle of attack. Now, not saying that Gen.G's drafting is weak. I think they've actually had the safest and strongest drafts of the entirety of the LCK. But maybe DRX has a strategy. They have a new champion, as Pioshik often does, that they'll bring into the Rift here.
Looking at that gold difference at 8 minutes, by the way, they were first and second, and the difference was 700 gold.
Yeah.
Absolutely obscene. This Gen.G roster is just are on another level when it comes to the laning phase and being able to create advantages for themselves. A lot of that, of course, rests with Peanut and his ability to get stuff done very early in the game, often invading or diving, doing basically what his team needs in that moment in time. This is a team that has been working out very, very well. And it's been 5 match wins since their loss against T1. They will be rematching them in a couple of days' time on Saturday night. Make sure that you do not miss that day. It is going to be absurdly good.
Yeah, it will be especially better if Gen.G also are able to take this series against DRX. In terms of the lead up to that really important series is we actually have the donut churros. It's like actually there on the side. Actually actively brought the donut churros.
That is absolutely perfect. It's precisely what you need. We'll see whether that is going to give them the fighting spirit they need in order to take the victory here. As of course, I don't think Gen.G need all that much help. I don't think that any of the smart money is going to be on DRX tonight. However, the hopeful money may be there, and they are fresh off a recent upset, managing to take down Damwon Kia in their last one. Of course, Beryl managing to overcome his former teammates twice in a row. This season is definitely a big deal, but they have had a lot to say about their last matchup against Gen.G, feeling like they did have the ability to win because they were ahead early, but then unfortunately weren't able to put the screws in and actually take the win. And I think that they've been dwelling on it from what we've heard in interviews and things like this from DRX. Def being very hard on himself, actually, over the last few weeks about his personal performance.
Yeah, I think that he should be. Not to say that I'm trying to put him down on his performance, but it has been very night and day, you know, with the early season Def versus what we've seen in round 2 here. And DRX need to hold themselves to a higher standard here in the second round robin. Finish strong, or else their chances of going to Worlds diminish rapidly. They need the strongest finish possible. They need to peak at the end. As this is going to be our key player matchup, the mid lane, we talked about the 617 to 618. Those damage percent here, much higher for Zeka because Ruler is on Gen.G's team, or on Chovy's team, rather. Kill participation also much higher here for Zeka. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who's watched Chovy throughout his career. He does kind of do his own thing. He kills the minions a lot, gets ahead, and then team fights later. Zeka definitely a lot more with his team in early skirmishes.
Yeah, definitely far more about catching those waves as the game is beginning, but also Gen.G tend to skirmish a whole lot more in the very early stages of the game. They have sort of kills going on everywhere, and often when all of these dives are happening on the bottom side of the map, I mean, Chovy's just beating his lane opponent, right? So it's about how Gen.G kind of plays the game that has contributed to that statistic, but also I love the fact that it is, you know, Zeka highlighted for his team play and his ability to really assist his team as Gen.G Guardian Chovy there on the sign.
Yeah, Gen.G's Guardian is Chovy on that sign with his face put in there. I thought was very funny. We did just have a Rookies on the Rift episode about Zeka. You guys will, if it hasn't come out in English yet, it will come out later on this week. You guys will eventually get to see it. It was very cool.
Yep.
Really well timed right before this series. Such an important moment for a new generation of mid laner up against Chovy.
I think these are sisters of opposing sides, as this Gen.G fan's sister is a DRX fan. And look, they're both just representing against one another. Very, very cute.
For me, the key player matchup, Chovy versus Zeka, that's very exciting, but Ruler versus Deft and what the bottom 2v2 is going to look like in terms of drafting is really exciting because Gen.G has been the team that has set the golden standard for what a good draft looks like in 2v2s. We've seen Ruler dominate both weak side and strong side. We've seen him play the Lucian, we've seen him play the Kalista, we've seen him actually look really good on even Senna, one of the best Senna players in the LCK right now. You know, the opposite kind of angle for Deft, who's played it a lot but hasn't found the same success. Gen.G, I think, has the big brain coach of score here in terms of setting this one up on a new patch, and I think we're all going to learn a lot tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to be handled as Gen.G take away Deft's Draven. Obviously angling for a bit of a Zeri situation here, but with the Yuumi band, it makes it a little bit more difficult, as Lulu is also taken away, despite the Zeri ban coming through first.
We might just see 6 bans allocated towards the bottom 2v2. Would not be a shocker, but now you have to be a little bit more careful because you have to consider, okay, Zeri doesn't have the Yuumi.
Yeah.
Still a possibility. Obviously, Silas, one of Chovy's best picks, historically speaking, even in his Hanwha days. So,
and these are all responses as well. I actually love this. The Draven comes through, so the Yuumi comes through. And then the Lulu to protect the Lucian and Nami pickups, because of course Lulu Kog'Maw has been a common answer, so therefore Lucian has to be banned. Then the Kallista's banned. Now DRX are like, oh, but there's the entire rest of the map that we have to worry about. Poppy is available, potentially for Peanut, but also the entire mid lane pool is up, so the Silas has to be banned away, and now Genji getting R for free.
Yep, Genji getting R for free. Blue side is very strong in this meta because of the Silas. Obviously
I think
because
it's
of the Zeri.
Yeah, I think it's also just strong for Gen G in general, because I think their bottom lane is the most reliable.
It's the scariest, and now you're going to see, even without the Lulu, even without the Yuumi, still first pick Zeri coming through, and this means that DRX will have the opportunity to take the Gnar themselves, and now Genji could have done that for Doran in this early part, but Kingen is a strong lane opponent for him, and Doran has been the weakest link in Genji, which is kind of silly to say because he has been so good. But you know, you have to criticize something for Genji, and I think taking the Zeri for your strongest player in a meta for bottom side, I think it's the right call. As Kingen will get the Gnar. Now, the Taliyah made it through this draft because of all of the focus on the bottom 2v2. So a really strong flex pick here for Zeka and Pyosik to be picked up early. And it's the first time we've seen Taliyah in a really long time. She was slightly buffed on this patch as well. So,
yeah, we weren't actually expecting to see her at all, just because she has become so much stronger as that flex pick. Pyosik could be playing it. Zeka has played it already. Genji can take away their Gnar counter of choice here. And I'm very interested to see what Lehens has in store for us as far as teaming up with Zeri here on this bottom side. Could just be Nautilus, which we have seen many times in the past.
I think if you want Ahri, you have to pick it now as Chovy here. And we've seen Ahri be the most consistent answer so far to the Taliyah. Forces a cleanse a lot of the time. Makes the laning phase a little bit more frustrating for the Taliyah. We do sometimes see the Unsealed Spellbook, of course, as well as a bit of an answer. But you don't know if this is going to the mid lane necessarily.
Yeah.
But I still think the Ahri is the best answer. And Chovy is the best Ahri player in the LCK by a large margin at the moment.
I love this.
Just going to swing that flexibility around.
But instead, deft back to an old favorite here. I remember an EDG pentakill that Pastry Time called many, many times ago, and that was the deft what the heck in the Baron Pit, as he just slaughtered 1 million people back in 2015. Yes.
Well, I mean, about 5 people, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it was 5. I think it was 5. Might have been 6 if you include Baron.
Yeah. So the Sivir pick here into the Zeri, you know, can be very strong in mid game with Taliyah. Obviously, the Gnar not going to be as good necessarily because it's going to be reliant on the Gnar bar, but what we see Barrel pick up here with the Sivir is what I'm most interested in right now, because we don't even know, as you mentioned, what Lehens is playing, so it feels very early to actually grab a Sivir pick here as DRX, since it's not that powerful on its own as we've seen so far. And obviously the Yuumi was the ban from DRX from ages ago in the first 3 bans they picked, so I'm not sold on this Sivir pick this time around just yet. As we've seen, it's been so reliant on tempo, and without it, it has looked very weak.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the DRX take on this champion, because of course now we're getting our old hands here in the bottom lane, as Ruler and Deft have of course had their fair share of Sivir games, although it's doesn't necessarily stand out as a Ruler pick necessarily. He has definitely got games on it, but it just doesn't feel like his bread and butter. Wukong going to be locked in. Of course, the Viego ban going to be giving that one away a little bit. Trundle taken off the board there as well by Genji. Means that Poppy is just the most obvious.
Yeah, and I feel like DRX definitely could have tried to run Poppy in this draft, and it would have been very strong. And now you're giving Peanut over his best champion this season with Hex Flash enabled on blue side.
Yeah.
It does feel like it is quite a miscalculation here for DRX. You also, of course, now confirm, as we all suspected, that the Taliyah is going to be played mid. Could have actually just grabbed a support here instead. We'll see what that's going to be. We did see the Leona hover for Lehens, but I think Rakan a lot more versatile in this draft. And we talked about the Rakan being risky into drafts like what DRX has when we were talking about Snowflower earlier on, but Lehens, we 100% can trust that he can pilot this around, even as squishy as Rakan is into Wukong, Sivir, Talia can of course catch him. I still think you feel very good about Zeri Rakan here into almost any Sivir lane.
Beryl, hovering giga movement speed. This is just all the movement speed that you could possibly get for the bottom lane, and they are going to lock in the Zillion. Okay, there we go. Also can donate some experience around as well, which is a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Zillion we've seen in other regions as a support pick. Here in the LCK has been a little bit more mid-centric, but movement speed that Sivir needs, she's obviously going to have her ultimate, and speeding up a Wukong is very strong. I think part of the reason why we did see the Wukong choice here instead of the Poppy for Pyosik is just how strong he is with Cyclone when he has that actually on the hunt. Zillion, of course, going to be speeding Sivir up as well. And there's a lot of macro power here with this Talia, assuming that Chovy doesn't just destroy him in lane. Knows he's taken cleanse, as I was talking about before. And we'll see if it's unsealed, but either way, we'll have to take that summoner early here. And Chovy is going to look to control this lane. They're going to look for mid-game skirmishes where the Zeri is going to look for the moment where she gets a kill or two, gets ahead. And Ruler, this season, 2-1 on the Zeri. He's only been allowed to play it 3 times. See what his 4th one looks like here, because he is our strongest AD carry right now in the LCK.
He absolutely is, and Zeri is definitely the primary pick. It has definitely looked better when there is a Yuumi alongside it.
That's very scary.
Was demonstrated yesterday. Yeah, a lot of Pyoshik's face on a lot of champions. This is not the optimal.
The Pyopi.
Yeah, I really did quite like the Pyoshik Lee Sin. That looked real cool. Pyoshik Poppy, not feeling it. That's not my favorite. As the rest of the sort of draft comes together, Wolf, how do you feel about how Gen G's draft looks just holistically?
The one thing I am a little bit worried about is Doran on the Sejuani here, because there's obviously a very aggressive Wukong player here on the side of DRX, and Gnar into the Sejuani can be a lot of power here for DRX on top side.
Yep, not to mention, you know, Zeka does have a very high priority Talia that we're seeing for the first time on this patch. Let's get into game number 1. All right.
The Wukong skin is just, it's so silly. This is how he's shaking his head around.
I just think, I love that you're talking about the Wukong skin being silly when it's Ragdoll Poppy on the other side.
Yeah,
like,
there's also that.
Yeah.
Sejuani, Bristle's not looking so great.
Hey, that's a release Sejuani skin, all right?
Bristle needs to be taken to the groomer, I think.
Yeah, that's also like not the one that everyone was playing as well, as DRX don't have a lot of information about what's going on here. As Kingin not going to find the Rakan as he does make his way through.
Yeah.
Some deep vision going down for both teams.
Would have been really scary if he did just walk into the Rakan and there's a follow-up, CC coming through from Doran. Doesn't end up getting the permafrost, and could have been disastrous there, but that is not the world we live in. Just a 5-point start for DRX. Kingin does not make an error. And now it's just going to be buffs traded here across the board on the bottom side of the map. Now, going back to compositions here, I think that the power of the Sivir, as has been shown several times now, is Lehens. Just take a little bit of damage. It's okay.
Yep.
The power of the Sivir has been 100% around getting extremely strong mid and early game skirmishing around level 6, and then obviously on your first and second item, and making sure you're ahead of the enemy carry, especially if it's an Aphelios or a Zeri on the other side. But I think DRX have put a draft together that is extremely good at setting that up. You know, you have the power of, okay, depth.
All right, Lehen's just going to grandly enter towards that bottom side. As you can see, DRX pretty okay with the situation.
I always get nervous when there's a level 2 about to be hit for a Zeri and we're going into a fight like this. But going back to it, though, Zillion speeds up. Obviously, this Sivir, she's going to be very fast. She has her ultimate. You have the Talia, which has great setup CC. You have Cyclone. You have a Gnar. And DRX should be looking to fight repeatedly, basically non-stop throughout this early game on all of the early objectives. Try to get an early lead. Chovy, he is our best Ahri player.
He's pretty good at this champion. Interesting that it was Zeka that actually debuted it, or re-debuted the Ahri this year, as Peanut is going to pay him a visit. Flash comes out already, as Peanut really does not waste any time when it comes to getting early advantages.
Nope. And he's playing early game Poppy and early game Wukong, so he's going to come over here and start to harass Pyosik, try to stop his pathing.
Yeah.
I mean, Chovy has prio. There's a wave crashing turret. Got to be careful, Pyosik, about continuing to trade there.
Yeah, here towards the bottom side, Gen G just getting that wave shoved towards them. Beryl and Deft actually playing a very aggressive lane down here, although not necessarily winning in farm or anything like that. Gleaming Quill, just a free spell shield there for Deft.
The really strong part of this Zilean is, obviously it's going to really empower forced fights for the Sivir in the early game, but he also is really good anti-pick, especially against the Ahri. So, you set up a Charm, there's follow-up CC from the Sejuani, and Zeri is looking to get that damage done. He could just say no. A lot of cooldowns used onto a single target. He just revives them if he times his ultimate very well.
Yep.
So I like this. This is the first Zilean pick I've seen in the LCK where I'm like, I think this has a lot of power even if you're behind, because we usually don't get to say that about Zilean.
It's true. He's a very interesting champion with the fact that you can give experience and things like this as well. Does sort of change a bunch of timings in the early stages of the game. A little bit more relevant on the mid lane variety, but will certainly also work out that way on the bottom side, as Pyosik is also a champion that does want to get early levels. See whether he does manage to get accelerated, of course. It's not exactly a race for level 6 style of experience advantage, but just being able to get general experience leads and changing up what the calculations are going to be for those level 6 markings is kind of cool.
Kingen is winning this lane pretty hard right now. That's what the observers were showing up there. Doran taking some poor trades. This matchup has been, I think, there's a lot of power on the Gnar side because obviously Sejuani is melee, and you could see Kingen is just zoning him out right now. He's not going to lose too much off of this, but might have to back early and teleport. He's just non-stop stopping him from doing so as well. So this is really frustrating for Doran. We've seen players like Nuguri just scoff at the idea that Gnar could win this matchup, but Kingen is doing a great job, which is one of the reasons why I mentioned, going into this series, I feel like Doran is the weak link, quote-unquote, in terms of the laning phase. He has not looked amazing. It's really been around team fights where he shines. Kingen, on the other hand, really turning his year around here in summer.
Yeah, he sort of started off very well, but then had a bit of a quiet middle of the season. As Deft is going to get sped up. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana. Of course, you can't use your spell shield to get more of that back as easily now. As Ruler will take some bomb damage. Double bomb not going to get the stun though. And Deft wasn't able to find much boomerang.
Okay, here's the early gank coming through from Pyosik. Does have this vision cleared out.
Yeah, both teleports have been expended as well, so this is actually a very high value gank at the same time.
Yeah, even if he doesn't get a kill, if he forces Doran to back, it is super massive for him.
Yeah, as now Kingen with a Gnar in a fantastic spot. Doran is in so much trouble. Permafrost is good there onto Pyosik, but the Gnar is into the wall. Wallop for the layered CC, and they should have the damage. First blood, but Pyosik's going to be traded. Doran gets a lot of money here, but he will lose a full wave.
Yeah, he's going to lose a full wave. He's going to lose a plate as well at minimum here, so you feel really good about this, as DRX obviously would have felt a lot better if Pyosik does not go down, but still a huge win for them. As Barrow's going to hold this wave. A little bit of CS lost here, as we're seeing Zeri is actually with a non-Yuumi champion. She does very well, actually, in the early laning phase against the Sivir. Luricon being another reason why. So watch this one more time. Like you mentioned, the Gnar bar here is perfect for Kingen. Doran does not realize until very late here. Still, even without flash, it's just barely able to walk this into turret range, where Pyosik unfortunately doesn't juggle this one perfectly. Goes in early with the Warrior Trickster in turret range. If it's juggled a little bit better, I think they probably still get the kill.
Yeah, and also expends his flash as well, so kind of a big loss there for Pyosik, unfortunately. But they still managed to get first blood, and so the money trade is still going to be in favor of DRX, especially when the minion wave was where it was. Doran does get another shove though, and as you can see, 10 CS in the lead for the Sejuani. And Doran's actually been laning very, very well, all things considered.
Yeah, outside of those initial trades, he's been doing a great job.
Yep.
Call picked up here for Kingen on his back, so it's going to be a more passive lane for him now.
Well, Deft not going to be too worried about that one now that Spell Shield is available. Lehen's able to collect Spell Shields whenever he feels like it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how both of these AD carries have insanely good wave clear when they're given the opportunity to just zap it as Zeri or as Deft just ricochet his way through. So it's really just about the cooldowns for Deft as to whether he is pushing this lane or he is defending the ruler push.
Yep. Of course, Zilean has only been played one other time so far this season. It was Showmaker that picked it up, of course, Beryl's former teammate.
Yeah.
Was a flex pick that they'd played quite a few times. Of course, it's a favorite of BDD as well in the past. We do have quite a few Zilean players here in the LCK.
I remember that Zilean game because you and I were casting and you and I had different opinions on whether we thought it was going to be great or not, and then the game was not about Showmaker at all. They just got a super strong 2v2 lead, and it didn't matter even a little bit. So we'll see how this one goes. Okay, King in.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash. Pureshik has made it into this pit as Lehens doesn't exactly find too much value, but that's a very, very dead Gnar. And it's Chovy that picks up the kill. They'll also get themselves this Rift Herald, and DRX just kind of donating.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no value down here bottom side for Deft in this 1v1. He's not going to get a plate. They're not able to set up a res here with Beryl hitting 6. He's just not in position fast enough there. And I think DRX made neither decision to either double down on bottom side here or try to rotate over faster. And Chovy has prio, and wouldn't you know it, he's got a Dark Seal on Ahri. They give him the kill. I've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
And this is why, even though Taliyah is an extremely strong pick right now in this meta, was buffed on this patch, is also a flex. If Ahri is open, Chovy will just let you have it and be happy to play this, as this is Kingen trying to set up here very early on in this fight, but no Narbar, just charmed. This is just not a real 4v4 fight here for DRX. They're just not set up at all.
Well, this is a real 2v2. Wait, make it a 2v3. Sudo come back to life, and Beryl is at half health. Zeka had to use his cleanse as well. Deft also flash healed in the bottom lane, as Ruler ulted him, I think. Ruler didn't need to invest anything. And Deft didn't ult, so I guess there's that, but he doesn't have either of his summoner spells.
Yeah, I know which one of those I'd rather be. I'd rather be the Zeri, who is going to have her ultimate for the next objective fight. Well, I mean, depends on what happens on this Drake, but I think given the control of the map right now that Genji have, I think Ruler is like, yeah, I don't think you guys are trying to fight us in the skirmish over here right now. As we'll go back and watch, it's an Extendo Beam. No, well, yes, actually, it's both the Extendo Beam and also the wall ride over. He just gets on top of Deft here, forces him to heal, and then the flash comes through. Ruler does not follow flash, knowing he's just barely a little bit too low on damage to finish him off.
And also probably just happy to take the summoner spells away from the Sivir, right? Like you were talking about, the next fight is what he's thinking about here. Control of this dragon for Gen G, pretty absolute, as there's not a whole lot of vision here towards the bottom side for DRX. We're having a look at the top lane. At the moment, Endurance playing very respectfully. Peanut should be able to just get around here and do whatever he likes. That ward does actually give a whole lot of value, as Kraken Slayer is now completed for Deft, as he did have to go back to base. And Beryl wants to get down towards this lane, but there is a Poppy that's heading on over. Lehens is going to show up, spots this one out.
I mean, the longer this takes,
yeah, I mean, Zeri's just getting free plates.
Exactly. The longer this takes, the better this is for Ruler. They've got a Rift Herald they can drop down here. Ruler is going to get the whole turret, and this is Gen G, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Zeri, maybe she didn't get an early kill, didn't flash forward or anything, you know, just ults the enemy Sivir in a 1v1, and turns that into a whole turret. That is what this team will do. 1,300 gold put in the Zeri's pocket without a single kill.
And now Kingen trying to fight against Doran here, and Doran's having a great time. Gnar is going to go wide, as is the Glacial Prison. Nice hop there from Kingen to avoid that.
And what we've seen so far for these teams that have picked Zeri without the Yuumi this week, and the first 2 days of play here, of course, on this new patch, is they have not been able to get the Zeri consistently ahead. And we could definitely say that about Genji, as Peanut will take a lot of damage, but he'll be okay. But Ruler is now basically a 2-kill in the early game Zeri, because he has that extra money. He's got a completed call. The guy is rich.
He's like 4 theoretical kills ahead of Deft, right, as far as money is concerned. 1,200 gold, and it's pretty nutty.
And guess where he's going? He's going to the other side of the map where he's looking for another plate. And guess who's late on the swap? Unfortunately, DRX, because when you're behind, the team that's ahead gets the lane swap first, and Ruler will grab a solo plate here. Lehens leaves him to his own devices. And Zeri destroys turrets when left alone so incredibly fast because of how her Q works.
Yeah, this is what we call tempo. And Gen.G are utilizing it very, very effectively. This plate should go down. Yep, there we go.
That's another kill, basically, in the theoretical kill counts we're doing here for Ruler.
Yep.
So Zeri is fed. She is extremely ahead. This was not the normal certified Zeri moment, but it's y'all certified. I'll stamp it.
We may have one of those coming up. As you can see, it's a 4,000 gold lead. That's first turret blood and a Rift Herald and 2 kills. 4,000 gold in the lead, approximately.
Casually gets the counter pick to the Taliyah matchup that's been so strong. I mean, the Taliyah, not the matchup for the Taliyah, but Taliyah has been so strong, but he picks the Ahri. He's one of the only players who can pilot this to such proficiency they can hold a 15 CS lead in this lane, have so much prio. He basically single-handedly forced DRX into a bad fight on Herald, got the setup pick onto Kingen. And that's half of the kills here, obviously. One was because Pyosik took an extra turret shot, but Gen.G are, like you said, 4,000 gold ahead just from superior macro and the tempo advantage.
And laning, just in general, right? You were mentioning, okay, Pyosik going to come in and try and challenge Lehens, but he has Grand Exit. He'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, Gen.G were just winning in every lane, always up in farm, and getting more money around the map. Peanut as well has been helping facilitate that as Deft finally makes it up here towards his top side, but he's still trailing. Only a few CS, but all of those plates are where that money really is, and the plates are no longer there on DRX's side.
Before Kingen picks up that Trinity Force, which he's getting very close to, knows he's taking Wolves right now because he's trying to desperately finish that. He can't win any fights against Doran, who has the Gauntlet online, so he's doing a lot of damage the longer they fight. And yeah, with the Hearthbound Alex, it's going to help Kingen a little bit in terms of those traits, but he's just really struggling to get anything done side lane wise here. So Gen.G just kind of really squeezing like an anaconda DRX's opportunities to side lane or try to make cross map plays here in the interim between dragons. It's still 2 minutes to go here for Gen.G, but there's just nowhere you can be like, all right, DRX, we're strongest here. Let's push for a fight right now around this one zone. Second Rift Herald also completely controlled by Gen.G right now. They're also going to get a plate, or rather a whole turret for Ruler topside. Excuse me.
Yep, he's going to be able to take that one down. DRX are now just chilling here in this mid lane. They want to fight for the second Herald. And I think DRX are just looking for any sort of skirmish where they're like, oh, stop with all of this macro. Just come and fight us so that we can just press our buttons and see what happens. Because elsewhere on the map, Gen.G are just outplaying them.
And remember, Sivir needs to be ahead. The whole story is Deft, you know, not on his own, but has just fallen so far behind because Ruler's been given so much resources.
Well, On the Hunt has been popped here, but the ulti comes through from Peanut, and he just gets rid of Pyosik. Doran as well, able to just Arctic Assault himself away as Ruler. A little bit worse for wear, but otherwise he's okay. Still trying to get in here as Pyosik wants to find a Cyclone, but he is going to back away. Had the flash available, but he didn't want to get in there.
Gen.G had prio, they had this setup, they did not commit to side laning with their Sejuani, even though she had teleport, because they knew DRX are going to try to force a fight. There is no angle for DRX to get a cross-map play. Plates are down, so even if Kingen wanted to try to go, all right, I see that Doran is going for the objective, I'm going to get bottom turret at least. They didn't even have the opportunity. The wave was pushed, as it still is bottom side here. So DRX set up for the better, or rather Gen.G set up for the better fight on second Herald, prevented every possible cross-map play and said, DRX, you're playing a Sivir comp, you need to fight here. I dare you to try it. And then Peanut knocks the enemy jungler away. They don't even get a smite fight. And DRX walk away from this again. 4,000 gold ahead. Half an item up is Ruler here. And this just, I mean, in a 3-kill game, looks doomed for DRX right now.
It's not really working at this stage of the game. And as we know, Gen.G are very, very good at taking these leads and extending them further and further. They're going to grab another Drake here as well. They've got a complete monopoly on all of the neutral objectives and all of DRX's objectives at the same time. DRX definitely playing a very difficult game right now, as we do have Cloud Soul once again. Happy Atlas. but not happy DRX at this stage of the game. Because honestly, I feel like whatever soul it is doesn't really matter, as the game may not even last that long. I think if Gen.G get to keep playing like this.
If Ruler was playing Aphelios in this game, I think the game would look exactly the same, because he would have the same ability to destroy those turrets, lane swap, and then go top side here. So the Zeri aspect hasn't really kicked in yet. But what's different between Zeri and Aphelios is, yeah, they're both going to have a really nice spike at 2 items, is that Gen.G has ultimate control around the map to set up fights on their terms. They have pick potential here with this Ahri. So Ruler is super scary right now. He's not just an Aphelios ult button as barrel.
Yeah, has to flash. Of course, not a whole lot of mobility on the Zilean as Chovy picks up a bomb and takes it away from his teammates. I like that. As Shirley just going to try and grab this outer turret in the mid lane, and she's going to be able to do so very, very well. The ulti's going to miss there from Peanut, unfortunately, as now King is trying to chase him out of his jungle. Pyosik went for an engage as Ruler is able to get himself out of the way without using any of his summoner spells. Peanut also has to flash to avoid Kingen's Nah. And now Zeka, he's going to have to deal with this minion wave that's getting shoved in by Doran. Gen.G just seem to have more players on the map, Wolf.
Gen.G just said they made a decree that team fighting is banned, and they will also be taking the turrets. And they're like, DRX, how do you respond? How do you handle this situation? And DRX said, well, we'll group on a turret, hope for a desperate fight. And Gen.G said, no, that's not allowed. And some summoners are expended. Peanut does have to flash away there to escape. But they force a turret, they disengage extremely well, also grab barrels flash. And it's like Gen.G are the police. Like, they're just all over the map. There's no vision for DRX on the blue side of the map. Gen.G say, nope, you thought you could get a side lane angle? We've also removed that. We've put the yellow caution tape around it. They're not allowed in this zone.
Much like Lahenz is not allowed to back, as we just saw there. King was being very, very frustrating. Don't think that it's going to eventuate in anything, as Ruler heads down to collect his red buff.
Some small extra gold here for Doran allows him to have a very fast Frozen Heart this game, which means that in a side lane, Kingen will never even be able to imagine the idea of threatening him at this stage. He just can't even trade with him anymore.
Yeah.
And look at what Kingen has on the opposite side. He's just so scared of the potential of getting picked because he needs to actually be the one to set up the team fight. So he's going down some magic resistance here to the force of nature, which again is the right call, but you're dealing with the potential of getting charmed and blown up by Chovy in a team fight. But what about the Zeri?
Yeah, well, you just hope that she's dead in the first round of CT, right? Maybe that's what the plan is. We've seen a lot of teams try to go for this. It's why Zeri's win rate's so incredibly high, because it doesn't really work all that well. As there is the Nah onto Peanut. As Ruler's skating over that wall, extendo beam not going to land here as Kingen is pushed away from his bottom lane. Chovy up here towards the top side. Zeka's going to break his Banshee's Veil.
I love how
will secure the cannon.
In a game where it's pretty easy to break the Banshee's Veil, Chovy's just like, well, that's what I'm going to do with my gold, because I want to actually just beat Zeka so hard in the side lane. He doesn't even have the ability to combo me. And he can't even threaded volley trade with me. I will just beat him every time. And we've already established that Doran controls the bottom of the map. I will control the top side of the map. Zeri pushes insanely well, and we'll have control of the mid, where she will get all the farm.
I just didn't see a Sejuani Ahri composition as being a 1-3-1. I always thought, you know, like that's more of like the Camille Twisted Fate, not the, you know, Bristle and a Fox. I just wasn't expecting that to be the outcome. However, here we are. Gen.G treating us to a bit of the 1-3-1 ultimate Sejuani action. As you can see, even in farm, like, you might be looking at this top lane matchup and being like, oh, wow, they're even in farm. But, like, Sejuani being even in farm is ridiculous. This never happens,
not
right?
supposed to happen.
No.
And this is, of course, with a dive onto Doran in the early game. Yes, he did trade back a kill, which was quite significant and turned the lane around shortly afterwards. But this game has really just been about Gen.G knowing how to push their advantages, playing a good macro game. The lane swap was instantaneous. It was super fast. It was hard to respond to with, a Sivir that needed to team fight early. It's a 3-kill game at 22 minutes. 2 of those are on Gen.G's side.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of positives.
Yeah, you can see DRX are probably still waiting for Def to finish like 3 items or something like that, and then hoping that they can find that big team fight, as Def does get some value out of the spell shield. But now, Pyosik A little far forward than he otherwise wants to be is Zeka going to jump off his wall a little bit early. Pyosik still very, very low as the Glacial Prison is not going to find Zeka there. He instantly cleanses. And now the Cyclone comes in. Pyosik's immediately dead though, and Gen G, they just weather the storm. Now Chovy dashing forward. Spirit Rush 2 comes in. There's the charm that's going to connect onto Beryl, and he's going to be taken down to his Chrono Shift. Now Lehens sees it as his angle of attack, and they take down Def before he can do anything. Extendo Beam comes down, and Lehens is just holding on to everyone. This is beautiful team fighting from Gen G as Zeka is taken down. That's an ace. And Gen G are just doing everything that they want this game, and they're doing it beautifully.
This is the cleanest game we've seen all week. And honestly, cleaner than the most games we've seen this season.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope we get a replay of that, and I can almost promise that we will. It's a very long one, but especially the beginning of that fight where Chovy is, okay, this is a bit greedy. Yeah. And then they will not be successful. Well, they're going to get a Baron. Like, they were like, oh, can we actually get both? I'm like, well, I mean, Gen G, yeah,
you said this was a bit greedy. They might need to back away from this as Doran is going to find Pyosik as this Baron's down to very low health. As Pyosik does have a control ward in the pit.
Oh man, if Pyosik actually flashes and holds that aggro, I think he could have actually just
We just cast a curse the entirety of Gen G, by the way.
Well, I mean, not. I mean, kind of. They didn't get either of the objectives, but they're still in a massive lead. It's still probably the cleanest game we've seen. But they almost got, by the way, they were on a razor-thin margin of also getting a soul point and Baron at the same time at 23 minutes.
But now they're caught on a reset, so they lose this Drake, and that's a lot of tempo.
Well, that's a bit facetious early. I don't know if they lose the Drake necessarily.
Well, that's true, as Peanut is going to throw them away to keep his verdict, and just says thanks for the leash. Maybe this is just access to another team fight, as Ruler is going 1v3 in the back line, and he's going to survive for now, flashing on forward. Zeka in trouble now as well. Extendo Beam is not going to be able to find him, and he does manage to kill the Zeri, but unfortunately that's just a little bit too little, and it's way too late, as it's still 8,000 gold in the lead, and Gen G will just find themselves another fight, and maybe give up on the Baron idea.
The biggest caster curse, you know, I think was me saying, I'm pretty sure, guys, we will get that replay, because the game might end before we get there. No,
here it is, here it is.
We did get it. So watch Chovy in this fight with his Banshee's Veil, kiting back. Everfrost is out. He sees the Talia ult. He's like, I'm just going to go hide back in this pit. They're going to channel into this choke point. Lehens is with him. So Lehens can actually save him. If they die from the pit, it's 100% a win for Gen G. Pyosik decides, oh, I'm going in. Look at the damage. Chovy just deletes him. And now this is no longer a winnable fight. In any metric, in any way, you're a Sivir against a Zeri who has a choke point controlled. Look at how beautifully Peanut plays the follow-up. Double charm and knock up from Lehens, who started this on the left side of the Drake pit. He's on the other side of the team fight now. Gen G, this is a clean game of League of Legends.
Oh, the team fighting is just stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Lehens especially in that fight, just watching the quickness charm everyone in this like perfect line as he dances through DRX.
Peanut knocked away Def. There's no damage in this fight for DRX. There's no 80 carry. Zeka's super behind, and Ruler is just like, I'm frontline in 1v3.
Yeah. And Lehens then dashes as soon as Ruler is under any threat. Lehens is right there. And yes, Zeka throws a big rock at him. That's going to ruin his day. But ultimately it means practically nothing, as now Chovy's going to find Kingen alongside Peanut. Just waiting for his opportunity to find a charm, but I believe it was on cooldown, or it just straight up did not do enough, and Kingen will escape.
Gen G have had the fastest wins in the LCK. The fastest game was won by them. They've had the fastest average time for a win. And that's a record they've held all season. It's not like they suddenly did on a new patch or in a new meta. They've just been the cleanest team, and this is why, you know, leading into that T1 series, we're still only in game one of this one, but a lot of people are favoring Gen G because they have looked so good in their wins. Even though T1 have sometimes looked rocky, they've also had just as many wins in series. But Gen G, may give them an inch, they take a mile. This has been such a great macro game, not to mention, of course, the nearly perfect team fighting that they had, and which is what led to the tempo advantage they had in the first place, which gave them a lane swap. But, I mean, this is a team that right now everybody should be excited for. Everybody should be like, whether you're a Gen G fan or not, even if you're a T1 fan, you should, if you're an LCK fan, you should be like, this is the Gen G I want to watch. I want another god tier team at the top of the standings.
I mean, I'm looking at Gen G, I'm like, well, Doran was from KT. I still don't think you're allowed to say that word, as Doran is going to throw the Glacial Prison in towards Pyosik here, and Beryl is just going to be obliterated. No, I think you're safe, Wolf. I think you're safe with saying excited. I think that's absolutely fine. As
Chovy has a death cap and 10 stacks.
Oh god.
He could buy a full Magi's, I think, at this stage. Like, he probably has the money for it.
Yeah, I think you could buy most of Boris's shop. As Peanut's just going to do a drive-by here as the Ragdoll Poppy, just putting the fear into DRX. As it's going to charge up the ult, look for an opportunity, doesn't find it, but that's because the rest of Gen G are too fast, taking down this Baron. Peanut going to take a fair bit of damage there as Pyosik, I think Chovy looked at him and he lost the majority of his health. In goes Ruler, immediately he's knocked up though. That is a huge mistake from the AD carry of Gen G. Don't know whether it's going to mean that they'll lose the game, but that was optimistic, to say the least.
Yeah, very optimistic, and now a lot of Barons deleted here. Let's see what else King and King Catch looks like with the retreat path to the right side here, where there is no inner turret. The Ahri and Poppy will escape safely, but maybe some bounty gold picked up here for DRX in the mid lane with a crashing cannon wave. Doran will try his best to delay this. Chovy is coming over, but I still think this turret goes over. Deft as well on the top side of the map, free farming here and getting a lot of extra gold into his pocket. He's still extremely far behind against Ruler, and this team fight win for them is not enough to turn the tides. Like you said, it's not going to be a game-losing one by any means, but was very greedy here for Ruler and crew when they decide to stay super long.
Yeah, this is the moment.
Yeah, like 3v4 over here, and Chovy and Peanut are just kind of running forward. Pyosik jukes the follow-up damage there. The Ruler just goes in on the second part of Cyclone. It's kind of just that simple as Kingan's like, cool, I got a Narbar.
Yeah.
That was a bit greedy, my team.
Not quite the quickness value that you're looking for there from Lahens as well. So just kind of ran into a spinning monkey.
But every other time Ruler was almost dead, he had his back.
Yeah.
As you mentioned. Gen G still holding on to a Baron buff. Not the greatest power play, but Doran is doing his best, okay? They are going to get Cloud Soul.
True. They'll grab themselves Cloud Soul here. Peanut just by himself. Hanging out over there, he'll be able to make that one happen. And guys, it's a 10,000 gold lead. So yes, Ruler throws himself into DRX, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome of this game unless DRX win 3 teamfights back-to-back. How many teamfights do you think DRX need to get back into this game, Wolf?
5.
5? Oh my goodness, I was very optimistic. A 3 teamfight gamer right there.
Because there's so many turrets to go through, and okay, well, I mean, I guess with Elders now spawning at 3 is probably as much as you're going to get, because where are you fighting otherwise? But if there were no objectives outside of Baron, like if it was only Baron, I'd say like 5.
Yeah.
Just because of the scaling issue that they're running into. I mean, Chovy had his Banshee's Veil so early on in this game, which when Inari has a Banshee's Veil second with obviously a lot of Dark Seal stacks, she's just impossible to turn on. You can't trade against her, you can't side lane against her. Then he just got a very fast death cap. He's just still holding on to 10 stacks of Dark Seal here.
I think he's had these items for a really long time.
Yeah, no, he hasn't been back for a while.
Yeah. As interruption on the ulti there from Peanut. Glacial Prison comes down. Kingan and Pyosik just lose half their health bars in an instant. And this turret is, it was there a few moments ago. Extendo beam onto King, and he has to be careful here as in goes Doran. Only down to half health as Pyosik with a defensive Cyclone. Doran is their target, but Chovy dives past him, and the inhibitor is going to fall. Ruler not threatened this time around, and Gen G are going back to a more by-the-book playstyle here.
Yeah, very aggressive push for the inhibitor, but, you know, they have not the greatest siege. Like, the wave clear is okay, but the siege aspect of this comp is very low range, so you do kind of have to force like that to grab an inhibitor. Otherwise, DRX will just be happy to sit back and defend. And the longer this game goes, like, we've already kind of hit almost max scaling here for Gen G, and they've hit it so fast. That's why we are now looking at a 10,000 gold lead with all these players snowballing their leads into bigger and bigger items. Chovy now does have that Soul Stealer online, holding an extra stopwatch he's had for so long, hasn't had to use. Ruler has got his, hasn't had to use it. But if we go to a 40-minute game, then the Sivir kind of goes back up to the high point, right, where she actually will be really relevant in the later parts of this game. The same, of course, will be true of the Talia that's starting to get more and more items online. So Gen.G do need to, as they are correctly doing, force those pushes to mid, grabbing inhibitors. And all they really need to do is win one more team fight on either this upcoming Baron or on Elder to close this one out.
Oh, yeah. Gen.G are very, very close. Their wallet's extraordinarily heavy, and you saw Chovy did go back to base. The Magi's is completed, but I might have been mistaken when I said that he was sitting on a fair bit of gold, because just finishing the Magi doesn't seem like that much of an investment.
I think he, remember when he bought the desk cap, but either way.
Yeah. Peanut channeled the Keeper's Verdict there for a moment, but you may as well press that button if given the opportunity. As Charm going to go wide. Don't know whether that proc Dispel Shield or anything like that, as Pyoshik down to half health. And this has not been a very durable Wukong, as Chovy, if at first you don't succeed, try again, as the Orbit Deception is going to connect onto Beryl after a great Everfrost. Peanut, though, is taking a lot of damage. Has to flash to get himself out of that one.
The only thing that DRX can do right now is just to try desperately to defend. King is doing a great job of shutting down these waves here that he's been catching in mid. And DRX held on tight to that turret. Beryl only using the Shirelias when that Charm attempt came through. That's why you saw that speed up as everybody split against the Charm. Chovy can't get a deep pick. He's fishing for something, but he's unsuccessful. And DRX have bought themselves a few more moments of time here.
Yeah.
And if they could just win one team fight on the Elder, like there's a window back into the game. We've been saying it's probably about 3 they'll need to really secure this game. But the problem is that even with no pick here for Gen.G, that inhibitor's still down, and they have Prio for Baron.
Yeah, and normally we'd be talking about things like range advantages, siege is hard, and things like that, but they have an inhibitor down, so theoretically Gen.G can just push both of these waves in and try and get something done. The inner turret on the top side has proved to be a bit of a problem here, and I remember a certain 92-minute game. There was a champion in it, her name was Siva. She was really good at killing minion waves. As now Zekka's going to have to flash. Charm does go wide as Warrior Trickster comes on through, but it's not going to save him this time around as Doran finds the Glacial Prison. And oh my god, the AoE explosion from Gen.G as they find all of DRX. Def trying to run away. He's not going to be able to escape this one. There's a triple kill for Ruler. And as we were talking about the theoretical game extension, the game ends.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they had slow wave clear, they had slow siege, I guess I should say, to close the game out. So we did, as casters often do, and talk about what DRX could do to win, but DRX could not do it because they are so monumentally behind, as Gen.G is going to look to extend the gold lead before they just walk over and kill the Nexus. 10 seconds on Pyoshik, but does not have Cyclone. Used it in that last fight, and Gen.G, not their fastest win, but definitely one of their best against another east side, or west side team.
Yep, Peanut as well actually found an ult that time around. Pyoshik going to have to flash and Warrior Trickster, but none of it actually matters because the Nexus is dead. Gen.G will claim game number 1 and move to 1-0 in this series against DRX, and honestly, didn't look close.
Nope. I mean, this was a macro win. The team fights were really cool, and they were very good for Gen.G, and they had all the setup they needed to force fights against the Sivir who was behind and say, I know your comp needs to fight, but we have the better setup. We also have side lanes completely in our control. They prevented any cross maps for DRX. There were never any opportunities for Def to just sit back and farm and hope to keep item parity with the Zeri that was given 2 full turrets and 1,500 gold without a single kill. I think that no team is really comparing to Gen.G's strong blue side in the LCK right now. I think even T1's early game doesn't come close right now. T1's team fighting is what ended up winning the series against Gen.G last time around, but
yeah,
I mean, as DRX here, yeah, you're going to get blue side this time. You're not gonna have to play against Gen.G on blue side twice until you get to game 3, but you've got to earn that game 3 first.
100%. As you just saw there, I think the Gen.G players walked into the booth and they all sat down and Score said, yeah, that was about as good as it could be. Do it faster next time, please. And then they all left. I think we're just going to chill for a little bit before we get into the next game. Not as much to go over as you could imagine was happening in the DRX booth.
I thought this game was really just a masterclass from start to finish here from Gen.G, and DRX didn't even play the early game badly. They really didn't. They got the Talia. Okay,
Yeah,
they had the super response.
Oftentimes, we're sitting in moments like this when a game is this one-sided and we're like, oh, but look at the draft. It was a travesty, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, like, Wukong into Poppy doesn't feel fantastic, but you can understand how this composition is supposed to work from DRX. You know, it's the classic donkey whistle comp, but they were never able to do it, never able to follow the whistle whatsoever. However, they will be able to get into a game number 2. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analyst chairs and game 2.
각 좋다 각 좋다. 탈리아 높을 얘들아. 걸었다. 이공 디코이였고. 11은 매워. 11은 땀 보자. 나르 풀 썼고 나르 한 명 쫓고 미드 가면 게임 끝날 듯. 끝나. 아 바텀으로 가자. 근데 이거 웨이브가 탑으로 가야겠다. 탑으로. 무조건 끝나긴 할 듯. 끝날 듯.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was just another Genji stomp.
Yep.
It's like sequel number 13.
Yep.
Very, very clean. There was that one moment that they jumped into Wukong. Other than that, pretty much a masterclass from beginning to end in terms of how to shut down a game real quick.
And the most interesting thing here is that while you can obviously criticize letting the Zeri through, I don't think the Zeri mattered. Aphelios would have done the same thing as Wolf mentioned. You can even go like Tristana and it would do the same thing. The key thing here and what makes Genji so good is not what we see in this draft. Because if you look at this, I actually love the DRX draft. I think that picking up Nara and Talia are two huge power picks. Chovy makes the Ahri work no matter what. 10-0 now. Nice.
Yeah.
But I think the Sivir counter pick into Zeri still holds value. The Wukong to me is the only one where I'm like, again, Poppy's open. We've learned at this point, like a champion has been nerfed repeatedly. If there's no Poppy, it's fine. Otherwise, just doesn't get a lot done, but it's comfort for Pioshik. And then the Zillion angle is actually quite nice because like, what's Rakan Zeri gonna do? Punish you in lane? No, but what is gonna happen is this draft didn't really matter because Genji play around pressure better than every other game in the league. It might still lose to T1. I mean, I think we all predicted them losing to T1, but they're in a league of their own when it comes to playing around priority. It's remarkable.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, it's just been really clean. I think that's been the biggest thing, right? Like, you look at T1, they have done this in the past, but this season
in spring,
specifically, yeah, spring they were very good at this, obviously undefeated. But Genji as well, they've kind of gone off the back of that and also had these incredibly clean games. And this has been their season to do that, especially against the weaker teams. So DRX, not even a weak team, but they made them look very, very just helpless.
Not weak, just weaker, which is everyone besides T1. Because Liv Sandbox has the fastest game of the season.
Yeah. We do have replay number 1, which was a really cool kind of macro play, which really highlights how Genji understand this.
Yeah. So what I want to highlight is that Peen is about to finish the moment that Wukong is spotted top. And this is what makes Genji such a nightmare to play against. Like, Wukong shows top, doesn't really get anything done. Pioshik just like, okay, well, I'm guessing I'm gonna do something. No, you don't get to do something else. Because the moment you show, Peanut knows, okay, well,
Look at
who cares?
Too, how deep he is in the enemy jungle, 'cause he knows.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Chovy roaming as well. Chovy doesn't need to drop his wave. He's just threatening, gets back to his wave, turret's gone. And then, as we can see, you go from what is a nice gold lead to an insurmountable one, like 1.3k gold out of nowhere for Ruler.
Yeah.
And it didn't even like, I don't even think Ruler had a really big impact in this game. Like that's the nuttiest part. It's like they have so much they can play around.
There were no kills in that highlight, but it did not matter because it was all about the gold difference and the map play and the fact that the bottom lane did not get to play into that. And then they just rotated top and then Ruler got a bunch more plays. So let's go into highlight number 2, which is essentially the end of the game, which was this incredibly clean team play.
And yeah, what Genji doing here as well? Like, Zeka attempts to split the fight, but it's just Chovy with ult, so like it doesn't actually do anything. And then they immediately turn. Super clean cleanse from Zeka, so you might get a little worried here, but all the damage is going into Doran. So who cares, right? Doran definitely doesn't. And then the extended counter chase here is really, really nice. They play around Kingen and his Gnar re-engage. Lahens and Chovy just completely run the back of this fight. Don't even get the kill on Doran. It's just the execution on these fights from Genji, once they have a lead, they just don't really give anything away besides, as you pointed out, that very jump into a cyclone with Lahens where they're like,
that's not one of
we
our
can
highlights.
do it. No. But like, even a mistake like that, pointing it out feels petty because of how utterly dominant this game was. It's just, this is DRX. Like, they're a good team.
Yeah, very good team. Unfortunately, it did not get to look like a good team in game number 1. We'll see what they can do on blue side. But guys, let's take a look at the player of the game. It will be Doran on the Sejuani, who he tanked a lot of damage.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Good ults.
It was, I think, between him or Chovy or Peanut, you can go with a number of people. As the only place where Doran kind of suffered was the early laning phase, but even though like the 1v1 was great, moments like this were amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. Because I actually think like due to his execution, he trades pretty, I'd say it's a trade up there because again, picks up the kill. And then this was really funny. I called like Kingen's dead before it happened because Kingen is mini Gnar and he walks to Sejuani. And then he dies, yeah, with Ignite and ult up. And Doran has, again to me, been the story of a player who was the weak point on his team and has now turned into like, well, maybe his early laning phase can be like a little bit better. He's not Zeus, but he also doesn't lose to anyone anymore. And when he comes out of lane, he just plays like this. It's really cool to see.
See by the votes, maybe the Korean casting side was really highlighting all the great things that Doran was doing, and he did do very well. So there you go, he does do that. Chovy also looking impeccable on the Ahri. Glad that he did get a bunch of votes, but robbed this time. Guys, we do have a game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of the Genji demolition of DRX in game number 1. Doran will pick up the POG. I think lane fantastically well, and then was Sejuani, but honestly, this was a team game, so I imagine like POG would have been pretty difficult this time around.
Yeah. He did it riding on a Bullfango the whole time, man.
He did. He did.
For me, like, it was 100% Chovy, but I think Doran did a lot of things that game that are really tough to see, like controlling the side lane and making sure there was no cross-map plays. I thought he did it incredibly well. You know, I'm not going to give him as much credit for that counter kill on a Pioshik. I think that was a aggro juggle issue, but still, he played it really well, had his Gnar set up for the defense, or rather, was able to escape despite the Gnar that was set up there for the gank, and DRX will pick blue side, which is a shock to no one. I don't think that Sivir is a very good answer right now to the Zeri. I think we've seen enough games now to know that unless you were a top team and you were going to win with almost anything anyways, it hasn't been a great answer so far. I feel like it's been very inconsistent, Atlas, and I'm starting to develop an opinion about this, because at first we were like, all right, let's see some more games, and now I'm starting to feel less impressed every time.
I'm just sort of looking at this, and I'm wondering where the free ban is. Because Poppy is going to be the first ban here. Of course, with DRX on the blue side, a lot of the onus does fall to them. Sorry, to Genji, in order to deny the power of the first pick. Yuumi banned on blue side is curious, to say the least.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Makes me wonder what the angle is here for DRX. Might just be like, so, well, Gnar is not it.
Yeah.
And first pick Sylas is probably not going to be allowed, and I think just Zeri on its own for Deft, without the Yuumi, because they banned it on blue side, like you mentioned, doesn't feel very good, even though we saw Ruler find success with it. It was around macro plays and lane prio that DRX might not necessarily get to have, but that Ryze ban is really asking for a Sylas ban. I think they'll get it, and let's see if Deft is confident enough to first pick this Zeri.
Yeah, and also with the Ryze ban on blue side, it is DRX pricing themselves in to picking Sylas and then giving away Zeri. Genji will save them from that particular conundrum, as the Sylas will be banned away, just not wanting to deal with it. We've seen Sylas be very, very strong. As
Twisted Fate first pick seems quite curious considering the other champions available here. Would much rather see something like a Taliyah that's at least higher prio in this meta if you're going to lock in potentially a mid pick here. Now, Genji could play Zeri again, but of course this time, would be a little bit face up early on in this draft. Now, they didn't need the Yuumi to pull it off last time. They got a lot of control early.
Yeah, they can lock in the entire bottom lane here as well, get whichever combo with the Zeri that they would like, or even just not pick it and just pick Ahri again for Chovy, looking for that 11-0. As Ahri's win rate, terrible. Chovy's Ahri win rate, perfect. As Kalista was left up, so Ruler is going to try his hand. This is not necessarily a Ruler pick, interestingly enough. He has been less of the Kalista guy over his career, more of the sort of hard carry. As Deft is hovering Zeri here, or at least Pioshik is.
I really like this Kalista pick. Now, he has not played it this season. believe it or not, in a meta where we've seen an insane amount of Kalista, and we've all been like very worried about the Kalista sometimes in the priority. But it's one of the best answers to the Zeri in the meta. And instead of saying, let's play Zeri face up when Kalista's open and add some risk to this, this is basically just Ruler like practically standing up at his seat and looking at Deft and doing the points at his eyes and then points at Deft with his 2 fingers kind of move. Like, I actually think I will outplay you in this lane so hard that that's what this game is going to be about. That's what this Kalista pick says here for Gen G. They have obviously a lot of mid-game power now with the Ahri Kalista. And I was going to say, they have 2 amazing picks. They could put Lehens on a Mumu here.
Yeah, they could.
Or just play for the Renata Prio and the bailout power in this 2v2, which I think is the far superior way to play it.
It's beautiful. Does give Lehens so much power here as well. The disengage that the ult will give you access to is just insane. Having a little bit of a check here, of course, Kalista was an extraordinarily high priority pick throughout many, many metas. And it is, in fact, Ruler's 5th most played, even though he hasn't been one to jump back on the hype train so far this year, or very much, you know, in the recent years.
It's also been
honest,
banned against him so many times.
Yeah. So hasn't really been allowed to play it, and will now get an opportunity. His win rate that I can see right here is 72.5% over 51 games. So he doesn't lose very much when he does get access to this. And so a scary prospect, one could say. Skarner going to be banned from Peanut. Of course, he was the one that debuted it here in the LCK for this season.
Yeah, Skarner has been used a lot in drafts like this, especially when you have a control of the bottom 2v2. Sejuani banned here, Alistair banned now, and you know, Gen G here have a really strong opportunity to just grab, you know, something that's going to snowball this lane even further. The problem is the Poppy is banned. Trundle feels okay here into the Lee Sin. I think that'll probably be the game plan if it's not banned away. I think DRX would do well to remove that one. But then I wonder what Peanut is going to go for here because, okay, well, maybe he could just take the Trundle now.
Wonder what that means as far as Kingan's priority here in this particular draft. As, of course, he could still theoretically play Lee Sin. It's somewhat of a
He was
flex.
the one who did it into the Gnar.
Yeah.
Played it on the top side, so it's definitely technically a flex for DRX more than most teams.
But let's see who's going to actually get the pick here. I would kind of expect Peanut to collect that one. As, yeah, the Poppy was banned. And it's going to be Vi that's picked up. And Vi Ahri, this is something that Liv Sandbox really started to run away with.
Yeah, Vi Ahri, also Vi Kalista in the bottom lane. I think it's much better than the Wukong pre-6. And then post-6, your dives become very self-explanatory. Feels very good into Lee Sin in the early parts because Lee Sin is so reliant on his ultimate in the mid matchups here. You're only going to have one cleanse against Zeka here, one flash.
Yeah, I think On is the no-brainer. I really like this. I don't like the Lulu because Lulu has just looked like free food over the last couple of days. This time it's into a Kalista Renata as well, which sounds worse than a lot of what she's been punished into previously as well. As Doran looking at an old favorite here in the Gragas.
I like the Gragas more than a lot of the other options here, but the best option to be aggressive and try to further this lead, and also the extra utility he's going to have with his ultimate in early game teamfights is the Gangplank. We could have also seen Doran try to play something like an Aatrox or a Scion here to really bolster this team's mid-game power. The Aatrox in particular could have been nice in lane, and then if you get ahead with Chovy and Ruler, then Aatrox just rolls around the map, killing anybody who's near him. But I think this is a little bit more well-rounded. You have a little bit more extra utility and some aspects of scaling. Now, Kalista, in the past and historically into a Zeri, you know, we know which one of these AD carries usually does better in the later parts. It's the Zeri who's given the opportunity to shine through the mid-game, then starts to get those 2-3 item power spikes. Kalista falls off. But in more recent times, especially with the Renata on her side, I feel like the Kalista could somewhat match the scaling, especially if we see a Bloodthirster build like we've seen over in the LPL. Saw this from Hope, who's one of the most exciting AD carries to watch right now. And there's so many ways to sustain and actually live through later team fights and keep up with the Zeri and that is assuming if DRX can go on parity with a Gen G that was 10,000 gold ahead at 25 minutes in the previous game.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, Kalista compositions we often see fall down because they don't make gigantic leads in the early stages like they obviously do in scrims. That's why we see so much of the Kalista priority into the Kalista not necessarily figuring anything out, right? And what Gen G have demonstrated throughout this entire season, outside of games against DRX and, you know, the odd game against Monkia, is that their ability to snowball an early game is unparalleled in comparison to every other team. So you best believe that Gen G with an early game comp is going to be coming at you fast. And we'll see whether it is going to be the case here this time around in game number 2. Red side though, so it might be a little bit more difficult to see if DRX can draw out the series. Pretty even split here as far as the fan chants are concerned. DRX are just going to have to wake up a little bit, I think, moving into this game. I think that they were kind of suffocated, unable to do anything last time around, and I think that they really need to fight for some tempo this game as Zeka and Chovy trading Bs, and Zeka got the angry B and was very upset about it, and as you can see, he's just, yeah, we really, Chovy, if you just give him a happy B, you'll allow us to get off to the right start here.
I think it is extremely telling that Beryl took Exhaust this game. And that is, of course, going to be useful against 3 of the 5 champions here on Gen G, the Vi, the Ahri, and even the Kalista, especially in the laning phase. Obviously, that's who you're going to be punching with your D key. But the fact of the matter is, like, this early level 1, level 2 can go so Kalista-sided early on that the game can really fall off its hinges very fast. Now, if they fail and actually end up giving Zeri kills, which we've seen with weaker teams that try to run the Kalista into the Zeri, which is part of why she fell off, sometimes you could just lose the game here too, but when it's Ruler versus Deft here and the amount of control Ruler showed and the power he and his squad played around bottom side with last time, gotta trust that worst case scenario, it's probably gonna go even.
Yeah, as Handshake onto Deft, he'll start off by taking a fair bit of damage here, but does collect the minions regardless. Missed one of them, I believe. Yeah. But it's otherwise going fine for now. But Gen G should have a fair bit of power here, as Doran, speaking of power, is just pushing Kingen out of lane.
Nice barrel attempt there of the gangplank. Barrel didn't make any attempt.
Yeah, barrel wasn't there, but the barrel.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, now we've got barrels and barrels on either side of the rift.
I really don't like it when this happens.
And you know what? It wouldn't have been any better if he had have picked the Gragas instead.
I know.
Oh, goodness.
Well, at least we wouldn't be Casker cursing.
Casker cursing?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's getting late, everyone.
Let's move away. Let's move away from this conversation.
Yeah, okay.
So let's talk about this bottom 2v2, which so far Beryl and Deft have done okay on so far. Now this is the LCK total for Ruler. He's played 44 games, as you were talking about earlier.
Yep, 51 in total, including internationals, but 44 here in Korea.
Top 5 across this very long career.
Yeah, and the win rate not actually doesn't change too much if you add the entire history of Ruler's Kalista.
Zeka did not keep his cleanse out early here on this spellbook. We'll see. See how long it takes for him to switch to that one, as Chovy is dominating the early phase.
Yeah.
And, like, Ahri has historically been a soft counter pick to the Taliyah, but we've seen Chovy play this particular matchup so incredibly well several times. And after watching last game, I was a little bit surprised that DRX still prioritized the Taliyah this highly when there were a plethora of other champions available. Just because they can't stop Chovy from playing Ahri, and he did it so well last game.
Yeah.
Like, I obviously there was a difference of opinion on the Korean side. They thought Doran was POG, but you know, myself and Chronicle were very much leaning towards Chovy, absolutely dominating every phase of that last game. As Zeka
Yeah, possibly in trouble again, as immediately the dive forward, and that's the last auto. All too easy, and we mentioned Peanut has been very, very good at taking control, but Pyosik gonna try and fight this one back. There it is! The flash for the punch to finish that one off. Now Pyosik still looking for more. He'll find the Q. He'll even dive further forward. Peanut's going down so low. Beryl wants to finish this one off, and it's Zeka that collects it in the end. And yeah, Pyosik may have died, but it's still, it looked impressive.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the bailout situation was there, because if Lehens just bails out earlier, then it's not a kill there, and he actually survives the bailout so late the takedown came through first.
In the meantime,
Ruler's alone.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Lehens going to flash forward, though, for the loyalty program, and the rend is a little bit early, but it doesn't seem to matter, as now Ruler's going to go for a double kill, and this game's over, everyone.
Yep. Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
Yep. We're going to pack up, because I guess... No, it's not. It's not over or anything like that. However, this lane has just become infinitely hard for DRX to win.
Like, the trade that happened in mid was just that, a trade. Zeka is down, of course, his flash as well. So Chovy's still going to have some pressure there in the lane. They can go for this again. Doran looks really sad on his player cam. It's almost as if he's like, well, this game is just not about me, is it? But it is not. As Talia on the back side of this just gets knocked up. Confirm. Flashes, but the auto will come through. Very easy. Pyosik gets a connect here. As Chovy tries to block him out. Does not have his charm available. He's very low on mana as well. Pyosik does get a flash out here as he gets the kill. And Lehens bails out very late.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Interesting.
Talia's dead. This is why we don't watch replays like this.
Okay. Well, okay. Well,
the way I say he's flashless, man, he's going to die again.
Well, he's still flashless, so maybe we won't get a replay of him while we were in the replay, because we might then need another replay of what we saw in the replay.
Thank you, Exhibit.
Yeah.
Heard you like replays, so we replay while you replay.
We are trying to... please, pimp my replay, Wolf. Just want to see more replays.
So I put some leopard interior in this replay. I thought the mid lane would look a little bit nicer if it had leopard print.
What's the sound quality of the leopard print there, Wolf, on your replay? Pyosic's going to come around here, and I think that we're just never going to see Zeka dying there. Because Pyosic's going to come down. We're going to see whether we can grab this kill onto Ruler. He does get polymorphed, and Pyosik manages to hit it, but that is going to be the kill, and Deft picks it up. This is big news. Even through the cannon barrage as well, which does now mean Doran has a lot less power there towards the top side.
Is going to roam as well. Looks like here clears that wave and comes up. Does get spotted, unfortunately, by that control ward, though, that was set up in the river. So could have been really cool.
Well, Barrel's dead. As Pyosik's going to come on through yet again, but he's immediately out of there, sitting on 200 health now. But Lehens and Peanut not going to be able to catch up to Deft. But that's just a very swift shutdown.
That was Deft and DRX trying to pull off the same sort of early turret into lane swap idea, I think, with that kill coming through and the control they had bottom side. So they wanted to force this down, but they didn't have a Rift Herald to drop, and they didn't know where Peanut was. So I don't know where we're going back to. Okay, we're going back to this where basically Kalista, all she has to do is cleanse, then Renata is here, and he's like, yeah, I'm going. And Zarya doesn't have enough damage at this point in time. And with the bailout probably coming back up here shortly, it was almost like just doomed from the start. As this is just Kalista in the early game, in a skirmish like this is going to be better off. This is the kill on the Zeka we didn't see.
As Peanut is just everywhere.
He's everywhere.
In this mid lane. He's all over the mid lane.
Croco's jaws hitting the floor watching these 5 plays. Okay, this was the kill on Ruler. It was a really nice kick set up here for Pyosik as he hits level 6.
Yep, late flash as well. So the punishment there for DRX. Very nicely done. Don't know whether he could have even flashed in time, as of course the polymorph was there. But Peanut is just pulling Shelly to the back of the pit here, and he will be able to secure this. Not going to be an answer from DRX, as they have zero control of the top side of the map. As you can see, Doran 2 waves ahead, and well and truly in control of the minion wave. As not the same to be said here for Gen G on the bottom side, but Fate's Call is going to see whether they can deal with that. Ruler down very, very low as Deft is going to cleanse the handshake, but Ruler should be able to pull the sticks out, and he has the bailout, and that is going to allow him to survive. Hostile takeover just sails by magnificently as it's another kill, double kill for Ruler on the bottom side of the map.
This is the man, Beryl, who has played so much Amumu with the Callista, and he hasn't played as much Renata with it, and he's watching this thinking like, man, maybe I should have been playing Renata when that's on the Callista, because it's just so strong. Bailout is broken with this champion that can skirmish and do so much damage with Rend and basically guarantee the takedown, and it works so well with... Okay, well, I can't rant about this right now.
Yeah, well, Kingan's just desperately trying to kill the minion wave. There are 3 Gen G members bearing down on him. There's the knock-up, but I think the charm should be able to come through as Chovy barely even needs it. He'll tank up the turret, and he'll just Spirit Rush away, picking up the extra essence for the reset. As DRX, I mean, it's another 4,000 gold lead, Wolf. Like, I don't understand how it happened, but it's another 3.8k gold lead for Gen G.
7 kills between Chovy and Ruler in this early game where they have both dominated lane. It's the laning phase.
That's a flash handshake. As Pioshik going to try and turn this around as Beryl's scooting on over. Deft finding some autos here as well. Extendo Beam flying past as Zeka throws through the wall, but now Chovy and Peanut making their way over, and you can see DRX want none of this. They're like, all right, you take the Drake. Leave us alone, please.
Ruler's like, you have bailout, right? Why are they coming at me? So going back to the point about bailout, when you get bailed out, you don't die and you can continue to auto-attack, so you can continue to Rend stack, which gives you the opportunity to basically get the most amazing Rend, which guarantees you the takedown. It's just such a weird interaction, but it's really broken for these 2 champions in lane against a weak laning duo.
Yeah, and for a champion that wants to execute like that, you can wait until the very end of the bailout. You can see sort of that timer ticking down. It's like, this is when I have to Rend. And so it does make it a lot more easy to manage in this particular combo. And Ruler in the hands, I mean, I say easy to manage. They're making it look easy to manage. As we've seen this just straight up fall flat on its face. Executed differently. But yeah, it's really starting to show its true colors here in the power of the lane.
And Lehens, okay. Looking for Peanut gank angle.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it. Pioshik's going to turn up both. The Everfrost is just too good out of Chovy. Still, Pioshik takes a while to die. Peanut eventually puts in the last remaining denting blow, and that will secure the kill on the Lee Sin.
This just, I mean, this matchup tonight was one of our big ones. This was one of the matchups this week we were most excited for, and it's just been a walk.
It really has. Deft managing to flash to get out of the way of that one. Hostile takeover also not going to work, as now Deft with the ultimate doing a fair bit of damage, but Fate's Call comes down yet again. Over the wall they go.
Well, Hedge is like, oh man, like I didn't even get to knock him up. I didn't get to do anything.
This is Harlem Globetrotters, Wolf. This is Harlem Globetrotters. It's not fair.
It really isn't fair. And like I said walk, I meant to say wash, but also wanted to say walkover at the same time. It's a wash that's a walkover. It's
yeah, we got it. It's gruel. You know, from Mean Girls.
Yeah, it's gross.
It is. Chovy teleported to the bottom out of turret. That happened. That was the thing that happened.
He's just trying to hide Gen G's numbers.
Indeed.
Where are they on the map? You don't know. You have no vision.
You have to make sure that you walk single file in order to do that. So I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. I don't know. Even with my binoculars, you know, I could see.
Do they have a lot of numbers on the binoculars while you're looking?
Yeah, it's like an Arabeshi or whatever that font is called.
Yep.
But like, okay, we're gonna go back to this moment where it's just really nice. Peanut engage. Ults on top of him, and like this was well played from Zeka and Pioshik as best as they could, but the Everfrost, like you mentioned, is just too good. Chovy uses his Orb of Deception below where Pioshik is, because he's like, you either get caught by us here and you're further away, or I hit you with it and you die faster. It's kind of a perfectly executed Q there, as Lulu here on the wrong side, hoping so desperately, flashes and just is instantly blown. Not even worth that much gold at this point with how dominant this bottom 2v2 has been.
Yep. Pierce too easy, able to pick up Beryl after he gets over that wall. Oh, I mean, man.
The wall of control vision that I was going to say I could see with my binoculars before Gen G are just trying to get more kills on the map. They're trying to interrupt me while I'm trying to make color points about how good they are. They just keep getting more kills. They have a line of vision, so DRX just can't make any plays they don't know about.
Nope. Well, here's a Weaver's Wall, as Chovy
He wanted to charm him off of it, and he almost did. It was really nicely.
I think Zek actually had to hop off because that was going to land. Another Everfrost is perfectly placed. As Kingen trying to run away from Lehens and Doran here, he has to flash. And this is just once again the same level of pressure. As Chovy is just going to get out of this one very comfortably. Ruler is taking himself a red buff.
This is like Genji is like breaking the rules of League of Legends. So mid goes bottom.
Oh dear. Beryl is going to get Cannon Barrage as there's the Assault and Battery onto Pyosik. Beryl stays alive for a long time. Peanut will fall down. Deft able to dodge out of the way of the charm crucially here. But there's the Flash Orb of Deception, and Chovy picks up the kill onto the Lulu, making it once again a favorable trade for Genji. 4-1 and 3 now for the DRX.
Ruler goes and gets red buff at level 9. He's 5 kills in. Is just going to go take an inner turret. So support went top, bottom went jungle, mid went bottom, Genji are just like, all right, so let's take the leads we got in all of our lanes and actually snowball them somewhere else. So then they're winning now even further on cross maps.
This is like one of the earliest like 10K gold leads that we've had in a long time. It's 9K right now, but
it's about to be 10.
It's about to be 10, and it's just absurd what Genji are capable of doing so early on in these games.
Seven kill / assist here. 1 kill and assist for Lehens means he gets an early purifier, which is really going to hurt how much Zeri could do in these fights with the Immortal Shield Bozeka.
Yeah, well, Peanut is going to find Pyosik here, or Pyosik thought that he found Peanut, but that is not really how that one works. As Hostile Takeover does come through, the Fate's Call also there utilized, but not actually able to get too much. Pyosik about to have his kickback available. The Ornhorn we've only really seen to try and clear out a minion wave. Kingen hasn't really been able to affect this game whatsoever, as Genji will claim the second Drake of the game. Crazy that it's the second Drake of the game when their lead is this large.
Yeah, unfortunately for DRX, there is no map control to be found. And like moves like this just give you hope if you're a DRX fan, like, man, they really haven't given up. But, you know, this is just not a winnable 3v2. Deck is coming over.
And here on the bottom side, Beryl's dead. As Chovy picks up that kill. We saw picture-in-picture. He landed a charm, everyone. He has 2 items. He's 5-1 and 3.
He's the best Ahri player. I'm losing my words with how this series is going.
Yeah.
Best Ahri player.
I feel for you.
Most charming Ahri player.
And yeah, this is, 16 minutes and 45 seconds was when they made it to 10,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, 8 stacks of the Dark Seal. This time he bought a little bit later, but fast Banshee's Veil again. This game feels very familiar. I wonder if we'll get robbed again.
Well, Kingen is going to look for a fight. Peanut is going to be here, though. Assault and Battery should be able to stop him from ulting back, and it absolutely does, as now he's looking to get out of here. Zeka turns up, but Peanut's still just fighting this one out. And he, of course, can do that. His passive allows him to just keep fighting. And I'll find the Vault Breaker to finish off the Ornn. And yeah, they were way too far behind to be going for a play like that. However, I think they're just feeling desperate. They're feeling like they have to go for some sort of play at some time because it feels like it doesn't get better ever.
Just like the bottom side play, the replay we were interrupted from watching all of because the additional kills that were coming through there for Doran and Chovy on the bottom side. Like that 3v2 attempt to get the bottom turret also fails because they're so far behind. And Zeri excels when she can control choke points in even 5v5 fights, where you either have the objective control or you get to fight long enough where you can kite back into a choke point and then turn. Deft doesn't get the opportunity to ever take a team fight. Genji are, like they did last game, deleting side lane opportunities. They are putting deep vision up, and they are getting objectives with the control of the map so that there's just no contest. And if you cannot contest or take a fair fight as DRX, Zeri will never get value, even if she's even. She's not. As we're going to watch this again, like you said, a charm hits, Cannon Barrage comes through, still the kill goes over to Chovy. And this is Kingen desperately trying to look for something here, but look at how far away Pyosik is. Like, this is really unfortunate here for Kingen. He does, of course, just get ulted, so he cannot actually use his second part of the Ornhorn. It's just a disaster here. Then he gets charmed by Chovy, who shows up. It seems like he has teleport always, because his roam timings have been so good he's rarely had to actually use it.
Yeah. And Peanut with the cute wave of the Poro there at the end, as Lehens takes a few rocks here, as the threaded volley does fly through.
Look at that Doran build. by the way.
Wow, Prowler's Claw Gangplank.
Gangplank, yeah, he's just,
Damn.
Against an Ornn? Yeah, against an Ornn that has Frozen Heart? Yeah.
This is Battle Plank. This is Battle Plank right here. And this is, I guess it's Gen G just playing to the state of the game. As lethality, if you, you know, win the game at 23 minutes is way better than crit.
Against an Ornn that has Frozen Heart
Oh,
and
he finds the charm. Every single Everfrost is magnetized as this Cannon Barrage with all his lethality doing a lot of work here as the hostile takeover comes down as well. Gen G just focusing on the turret as DRX definitely backing away. And they will just slink into the fog of war. So unable to actually find too much there off the back of that. Players Def finds an extendo beam onto Lehens, but he'll just wander out.
You know, Atlas, if DRX get 4 Mountain Drakes, Mountain Soul,
oh, dear.
I think Doran will regret his itemization. You know, I think at that point he'll be like,
do you know what?
Wasn't the call.
I actually think that Doran could probably sell all of his items and then buy more items than Kingen has.
You and I are
if that happens.
I was gonna make the same joke. That was what I was about to say next. I was gonna be, but then he'll realize that he has enough money to actually sell it and buy a different one.
Yeah.
Okay, Peanut.
Yeah. Oh, wow. He decided to prioritize the control ward rather than the Lulu.
Yeah, he really wants this Baron, and he knows that with choke point control, there's no hope for Deft here. 5 ults up for DRX, and they know this Baron is being taken, but they know there's nothing they can do about it. They don't have the most important ult, which is the Ornn Heart.
Yep. That one's still taking a while to come back up again. Extendo Beam doing a little bit of work here, but Chovy does find... Oh my goodness, they were just saving the barrel kill until later as the Assault and Battery will come through now as well onto Deft. He'll get taken down. The Vi will fall as well as Chovy makes it to relative safety, but the kill trade is in favor of Gen G. Fate's Call connects onto the Ornn as Lehens immediately gets shoved back. He has to bail out himself as all the kill comes through just a little bit too late. And now Doran is looking for even more. My God, the Prowler's Claw damage.
Prowler's Claw
Did you see the value? It was just insane as he almost dies to the turret there, but he'll just make his way back out. 107 on the Prowler's Claw Gangplank, by the way.
Yeah, Zeka should have stopwatched the Prowler's Claw Gangplank attempt there as choke point is controlled. Chovy's on the other side of this. There's so little vision here for DRX. They're trying to focus their vision on this choke to try to actually force their way through that they cannot see Chovy wrap around the backside. They have no vision of where he is. Look at all the control wards around the Baron pit that Gen G set up before this. And we're going to get to see the Prowler's Claw again for those who missed it.
Oh, absolutely. Here it is.
Here we go, Doran. He's like, all right, bailout goes on the Lehens. Watch him go. Watch him go, come on.
Oh, there we go.
Flash Prowler's Claw.
You thought Martial Pose was cool? Nah. It's not about the Callista this game bouncing around. It's about the Gangplank bouncing around. As there's a Rift Herald chilling in the bottom lane.
The Rift Herald's a 6th member of Gen G.
Yeah.
Joined.
That's why it looks like they have more players on the map. Okay, the Ram is going to fly through. This Baron is very, very low. Piochik steals away the Baron! He will immediately get taken out. I don't know whether it means anything, but it was cool. Barrel's real dead as Chovy has another Spirit Rush. The Orbit Deception will come back and do that true damage as Peanut will say goodnight. Oh, the Charm also is going to land as Lehens is flashing for another loyalty program. Lands the Handshake, which is the better ability as far as locking down a target. Peanut dives forward with 0 health. And he will get bailed out, but Deft should be able to kite this one effectively. He does so. Now Lehens is going to fall down as well. Extendo Beam onto Ruler. Will Deft be able to Jet Set Radio Future through this wall? The answer is no.
Pushing this Rift Herald. He pushed mid-wave in, and now it comes over here to get this inner turret crash. Not the cleanest plays here from Gen G as Doran was not with his team and just kind of teleported away further while Gen G were trying to force the issue bottom side. So
he's like the guy from Monty Python, you know, he's like, this has gotten a little bit too silly. And I am not going to be involved. I will go down with Shirley, who is pushing like a responsible Rift Herald.
Piochik is like, get out. I'm going to say, what the hell? Yeah, Barrel will, of course, fall next. And Gen G do have control over this Mountain Drake here on the bottom right. Will be sole point for them, I believe. Yep. I want to go back into live. We already saw this just to make sure nobody's contesting. It looks like, based on the minimap, no one is contesting.
Yeah,
but we saw Piochik get a steal earlier, so you never know. Anything is possible. This was a very sloppy follow-up to this fight. Good knock up there from King, and Chovy's out of mana. Just a bridge too far, unfortunately, for Gen G. As we just like take the picture-in-picture away. I'm like, all right.
I mean, it was a Drake going down, and there's no way that DRX has any map control to contest.
Yeah.
So that's for free. But still, you know, it would have been nice.
I like to imagine Doran is the guy in Monty Python in the Holy Grail who's just like running forever. He's like just trying to get to the Nexus Ball. He's like, all right, come on, guys, we're supposed to set a new record for how fast we win this game. I picked Prowler's Claw. I've got the Collector open. Like, I want to end this game fast. And Genji's throwing it bombs. He's like, we have a Rift Herald bottom. Come on, I'm just trying to show up.
Yep, and Ruler's like the cool guy being the knight, and then Lehens is the guy with the coconuts behind him, clacking them together. As he sort of threw himself into the middle of a battle that was a little bit overly optimistic. However, the thing is, like, I actually really love that Genji pushes their advantage this hard and actually too hard, because it's way better than not actually pushing your advantage to the limit.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to when you have a lead like this with a comp like this. And it's good practice for the future, and definitely the right move. As Kingan's dancing, he knows that he can't leave his base. So there it is.
Suppose the Swallow grasp. Suppose DRX grasp the coconut from the top.
It depends whether it's an African or European Swallow, I think.
Yeah. Right now I'm feeling like we just don't know.
Yeah. I think it's about average flight speed, but I just don't quite remember the statistics. As you guys are going to think that we're talking about absolutely nothing, and it makes absolutely no sense, as this is a very, very old reference. But still,
it was like old when we were children watching.
Yeah, exactly. it's like we were telling our parents, who were literally boomers, that they were boomers for watching the movies, and now we love them, of course, because that's sort of what happens. You transition into thinking that all of your parents' stuff is cool after a while.
Well, at the beginning of this game, I was trying to debate in my mind whether it was a Ruler or Lehen's POG, but I was like, I think Ruler did the more skillful parts of it. Lehen's bailout timings were good, but his roams were awesome. And now I'm kind of feeling like with 21 stacks of Magi's and all these charms, if Chovy doesn't get it this time, it's a real robbery. Okay, he's been mugged by media.
Just so you know, every POG that hasn't gone to Chovy when Chovy's in the game this season is robbed.
But I think this one is like...
Have you seen his stats, Wolf? And I know you'll point out the kill participation, but if you're solo killing, you don't get very good kill participation, you know?
Yeah.
So just robbed every game. I agree.
He lost his Banshee's Veil too, man. People are just picking on the guy.
Yeah.
Stendo Beam, great at stopping that.
I mean, if I had a vote, which I don't, I'd vote for Prowler's Claw Gangplank.
No!
He's about to flame Horizon! He's amazing! And he also is playing Prowler's Claw Gangplank, and it's so cool.
But what about my favorite champion from Arcane 5, Matchet? He's 13 of 21 kills here, and it looked very cool when he was ganking in the early game. He helped set up Chovy, okay. It wasn't
I mean, honestly, there is a very good argument for Peanut picking it up this game as well. If Chovy didn't hit every single skill shot ever this whole game, then yeah, I would definitely say that there's an argument for Peanut.
Now, Genji have, if we do the Valdez stopwatch check TM, 3 stopwatches to 1 on the side of DRX, and it's a Lee Sin stopwatch, so not the most high value of champions that could have one at this moment in time. Talia has Zhonya's at least, and there's a stopwatch for Zeri. Okay, all right, everybody on DRX is like, all right, I got it. I'll go buy the
3 items Zeri, Wolf.
Yeah, 3 items Zeri. Genji. The reason why I did the stopwatch check is because this is the moment, as Ruler actually turns this into a GA. This is the moment where they get the Mountain Soul. So this is a really important fight.
Seismic Shove gets the Spirit Rush. That's Chovy with 1 less button.
Yeah, and I mean, that's quite significant for his pick potential here.
Yeah.
Stopwatch up for depth. If it's a really long fight and they can somehow wrestle the way into a choke point, could be good, but Doran is already pushing down the mid inhibitor.
Well, teleport to come through here as we're looking to try and get a flank through. The rest of Genji now grouping up. Doran going to have to watch out for this Ornhorn. It's still going to knock him up, but he's able to create enough distance. Oh, Kingan just slightly on a different page from the rest of his team. The Wild Growth will come through, but so will all of the buttons from Genji, hostile takeover included, and Doran will be able to utilize all of that Prowler's Claw damage to grab the kill onto his lane opposition.
Yeah, there you go. into the Crossfire Gauntlet. Steel plates. Yeah, Frozen Heart.
Are you saying that lethality isn't going to do it that much? Because he is building crit as well.
All right, he's getting there.
Yeah. See? Peanut not going to get hit by the seismic shove. Is actually looking to try and get back in there as the assault battery is exactly that. Beryl is really dead. Only 3 members left alive here on DRX's side. Zeka does use that stopwatch that he put together earlier, but he is going to be taken down. It's a double kill now for Chovy as he's dancing around this battlefield. The flash comes through. Oh, he can't actually get past the wall as Pioshik will break his stopwatch and Chovy will finish the job there. It's a triple kill, gets the flash out of Deft here, who's now the last man standing, but he's not going to be standing for much longer. He also has the stopwatch, but Doran has a Prowler's Claw, and he will be able to take down the Zeri. Kingen fresh out of the death chamber, and he's already just full of sticks. Ruler is going to pull them out, and there is the ace. 26. Make that 27 to 9 kills this game. 3 times the amount that DRX has put together. And Genji will finish off the 2-0. And honestly, from any moment, this has not looked at all close in any way.
Nope. When you said the game was over, when we had those kills for Rule in the bottom lane, you were not lying. And that was the moment. The game really came to a massive lead, but Chovy would not stop in the mid lane. Twice in a row against this Talia pick. He gets the Ahri and pops off there. Top side went extremely well, and it was nearly a 20,000 gold lead at the end when they knocked the Nexus down. And I don't think there could be a more compelling argument for that matchup on Saturday to be just as hype as hell, with Genji coming out this strong against the DRX that just last week defeated Damwon. Kia looked to be on a bit of a resurgence, but in both of these games, Genji grabbed hold early. They never, ever let go. That was some of the most snowbally League of Legends we have seen all year.
It was absolutely brutal. The thing that I liked about it the most from Genji is that they played 2 very different compositions, but they dominated equally.
And they played them the same way, basically. They were
I mean, sort of. But like, it's about getting early advantages, but they got them in different places, right? This was Peanut utilizing the Vi and Chovy synergy, and by Vi and Chovy, I mean Vi and Ahri.
Yeah.
The synergy there in the mid lane in order to snowball that into victories elsewhere on the map, right? And then they just rely on the fact that this guy on your screen right here is way too good alongside Lehens in that 2v2 on the bottom side if given the priority picks. In game number 1, they had to focus more on that bottom side because the Zeri not as powerful in the early game, so he needs a little bit of a leg up. They give him that. Same result. This Genji is just terrifying. And yeah, I predicted T1. And I'm still okay with that prediction, Wolf.
I did too.
Because I just don't understand how it's like Genji has looked like this going into T1 matchups before.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been enough. Still, I'm so excited for that match.
We will talk about that matchup a lot, of course, on Saturday, but T1 had that very close series against KT Rolster. Genji, nothing about this was close. They didn't even take a flesh wound, Atlas.
You are really on the money fight that I've trained today, and I appreciate it.
But, like, what part of this game was ever in question? Like, what one of these 5 roles was there ever even a slight edge for DRX? None of them. Like, not in mid, not in top, not in the jungle, not in the bottom 2v2. You picked Zeri, you thought you had an edge, you thought you had an angle. The Kalista and Renata lane comes through, and Genji were 3 steps ahead in the draft. They knew, okay, Ruler's going to get Kalista, we're going to dominate this lane, this is what we do. And then Lance was like, I'm actually bored of dominating this one. I'm going to go dominate the mid lane as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, Lehens might get some rogue POG votes here for how well he played this Renata, to be honest.
mean, him and Ruler just, like, after this moment, as we mentioned when it was happening, I honestly think that it did more emotional damage than even damage in-game because of how close it was for DRX. Like, if that goes the other way, then it's fantastic. And not even necessarily how close it was, how close it looked. Because I don't think it actually was, honestly, all that close.
Yeah.
Just with the power of the champions at that point in time.
We'd have to see also the bailout cooldown, because I think it was still on cooldown, but he might have just been like, nah, I don't actually, I'm just holding it.
Yeah, it might have just been like a matter of timing. It may have even been there, but I don't quite remember.
Yeah, I mean, he used it in mid just moments before, obviously, in that exchange, which almost went even better for Gen G, because that was, you know, if we want to really talk about, like, okay, there were some issues for them is, yeah, the Lehen's roam mid didn't go as cleanly as they planned, but they still traded up, right? And that's all that matters in the early game for Gen G. They will just be 50% better than you repeatedly until they're 4,000 gold ahead. They'll take the whole map.
They will. This was the slide over extension, you know, limit testing, everyone. That's what we say. Certainly was an odd play here, as this was the final fight. And looking like another day in the office here for Gen G.
I think Chovy, so you want to end right at the beginning of this highlight, and Ruler of course does have his GA right before this, so I mean he has that, he has the Renata bailout. He's level 15. Yeah. No,
he does have a stopwatch though, as most people did. Wow. I mean, people always get really excited when they see Gen G do stuff like this when they're winning, when they're 20,000 gold ahead, and they're like, wow, look at them just playing with their food. But then you look at the players and like, only Peanut is smiling and everyone else is just like, man, we wasted so much time in this series. Yeah, and that's also just that's just Peanut's face, right? He's just a smiling guy. That's how that one goes. But it is all business for this Gen G. As Ruler, I mean, there's a wry grin, but otherwise, you can imagine what Gen G are thinking about. They're thinking, will this work against T1?
Yeah, that's the entire question that we're going to have answered on Saturday. It would be amazing for these teams to go 1-1, leading into a potential rematch of the finals of spring season. But T1 wants to take that 2-0, solidify their spot in first place. There's a lot of storylines, there's a lot of excitement. I don't want to spoil it all right now because we have a very exciting series to hit on Saturday. But this is the win you wanted to see if you're a Gen G fan leading into that series. If you're a Gen G predictor, you wanted to see them look that clean, and they delivered tonight.
They absolutely did. I mean, I'm honestly like shaken a little bit because if you remember, the Telecom War was 3 games. This was not close, even in the slightest. But ladies and gentlemen, to hear more about this series, let's throw it over to the analytical chairs and carpet space to hear their thoughts on Gen G's victory.
Yeah. Brutal, savage, wrecked. Once again, Gen G stomp out another opponent, and this time it is DRX. Doesn't seem to matter who it is as long as it's not T1. And people wondered why Gen G were getting some votes over T1 in the past. Even, you know, coming out of regions into international tournaments. If they could just channel this energy into playing T1, maybe we would have a more interesting finals. But what did you think about this draft here, Chronicler?
I like the Talia priority, and then you're picking Kalista into it, which shouldn't work, because we've seen that matchup really hard. And we joke a lot. Obviously, you're always going to have a lot of prio with the Kalista, because the Talia is unfortunate, but like the laning phase into Zeri is always going to be good. But it's the best bot lane we have in the LCK right now against a great bot lane, Ruler and Barrel. Barrel obviously looked kind of clowny here, but he's Lulu, so like, what are you gonna do? Champion's not good. We should give up on Lulu.
Yeah.
Picking her at this point in time. But unfortunately, like it's not just that, it's the mid 2v2 as well. Doran got to have the most fun game of his life because he was just allowed to play Proudest Squad Gangplank. Very proud of you. And none of it mattered, right? Like the 2v2 in both mid jungle and bot were unplayable because Gen G is just too good. Like you never get to any late game as DRX.
It's funny because, you know, Chovy was basically like, yeah, just hit every charm. And
just don't miss.
Perfect gang timing from Peanut, like right when the wave is
just
crashing. Just don't miss. Bottom lane, even when Kalista wasn't good, it was just banned against Ruler every game. The guy has a 75% win rate with 44 games played. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Really, really good stuff. So let's take a look at highlight number 1, which, as you can see, this is kind of what I was talking about before, where it's a perfectly timed play here. They get on top of the mid lane right from the get-go. And this is only the beginning, which, you know, things really start to get out of control here once this fight begins, because you're feeling like, okay, maybe, you know, DRX, they get a fight on their terms. Perhaps this is the moment.
It's not the moment. Not the moment, Valdez. It's never the moment against Gen G. And I watched this, and I watched this entire game as I see Genji absolutely demolish any opponent that isn't T1. Important disclaimer. And it made me frustrated, it made me angry, and it made me so sad on behalf of any team in the LCK that can't beat Genji. I've ranted in the past about Genji, and it was for a very, very different reason, and that was because they weren't good. I knew they could be better, but they weren't, but now they are. And no team knows how to beat them. So what we did, we tried to find a plan to go into the desert. You need to go charter a plane to the desert because you go and then you find the genie and then you answer his riddles free. And then if you do that, you'll be able to make sure that you get the draft secrets that you need, you get the early timing from Peanut, and then maybe someone that isn't T1 can do it. No one can beat Genji, only T1. And that might just be Genji.
Okay, let's go to the player of the game. I didn't really know who to vote for on this one. It was Chovy, who, yeah, you know, some people could have said he was robbed in game 1. I think that Ruler may be robbed a little bit here in game number 2.
Yeah, exceptional game from Chovy. Personally, I think that it was, again, going to be between the mid-jungle 2v2 and the bot side of the map, because the charms just don't miss. And the reason why Chovy has been allowed to pick this champion very consistently and why he just always wins is because he actually doesn't, right? And it sounds very easy. It's the epitome of slash Arcarine advice. It's just hit every skill shot and this champion is super busted. And then in addition to that, he's gonna charm like King out of his knockup. Knockup wouldn't have done anything, but like it's that kind of mechanical prowess that makes you see this Ahri pick in situations where other times we're very skeptical, right? We're not gonna believe, and then in this one we do.
Yeah, the Rogue Peanut vote, he did gank the one time. Chovy also tried to charm off of the wall that one time. That was pretty cool. Yeah. You okay, Chronicler? Everything cleared up now?
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
We only had 4 votes for Ruler, which I found kind of interesting. I guess the observers today really trying to push their monopoly pretty hard, but it has been working. Has been working. Let's go to the interview. Over to Ji-sun now for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview, joined by Doran Chovy from Genji. Congratulations, guys. Genji back on the first place of the LCK Summer Split, and you guys are on a 6-match winning streak. How do you feel? We always thought that this week will be so important for us, and I'm happy that we are able to secure a very clean 2-0 victory over DRX. I always thought DRX is a strong team, so I'm really glad that we are able to get a 2-0 victory. Doran, in game number 1, the opponent blind picked Nar, which means you had so many counter picks available, but you decided to play Sejuani instead of GP or Gwen. Sejuani is way more reliable than other picks. You know, Narg GP, I've been playing that forever, so I wanted to try Sejuani this time around. In game number 1, you made an outplay on the top lane, playing 1v2 by yourself. You were getting bullied when you didn't have flash, but you were able to trade back a kill onto the enemy jungler. Were you confident that you'll be able to pick up at least 1 kill there? No, I was actually like saying, I'm dead, I died. But Puzik died for me. He handed over the kill for me, so I was so relieved. And with that additional kill, Genji was able to get the early snowball going. So, in game number 1, you were able to actually avoid and absorb so much pressure of the enemy jungler many times. Your former teammate Puzik was pulling top lane. I was like, he's just camping top. So I was paying attention to that, you know, I was watching out for that. And thanks to that, the rest of the Genji players were able to play under way less pressure. And so many people are actually praising your current form, which has stepped up so much recently. I'm not really like satisfied with my form. I think it's like just alright and decent. I think I can do better. So I'm looking forward to playing better. And Chobi, you played Ari for 2 games in a row today. Genji decided to let Talia through and play Ari into that Talia. During the draft phase, you know, I have all the ideas and knowledge about the mid lane matchup, so I can always kind of round out the comp with my mid lane pick, and today it was Ari, so I was not caring too much about Talia. And the Ari Vi synergy was so on point. And Chobi, your Ari is 11-0 in the entire LCK history. What makes your Ari different from others? I don't know. I mean, I think maybe the fundamental skills are really good and solid. I'm guessing so. And I think from now on, a lot of other players will watch out for that Ari. My Ari is not that special, you know. You can just let it through. You can just play against my Ari. Chobi. What about you, Doran? You played GP and built Prowler's Claw. I guess you were having a bit of a fun there. Tell me about that itemization. I went to back to base, and then Essence Reaver, I had money for the Essence Reaver, and I was not able to afford the Trinity Force at that moment, so I was like winning lanes, so I just wanted to push it even further, so I just bought what I was able to buy when I was back in base. And including this series, and prior to this series, Genji's goal difference at 25 minutes was 7,900. And you were able to get 10k gold lead in game number 2 at 15 minutes. I think it's all the work from Peanut. He's been doing a great job. Doran, do you also agree? Is it Peanut's credit? Of course, obviously. And the next match will be the rematch of T1 this Saturday. Well, Genji has been falling to T1 multiple times, so what is your mindset or resolution for that matchup? Well, in the first round robin, we did lose to them, and we know why we lost to them, so we know how to deal with it from now on. So I'm pretty confident going into that matchup this time around. And Gumayusi recently said, if we take Genji down, I'm gonna dance the forever second dance on stage as a celebration. So, Doran, would you like to make any pledge? Well, any suggestions? Chobi? I heard T1 has a karaoke. So if we win, we're gonna go to their headquarters and sing a song in the karaoke, you know? We're gonna pay a visit. But, I mean, I'm good at dancing too, you know? I'm gonna do that dance, you know? I'm gonna do that dance as a ceremony after beating T1. So Chobi will be singing at T1's karaoke and Doran will be dancing on stage. Looking forward to that matchup. Not only about the game, but also the celebration and ceremony after that series. But this will be the end of the interview from Chobi, Doran from Genji, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that stellar translation. As we're going to take a look at the standings here. I'm looking forward to Chobi singing in the Norebang in the, of course, karaoke, and also for Doran to do a little dance for us. But they need to defeat T1 first. And although on the standings they are ahead in 5 games ahead score, actually, they need to win the series.
Yeah, what's really cool, besides the Genji T1 fight, which, while cool for like the playoffs implications down the line, it's not that relevant for the seeding. with this loss, like DRX, DK, Sandbox, and KT are still so close. Like it actually, we still have no idea who's going to end up as which seed. And with DRX kind of having an upsurge for getting this game, KT looking better, Liv Sandbox now dropping to Nongshim, makes it really, really interesting.
Yeah, and the match is tomorrow, guys. Fred Brian up against Kwangdong Freaks. We'll see who's on better form. I feel like we'll probably win that series. And then Damwon Kia up against KT Rolster.
Important.
It's very interesting, too, because
yeah,
Damwon on paper should be the favorites, but KT took T1 to a Game 3, and Damwon looked weak recently, so...
Yeah.
I mean, KT could win that one. And our predictions kind of told the same story even before we saw the recent matches. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow for those matches. It will be me and Chronicler casting those ones, so make sure you look forward to those. But for tonight, have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling, I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we They can't